Chapter 1. 3.5 Days of Life. Ugh. As Zhang Wen regained consciousness, he was immediately beset by a splitting headache and an excruciating pain that radiated throughout his body. Struggling to sit up, Zhang Wen felt an intense hunger gnawing at his insides, as though his very stomach were consuming itself. He could hardly suppress the urge to retch. However, just as he lowered his gaze, he caught sight of the words displayed on his left wrist. 3 days, 17 hours, 46 minutes, and 31 seconds. Only a little more than 3 days left to live? Watching the seconds tick away, Zhang Wen let out a breath and cast a despondent glance around him. This was a power he had acquired several months prior, allowing him to see the remaining lifespan not only of himself, but also of others. Of course, this lifespan only indicated the time left under ordinary circumstances. For instance, in the event of an accident, regardless of how many years one had left, life could be extinguished in an instant. And now, Zhang Wen had little more than 3 days left to live. Yes, just 3 days, because he was a terminal cancer patient, and it was the sort of cancer that had spread throughout his entire body. 3 months prior, when his doctor informed him that he had less than 3 months to live, Zhang Wen felt as though the world itself had lost all its color. After 2 agonizing months of drifting through life, enduring daily pain relief treatments, Zhang Wen had finally given up on his battle against the illness. A few days ago, he had even stopped taking painkillers. Since he had so few days left, why not embrace an early death and seek release? With only a few days of life remaining and the ability to still move, he would rather bask in the sun than languish on that hospital bed. At worst, he thought in 18 years he could be reborn as a better man. But alas, stopping the medication had immediately plunged him into a whirlwind of severe pain that left him completely dazed. There truly exists a kind of pain that can make one wish for death. Yet, even in the face of such agony, Zhang Wen gritted his teeth and wandered aimlessly. He did not wish for anyone to witness his current frail state. However, the limits of the human body are indeed finite. When pain becomes too overwhelming, it drastically impairs one's ability to function normally. Dazed and befuddled, Zhang Wen unconsciously wandered about. The last thing he remembered was lying on a park bench. Wait, had he already died? Zhang Wen suddenly entertained this possibility. Yet he quickly dismissed it. Simply pinching his thigh revealed a pain so sharp that it drew involuntary gasps from him. This was proof that he was still alive. And then, the more pressing question arose. Where was he? If his memory served him right, he should have fallen asleep on a park bench. At that moment, Zhang Wen began to lift his head and observe his surroundings. It was then he realized that he was no longer in the park, but inside a thatched cottage. The crude adobe walls, though still sturdy, had a thatched roof that was sparse and riddled with holes. The fading sunlight filtered through the gaps in the thatch and cast a warm glow on the walls, infusing the humble abode with a tender warmth. A thatched house? Zhang Wen frowned slightly. In this day and age, there still exist such cottages? Well, perhaps in remote mountainous areas. But this thatched cottage was certainly not something one would encounter easily in SH City. Where on earth was he? His subconscious intuition warned him that he was definitely not in SH City. Judging by the countdown timer on his wrist, he must have only been asleep for a few hours. Logically, he shouldn't have strayed too far from SH. Moreover, who brought him here? Was it related to his will? How he wasn't even dead yet, and these people were already so eager? In that light, it was quite possible that he was still in SH, or at least not far from it. Kidnapped? Was it for the sake of his inheritance? He never imagined that the estate he had fought tooth and nail to protect, which had multiplied many times over through his own efforts over the years, would instead fall into the hands of inept parasites. How unfortunate! Should he have married earlier, had children to inherit the family estate, instead of frantically earning money to run a business? His mind swirled with countless thoughts as Zhang Wen pondered every possibility, but in the end, he couldn't confirm who might be orchestrating this. For there were simply too many individuals with motives. Wealth does indeed cloud the heart. But what's the use of overthinking? He was on the verge of death. Why should he dwell on these matters? Suddenly, a carefree smirk crossed Zhang Wen's face. Years of business acumen had made him accustomed to scrutinizing situations. But alas, there was little left to analyze now. Did it truly matter where he was? Not really. Would it matter who ultimately received his wealth? Not at all. Thinking of death, what was there to worry about? Nothing. In that case, he might as well step outside and take a look. With great difficulty, he pushed himself up from his knees, glancing back at the pile of grass where he had been lying. Just that simple motion triggered an onslaught of pain and a wave of dizziness. Taking several deep breaths, Zhang Wen managed to regain a modicum of composure. Slowly, he began to move toward the entrance, which appeared devoid of a door. At this moment, he was not only hungry, but also parched. Having gone without water for over 10 hours, Zhang Wen felt as though his throat were on fire. He needed to find something to drink, otherwise he might truly believe he would perish not from the cancerous cells ravaging his body, but from thirst or starvation. Finally, after much effort, Zhang Wen squeezed through the thatched door, and before his eyes could fully adjust to the sunlight, he was startled by a sharp whistling sound that pierced the air. Whoosh! Do! Buzzing. The piercing sound was followed by a deafening explosion that erupted right next to Zhang Wen's ear. The trembling air that followed sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If you don't want to die, stay put in that thatched house. A chilling voice rang out from afar. Someone? Zhang Wen squinted and looked ahead. He saw, a few dozen meters away atop a wooden wall, several figures standing quietly, with a brawny man at the forefront wielding a longbow. The large silhouette was silhouetted against the setting sun, obscuring Zhang Wen's view of his features. Turning back, Zhang Wen spotted an arrow embedded deeply into the mud wall beside him, its tail vibrating and still emitting a buzzing sound. Zhang Wen had to admit that he was taken aback. However, when one is on the brink of death, fear is hardly a prevailing sentiment. With this thought, Zhang Wen turned back to regard the man with the longbow, narrowing his eyes slightly. A longbow? It seemed this situation was turning out a bit differently than he had imagined. Chapter 002. The thrill of possession. Observing the silhouettes on the wooden wall several dozen meters away, Zhang Wen secretly sighed with relief, but he refrained from making any sudden movements and instead raised his voice. Calling out to the dozen figures, I can return to the thatched cottage, but I am currently famished and parched. I feel as though I might perish from hunger or thirst, if I am of any use to you. Then please provide me with something to eat and drink. Upon finishing his plea, Zhang Wen did not hesitate further and obediently turned back towards the thatched hut. After all, death was inevitable, regardless of those individuals' intentions. His thoughts were simple. First, he needed to satiate his hunger and quench his thirst. He could not succumb to being a ghost of starvation or thirst. Life, after all, must come to an end. If he were to die, it would be preferable to do so in comfort. With this in mind, Zhang Wen settled back onto the pile of grass where he had first awakened, quietly awaiting the arrival of food and drink from the mysterious figures. As for whether they would oblige him, Zhang Wen believed it was unlikely to be an issue. After all, they had not shot him with an arrow, which suggested that he held some value in their eyes. Yet, he could not fathom why he was being kept in this thatched hut. Nevertheless, he felt confident that his request would be met, but he only hoped that the ones delivering the supplies were not the irritable types who might accompany the food with a beating. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the sound of hurried footsteps approached the door of the thatched hut. As the footsteps drew near, Zhang Wen lifted his head to see who it was, only to be met with a dark object hurtling towards him. Thud! The object struck his face, causing Zhang Wen, already racked with pain, to shudder once more. The agony was not insurmountable. Rather, it was the accumulation of ailments that rendered each new hurt as the final straw breaking the camel's back. Wiping the object from his face, Zhang Wen discovered it to be a water pouch crafted from animal hide, which still contained roughly half a bag of water, explaining why it had so easily smacked against his face. As for who had delivered it, he remained in the dark, for the footsteps had already receded, as if the thatched hut were a place of horror. He opened the water pouch and greedily drank from it. Feeling the parched sensation in his throat gradually subside, Zhang Wen could not help but comment on the pouch's foul stench. Furthermore, the water seemed to contain mud. He felt as though he was sipping from a puddle after the rain. Yet it mattered little. He was on the brink of death and could hardly afford to be picky that he did not finish the entire pouch. It was not that he could not drink more, but rather he worried about the availability of future supplies. After all, he still needed sustenance, and the absence of food from his benefactors suggested that his usefulness was limited. His foremost concern was the very nature of his surroundings. Where exactly was he? Who would come to collect his remains after he passed? Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, Zhang Wen lay back down, contemplating the pouch of water that now served as a makeshift pillow beneath his head. Perhaps it would accompany him on his final journey. It was indeed ironic. Water, something he had never valued before, now filled him with such longing. As he drifted into a haze, Zhang Wen fell back into slumber. When he finally awoke, it was already night. That it was not that he had slept too long. Rather, he had been roused by the gnawing pangs of hunger. His stomach churned violently, as if it were searching for any remnants of food that might still linger. So hungry, struggling to sit up, Zhang Wen turned to retrieve the water pouch, but suddenly froze. In the moonlight streaming into the thatched hut, a figure stood behind him. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by the sight. Clad in a snow-white gown with long, dark hair cascading down, her head bowed low, the ethereal figure seemed to signal unmistakably. This was a ghost from her posture. It appeared as though she had been fixated on the crown of his head all along. What a surprise! Was she planning to feast upon my essence or siphon away my vitality? However, when the ghostly apparition fully materialized before him, Zhang Wen felt an unexpected surge of exhilaration, even excitement. "Hello!" He managed to suppress his racing heart and greeted the specter first. Whoosh! The ghost offered no response, merely emitting a strange, eerie sound before slowly raising her head to reveal a smooth, featureless face. It was precisely what one would expect of a ghostly visage. Yet, Zhang Wen could not help but smile at the sight. This was no trivial matter. It seemed that ghosts truly existed. Initially, he had been frightened, but the more he pondered, the more thrilled he became. If he were to perish, perhaps becoming a ghost himself was a viable alternative to mere existence. Such logic was sound. It was indeed a plausible scenario. If he could not live, then perhaps being a ghost could be considered a different form of survival. With this thought, Zhang Wen stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the specter as he scrutinized her every detail. Not content with merely observing, he extended his right hand towards the ghost's translucent, pale face, curious about the tactile sensation. Ah! At that moment, his touch seemed to strike a sensitive chord within the ghost, unleashing a piercing scream that erupted from her featureless countenance. Zhang Wen was instantly overwhelmed by the sound, clutching his ears in agony as he stumbled backward, feeling as though his very mind had been shattered by her wail. As the horrific scream filled his ears, Zhang Wen felt dizzy, his consciousness fading. Yet, the pale figure before him darted forward in an instant. Lunging toward him, thud! With a soft sound, an icy chill enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. In that moment, a chaotic, malevolent, bloodthirsty presence began to invade his consciousness. Had he been possessed by the ghost, the chilling sensation coursing through him curiously subdued the unbearable pain that had plagued him due to the spread of cancer cells. The icy feeling extinguished the relentless torment that had consumed him. Strangely, the chaotic, evil consciousness did not overpower him. Instead, it invigorated him, akin to a surge of refreshing energy coursing through his body. In the instant of the ghost's possession, Zhang Wen experienced a level of comfort he had not felt in months. He had nearly forgotten what it felt like to be healthy and free of pain. Ah! Meanwhile, the ghost possessing him let out another piercing wail, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that rippled outward, stirring up clouds of dust. However, this time, within her shriek, he sensed a hint of fear. Chapter 003. This is unscientific indeed. Zhang Wen felt that the ghost's second scream carried with it a tinge of fear. He could not help but furrow his brow, inspecting his own body, moving his limbs, and testing his physical state. Everything seemed in order. Though he still felt a chill, as if trapped in the depths of winter, there were no other alarming sensations. He had not lost control of his body to the ghost. In fact, he found the sensation oddly pleasant. After months of excruciating pain, feeling as though he were perpetually engulfed in flames, the current coolness brought him a comfort he wanted to vocalize. To think that being possessed by a ghost could yield such benefits. Suddenly, Zhang Wen noticed the ghost's head emerging from his chest, though it seemed stuck at the crown, continuously screeching and trembling. Unable to fully exit, it was as if a terrifying force within him was holding her captive, relentlessly pulling her back. This peculiar sight left Zhang Wen momentarily bewildered. What was the ghost attempting to accomplish? Was it possible that his pure yang energy cultivated over 20 years, was simply too potent. Yet that could not be right. In his current state, nearly on the brink of death, how much yang energy could he possibly possess? The possibility of having a significant amount of yin energy, given his near-death condition, seemed more plausible. So why was it that his body's situation was so enigmatic? Zhang Wen could not help but furrow his brow, but he quickly set aside the question. As the ghost continued to struggle, he felt a renewed ache in his head, and the refreshing sensation began to fade rapidly. Although the sensation of pain had not yet returned, the refreshing coolness was rapidly dissipating. Observing this scene unfolding within him, Zhang Wen narrowed his eyes as he glanced downward at the female ghost, who was desperately attempting to escape from his body. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Wen extended his right hand and gently pressed down on the crown of his head, where the ghost was emerging. Upon feeling Zhang Wen's action, the female ghost erupted into a piercing scream once more. The horrifying shriek reverberated through the surroundings, yet she was still forced back into Zhang Wen's body. Could it truly be effective? Zhang Wen was momentarily stunned by his own ability to actually push the ghost back inside. Subsequently, as he sensed the ghost's return, a renewed wave of icy comfort enveloped him. His heart leapt with joy. Indeed, the reason for his excruciating pain had vanished was due to this ghost's possession. Moreover, Zhang Wen discovered that his hunger seemed to have vanished as well. In an instant, the ghost began to wriggle out from various parts of Zhang Wen's body, seeking to escape. Zhang Wen, however, remained vigilant, ready to press down forcefully on any emergence of the ghost from the crown of his head. Strangely enough, this ghost's icy, soft essence felt rather pleasant to the touch. In that moment, the refreshing sensation brought by the ghost's possession and her ethereal, comforting form provided Zhang Wen with exquisite delight. For months, no one knew the torment Zhang Wen had endured. The relentless pain had plagued him day and night. Yet today, he was fortunate enough to once again experience the sensation of being unburdened by illness. Zhang Wen cherished this moment immensely. Even if he were to meet his demise shortly, he intended to embrace the end comfortably, rather than succumbing to the agonizing pain that would torment him until his last breath. In that peculiar moment within the thatched cottage, a bizarre scene unfolded. A female ghost, seemingly trapped within Zhang Wen's body, was desperately screeching to escape. Yet Zhang Wen could not bear to relinquish the soothing coolness she provided. Continuously pressing down on the crown of her head, persistently pushing her back inside. Outside the cottage, a dozen figures stood atop the tall wooden wall, gazing anxiously at the thatched dwelling. Captain, could the traveler who collapsed outside the village be a chi-cultivating immortal? How is it that he has not yet been drained of his life force by the malevolence? Moreover, I sense a hint of fear and despair within the ghost's piercing screams. Beside the burly man wielding a longbow stood a dark-skinned, sturdy individual. Though he appeared somewhat short and slender next to the captain, he was still over 1.7 meters tall, quite robust compared to the other figures present. It should not be. I sensed it that day. There is no true energy within him. He must be a martial artist of some sort. After all, one cannot traverse the world alone without some capability. Regardless, to faint right outside our village at this time, he is undoubtedly unfortunate. The village has very few left who can serve as sacrifices. The muscular man stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, his bow appearing merely standard in his capable hands, emanating a distinct aura. Alas, Captain, how much longer can we endure like this? Ever since the malevolence settled upon the mountain, the gathering of evil spirits has accelerated that if this continues, our village, Cheng and the others should be returning soon. Even if we must retreat, we must be thoroughly prepared, considering every possible danger along the way. Furthermore, Xiaohu, do you believe there exists a safe haven in this world? Our village, though it has enjoyed a modicum of peace in this remote corner, has now drawn the attention of these ghastly entities. Indeed, when will there ever be a day of peace in this world? For a moment, the gravity of this topic silenced the dozen individuals atop the wooden wall, leaving them lost in thought as they gazed at the distant thatched cottage. However, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in the captain's eyes. Meanwhile, inside the cottage, the female ghost was growing increasingly weak. She no longer required Zhang Wen to press her down. She could hardly break free on her own. Her piercing screams had transformed into mournful wails. Yet, with the ghost's waning strength, Zhang Wen felt his own physical condition improving, filling him with elation. Particularly when he inadvertently caught sight of the countdown on his left wrist, he was taken aback. The remaining days of his life, originally just over 3, had increased. Zhang Wen rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the numbers repeatedly. Indeed, the display now indicated over 12 days. Furthermore, this count was not merely stagnant. It was rapidly increasing, minute by minute. What? Zhang Wen glanced at his own body, carefully assessing. It was evident that the ghost within him had fallen silent. He experienced no adverse effects. On the contrary, he felt remarkably well. Moreover, upon glancing again at the numbers on his wrist, he suddenly noticed them decreasing again by the second. At this moment, the count had risen to 13 days and 14 hours. Zhang Wen contemplated a possibility. Could it be that the ghost had been consumed by his own body instead of possessing him? Had she been devoured instead? This thought left him bewildered. It seemed implausible. This defied logic. Chapter 004. Is this absurd? In the thatched cottage, Zhang Wen stared at the countdown on his left wrist, lost in thought for quite some time. Countless possibilities raced through his mind. Why had this ghost possessed him? Not only without harming him, but alleviating his severe pain, even making it vanish. Furthermore, why had his lifespan increased? Was the ghost truly problematic, or was it his own body that was amiss? The ghost, evidently, appeared to be an ordinary specter. Frightening in appearance, she certainly embodied the essence of a ghost. Clearly, she was a typical ghost. The question of whether she was a normal ghost seemed uncontroversial, if this ghost was indeed one that fed on human life force and vitality to sustain herself. Then conversely, it suggested that his own body had issues? Yet, that couldn't be right. There was no reason for that. He was a terminal cancer patient with widespread metastasis, merely days from death. There was nothing particularly special about his body. If there were any peculiarities, he would not be facing an early demise. Wait. Suddenly, Zhang Wen seemed to grasp a thread of understanding. Cancer. Cancer cells spreading throughout the body. Ghost possession. Being consumed. Feeling remarkably well. Lifespan extended. Cancer cells which rebel against the body due to a lack of nutrients, transforming into aberrant cells seeking survival. Could it be the entity consuming the ghost that had possessed him was not his body, but rather the cancer cells within him? Is this truly absurd? However, logically speaking, it seems somewhat plausible. Cancer cells lacking nutrients. The ghost should resemble an energy entity. Nutrients ultimately convert into energy for cellular activity. Hence, directly consuming energy appears to hold no fault. Thus, the cancer cells receiving energy replenishment would cease to devour and exploit his body, resulting in an extended lifespan. Upon considering this, the logic is coherent, quite scientific. At this juncture, Zhang Wen paused, contemplating. If it were indeed the cancer cells that had saved him, then this convoluted equation becomes rather difficult to reconcile, that it truly is a case of fortune and misfortune intertwined. What sort of predicament is this? Zhang Wen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, halting his train of thought. Regardless, even if he were to gain from misfortune, his lifespan had only increased from a mere 3 days to about 10. The cancer cells remained, and he would ultimately meet his end for the ghost. He had encountered such a being only once in his life. Thus, alas, death still awaited him. Sigh. However, the sensation of utter comfort, with all pain alleviated, was undeniably delightful. Just for this feeling alone, Zhang Wen felt that his body had not been sullied in vain by the faceless ghost. A remarkable gain, not a loss. If he were to encounter such a ghost again, he would charge in without hesitation. With this thought, Zhang Wen momentarily ceased to obsess over whether the cancer cells had truly saved him, that it remained merely a conjecture in need of time for validation. Of course, what Zhang Wen needed most was time. Approaching the pile of grass, Zhang Wen regarded the water pouch with a furrowed brow, yet ultimately sat down, opened the pouch, and drank deeply. Subsequently, Zhang Wen gazed at the now empty water pouch in his hand. Sensing a faint taste of earth in his mouth, his eyes flickering momentarily. At that moment, outside the thatched cottage, a dozen figures stood upon the wooden wall, gazing intently at the dwelling. "Captain," That sinister presence and its shrill cry seem rather amiss. Don't you think, Hu Yibin, must you always be so suspicious? That traveler, judging by his feeble appearance, is unlikely to survive even without being drained by malevolent forces. He is probably already afflicted by a grave illness. When you go to collect his corpse later, be sure to wrap your hands in cloth, and it would be best to burn the body afterwards. We wouldn't want to introduce any plague to the village. For then we would be the ones facing doom, without needing those wicked entities to intervene. Lu Tiancheng, I can see that your concerns are not unfounded. In these times of rampant disease, exercising caution is prudent. However, have you seen that evil entity emerge? Generally speaking, at this hour, a fully satiated malignant spirit should be retreating back to the mountains, should it not? To the left of the captain stood a slightly plump middle-aged man, whose height barely reached 1.60 meters, complemented by his rotund physique. Standing beside Captain Zhao Jingbao, he resembled an oversized ball. Yet, despite his appearance, he was a prominent figure in the village, serving as the deputy captain of the guard. Lu Tiancheng. Lu Tiancheng was preoccupied with concerns regarding the plague. He did not believe that the ailing individual could withstand the malevolent entity's influence. On the other hand, Hu Yibin, the robust man who had been rebuffed, held a status in the village that was not inferior to Lu Tiancheng's, also serving as a deputy captain of the guard, but he did not fully agree with Lu Tiancheng's perspective. Although Lu Tiancheng was adept at management, when it came to understanding malevolent entities, Hu Yibin surpassed him by leaps and bounds. After all, Hu Yibin had once escaped the clutches of such a sinister force, the captain of the guard. Naturally, was the imposing and formidable Zhao at this moment. Zhao Jingbao's attention was fixated on the thatched cottage. Hearing the dispute between Hu Yibin and Lu Tiancheng, he could not help but raise his hand and coldly admonish, "Silence. Do you think these wicked beings cannot hear your voices? Or do you believe that there is only one malevolent entity in the mountains?" Upon Zhao Jingbao's utterance, both Lu Tiancheng and Hu Yibin's expressions subtly altered, and they fell silent. As the captain of the village's guard, Zhao Jingbao not only held a higher position than Hu Yibin and Lu Tiancheng, but was also superior in strength. Zhao Jingbao was a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. Originally, he was the strongest hunter in the village. From a young age, Zhao Jingbao harbored grand aspirations, sensing the unrest in the world and the rampant havoc wreaked by demons and malevolent entities, dissatisfied with mediocrity. He ventured out in search of the path to immortality at the tender age of 10. Unexpectedly, he truly encountered a sliver of celestial fortune. It was rumored that Zhao Jingbao spent many years searching in vain, but ultimately enjoyed extraordinary luck, inheriting the legacy of a fallen foundational stage immortal. Moreover, through the techniques contained within that relic, he cultivated a trace of true energy, stepping into the first level of qi refinement. Furthermore, the longbow he wielded was no ordinary weapon. It was a magical item capable of channeling true energy to enhance its power. Although merely a first-tier magical item, it was still a magical artifact. Over the years, relying on his first-level qi refinement prowess and the magical longbow in his possession, Zhao Jingbao had saved the village on several occasions. Thus, his ascension to captain of the village guard was met with no opposition. Indeed, even if there were dissenters, none dared to voice it. After all, in the entire village, Zhao Jingbao's fist was the mightiest. Just then, a figure emerged slowly from the entrance of the thatched cottage, causing the dozen individuals atop the wooden wall to tense up once more. Chapter 005. The muscular hero at this moment. The figure stepping out from the cottage was none other than Zhang Wen. The members of the village guard atop the wooden wall gazed at Zhang Wen with incredulity. This ailing individual, who appeared close to death, had not been drained by the malevolent entity. "Hey, is there any food over there? I'm hungry. You must have some purpose for keeping me here, right? It must be because of that female ghost earlier. If that is the case, are we not in a cooperative relationship? Or perhaps I still hold some value for you. Are you truly planning to starve me to death? Hurry, bring me something to eat and drink." Bathed in the moonlight, Zhang Wen squinted slightly while observing the robust figures on the wooden wall. They were all in peak physical condition, and the burly leader, his arms, might be as thick as his own waist. And that longbow in his hands. Well, judging by their appearance, force would be futile. Cunning would be the only recourse that a fleeting thought crossed Zhang Wen's mind, and without awaiting a response from the dozen figures atop the wall, he returned to the thatched cottage and reclined once more atop the pile of grass. Having analyzed the situation, Zhang Wen decided against leaving for the time being. This place was evidently peculiar. Upon stepping outside, illuminated by the bright moonlight, Zhang Wen managed to discern the attire of these individuals, which was decidedly antiquated. Their weapons were all cold arms. Aside from the leader's longbow, the others wielded either swords or knives. Clearly, in the contemporary realm of Blue Star, such items were regulated and could not be carried about openly, that as for the authenticity of these cold weapons, whether they were merely props for a play or otherwise. Please! The sound of that arrow still echoed in Zhang Wen's memory. Moreover, most astonishingly, this place harbored ghosts? Considering all this information, Zhang Wen, despite his emotional reluctance to accept it, rationally concluded, this place was unmistakably not Blue Star. Nor was it the Summer Nation. Thus, he was not merely kidnapped by those scheming for wealth, but had, in fact, traversed into another realm? Is crossing over this casual in these times? Awakening from slumber only to find oneself in a different land. Yet, that could not be right. The excruciating pain had rendered him disoriented. The exact nature of his crossing remained a mystery. Furthermore, this transition was not entirely adverse. This world had ghosts. For Zhang Wen, this revelation brought him immense joy. Even if he did not consume that female ghost's essence during this bizarre occurrence, he remained intrigued by the ghosts of this world. After all, it was quite evident that his time was limited. Thus, it was imperative to explore how one might become a ghost. However, judging by that female ghost's earlier demeanor, she was indeed terrifying but appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. Could it be that ghosts are classified into ranks? If that were the case, how could he ensure that, should he become a ghost, he would retain the maximum semblance of memory and consciousness? That female ghost evidently possessed no discernible intellect, particularly during her attempt to invade him. There was only chaos, malevolence, and a murderous intent, devoid of any semblance of sentience. She resembled a creature driven by pure instinct to kill. If he were to become such a being after death, that would be utterly pointless. Therefore, Zhang Wen believed it necessary to study how one could become a ghost after death. Of course, if he could consume more of these ghostly essences, would that not allow him to gradually restore his lifespan? Yet, many questions remained, such as whether the body had a saturation limit or an endurance threshold. If he were to inadvertently consume a spirit even more formidable than that female ghost, would the outcome be the same as it currently was? This point remained a question mark for Zhang Wen. Just then, as the excruciating pain began to dissipate, free from the incessant torment, Zhang Wen's cognitive faculties returned to normal, but he began to reflect on all that had transpired since his arrival, methodically considering various possibilities. This was a habit he had cultivated over many years of commerce. In all matters, it was prudent to observe and contemplate at that moment. Heavy footsteps echoed from outside the thatched cottage. Interrupting Zhang Wen's reverie, as the footsteps approached, a tall figure bent low to enter the cottage. That was none other than Zhao Jingbao, the captain of the village guard. Zhao Jingbao's gaze swept across the interior of the cottage before gradually focusing on Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen, observing Zhao Jingbao's towering form and the longbow in his grasp, felt a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, confirming their mutual gaze. This man, even if 10 of himself were to band together, would be no match. And the malevolent entity? Zhao Jingbao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he regarded Zhang Wen. Although the malevolent entity was merely the most rudimentary of wicked beings, it still required at least the second level of qi refinement to contend with. After all, the ethereal and insubstantial nature of the malevolent entity, capable of passing through walls, inherently imposed a significant advantage over practitioners of lower realms that a practitioner at the second level of qi refinement could barely ensure their safety when confronted with a malevolent entity, let alone defeat it, much less eradicate, repel, or vanquish a malevolent entity. One would need at least the third or fourth level of qi refinement, a thought that was simply inconceivable. As for truly eliminating a malevolent entity, one would require at least the sixth level of qi refinement, complemented by magical artifacts and certain special materials. Thus, upon observing the thatched cottage's emptiness, devoid of any trace of a malevolent entity. With only Zhang Wen remaining, Zhao Jingbao could not suppress a slight tremor of astonishment within. Could it be that this was indeed a concealed master? Hearing Zhao Jingbao's words, Zhang Wen narrowed his eyes slightly. A malevolent entity? Is he referring to that female ghost? Intrigued, Zhang Wen smiled and gently inquired of Zhao Jingbao. What malevolent entity? Before this formidable warrior inquired of others. Shunti, he first discussed the current situation with me. Why am I here, and why are you imprisoning me? However, let us put these matters aside for the moment. What about food? What about drink? As Zhang Wen spoke, he stood up, only to awkwardly realize that even when standing, he appeared as a diminutive figure before the imposing presence of the robust man across from him, who emanated a terrifying aura of oppression. Zhang Wen could not help but concede that had he been in good health, rather than on the brink of death, engaging in such a calm and open manner with the other party would undoubtedly have stirred some anxiety within him. This was not merely a matter of years spent in commerce or the steadfastness of one's will. It was akin to a scholar encountering a soldier. Rational discourse was utterly futile. Such a warrior, most often resorting to brute force, would certainly not engage in lengthy discussions. This was evident from the arrow that had been shot at the entrance earlier that evening. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Wen gazed at the brawny man before him, his mind racing with countless thoughts of the potential events that could unfold, mentally preparing for all possibilities. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingbao regarded Zhang Wen without uttering a word, simply placing his right hand upon Zhang Wen's shoulder. Subsequently, a strand of genuine energy rapidly permeated Zhang Wen's body from his palm. Chapter 006, Negotiation. Communication. Zhao Jinbao's touch nearly prompted Zhang Wen to reflexively kick him in the groin, as he pondered that this would be the most likely point of vulnerability given his own strength. After determining this attack vector, Zhang Wen had mentally rehearsed the swiftest way to deliver such a blow dozens of times in various scenarios. Targeting the vulnerable area with precision, it was not that Zhang Wen wished to be so treacherous. Rather, he found himself at a loss as he glanced at the iron-like muscles of the brawny man before him, only to be left with a bitter smile, fearing that no effort on his part would yield any significant impact, that it would be akin to the futile attempt of punching you to death with little fists. The imagery was too vivid, and upon reflection, it became clear that they were not operating on the same level of strength. This fellow, perhaps, had even turned his brain into muscle. Fortunately, at this moment, the other party did not immediately launch an attack. However, what was that warmth seeping into his body from the man's palm? As he felt the gentle warmth circulating within him, Zhang Wen was left somewhat puzzled, although it was pleasantly warm and slightly soothing. It was clear that the individual before him was no skilled healer here to revive him. Thus, while Zhang Wen maintained a facade of calmness, gazing up at the brawny man, inwardly, he felt a twinge of trepidation. This was not a matter of psychological fortitude, but rather akin to encountering a ferocious beast, while being utterly defenseless without any means to counterattack. Damn. Zhang Wen despised this feeling. Nothing? Zhao Jingbao furrowed his brow. Perplexed, observing Zhang Wen's less-than-pleased expression, he paid little mind. He had detected no trace of genuine energy within Zhang Wen's body. Naturally, there was no sign of any malevolent residue either. So, where had the malevolence gone? It could not simply abandon a living being without consuming him, could it? That seemed illogical. Zhao Jingbao scanned the surroundings once more, his mind alert, with faint genuine energy subtly coursing within him, ready to erupt at any moment. Regrettably, after several breaths, he still found no trace of malevolence. It was as if the entity that had entered the thatched cottage earlier had vanished into thin air. If it had not disappeared without a trace, then it must be this person before him. No, wait. At that moment, Zhao Jingbao finally discerned what was amiss. He abruptly retreated a few steps, eyeing Zhang Wen with suspicion, his grip tightening around his longbow. Fixating intently on Zhang Wen, he finally realized this man, previously sickly and on the verge of death, now appeared surprisingly vigorous and revitalized, with no food, no healing elixirs, and with malevolence having entered the cottage. Given all these circumstances, not only had this fellow survived, but he seemed to have become even more spirited. Was he feigning weakness to deceive? The inability to detect any genuine energy from the other could imply two possibilities. Either he truly possessed none, or his strength far surpassed Zhao Jingbao's. Could it be this person was of the latter category? With this thought in mind, Zhao Jingbao's demeanor grew grave as he regarded Zhang Wen with caution, slowly inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" Zhang Wen, taken aback by the brawny man's sudden shift in demeanor, paused momentarily. However, the composure he had cultivated through nearly a decade of navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce held firm, allowing him to maintain a composed expression as he addressed the imposing figure before him. "That question seems more fitting for me to ask you, does it not?" Observing the brawny man's reaction, Zhang Wen's gaze flickered. It seemed this fellow had misunderstood something. The female specter? Oh no! The sudden disappearance of that malevolent presence appeared to be a significant matter for them. Could it be he had misjudged my strength? Yet, the brawny man had just probed into his body with that warm energy, which likely served as a means of detection. In that case, it would be impossible for him to be unaware that Zhang Wen bore no special traits. Or perhaps he remained oblivious to his own uniqueness? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Wen's mind as he regarded the brawny man, deciding to maintain his composure and observe the other's response. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingbao scrutinized Zhang Wen, narrowing his eyes slightly. The consistent lack of fear exhibited by Zhang Wen was striking, from the moment he had stepped out that evening seeking food and drink. Including now, this unflinching demeanor was either characteristic of an extraordinary individual or indicative of someone possessing remarkable skills. With this realization, Zhao Jingbao's gaze shifted, contemplating a change in his approach. "You need not worry. I am currently devoid of strength. Exceedingly weak, especially after that female malevolence drained considerable energy from me, did I believe, upon our first encounter, there should be no irreconcilable enmity between us. Why not sit down, enjoy some fine food and drink, and engage in an earnest dialogue, a mutually beneficial exchange?" Zhang Wen observed Zhao Jingbao's reaction and demeanor, feeling a stir within his heart that a genuine smile graced his face as he addressed the imposing figure before him. As long as the conversation did not devolve into threats of violence, there remained room for negotiation, given that negotiation was not an area of weakness for him. With this thought, Zhang Wen's gaze brightened, his serene confidence deepening. Zhao Jingbao, contemplating Zhang Wen's words, gradually found himself settling into a more thoughtful state, suddenly recognizing the merit in Zhang Wen's proposition. After some reflection, he introduced himself. "I am Zhao Jingbao, captain of the Iron Ridge Village Guard. I am Zhang Wen, an unnamed traveler." Upon hearing Zhao Jingbao's introduction, Zhang Wen finally exhaled in relief. As long as they could communicate, he could gradually ascertain the current situation. Conversely, Zhao Jingbao, upon hearing Zhang Wen's rather vague self-introduction, narrowed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowing. This introduction was undeniably perfunctory, that it seemed. This individual before him was indeed not ordinary, yet the aura he exuded was far too feeble. Could it be that he was a master capable of completely suppressing his presence? A fleeting thought crossed Zhao Jingbao's mind as he scrutinized Zhang Wen, prompting him to inquire, "Can you now answer me? What of the malevolence? This is no trivial matter. Should that malevolence find its way into the village, there are many elderly and vulnerable folk within." "Oh, you need not worry about that malevolence. I have already eradicated her. Therefore, the reason you imprisoned me here was to spare your villagers from facing the malevolence, was it not?" Zhang Wen narrowed his eyes, a half-smile forming as he directly questioned. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingbao's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 007. Meat and wine inside the thatched cottage. Upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, Zhao Jingbao's muscles tensed instantaneously, his gaze fixed on Zhang Wen, brimming with danger. "Captain Zhao, is it? Do not be alarmed, please. Sit down. Surely someone can bring in food and drink." Zhang Wen, however, wore a relaxed smile, warmly addressing Zhao Jing as he spoke. He casually settled down onto a pile of straw, as if facing an old friend rather than someone who had just used him as fodder for malevolent entities. Zhao Jingbao, observing Zhang Wen's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing Zhang Wen's lack of aggressive behavior, his own tense posture gradually relaxed. At this juncture, Zhao Jingbao was increasingly convinced that Zhang Wen was no ordinary individual. The aura and demeanor he exuded were unmistakably exceptional. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jingbao also took a seat. Though even in a seated position, he radiated an undeniable pressure. "Old Liu, bring in the meat dishes and wine," Zhao Jingbao commanded, his gaze still fixed on Zhang Wen. "Yes, Captain." Liu Tiancheng's voice resonated outside the thatched cottage. Hu Yibin led several team members to remain vigilant atop the wooden wall, just in case. Meanwhile, Liu Tiancheng, accompanied by a few members of the guard, had brought the food and drink requested by Jiang Wu and was waiting outside the thatched cottage. This was a directive from Zhao Jingbao. The strongest among them, Zhao Jingbao, was to enter the cottage to ascertain the situation, if any malevolent entities remained or if there were other unusual circumstances. As the captain of the guard, Zhao Jingbao was the most formidable presence among them, naturally more adept at adapting to unforeseen circumstances. Soon, Liu Tiancheng and 2 guard members entered, carrying 2 bottles of wine and some meat dishes, setting them gently between Zhao Jingbao and Zhang Wen. During this process, Liu Tiancheng cast a glance at Zhang Wen, who had fainted not far from the village earlier that day, a situation Liu Tiancheng had overseen. At that time, Zhang Wen's condition was not only weak, but evidently afflicted by a grave illness. Liu Tiancheng had even suspected that an epidemic might be ravaging a nearby village or town, with Zhang Wen as a refugee fleeing from such calamity. This was not an uncommon occurrence that in these tumultuous times, plagues and malevolent forces ran rampant, and demonic cultivators disregarded human life as if it were worthless. Overall, a small village like Teeling could easily be reduced to ashes amidst even a minor upheaval. Lost in thought, Liu Tiancheng subtly turned to Captain Zhao Jingbao, exchanging a cautious glance, urging him to be wary. "Lao Liu, you should head back to the village with the team. Things have been rather unsettled lately. That I'll have a word with Brother Zhang," Zhao Jingbao instructed, fully aware of Liu Tiancheng's concerns. If Zhang Wen were indeed concealing his strength, there would be little point in Liu Tiancheng and the others remaining. Conversely, if he was not hiding any abilities, their presence here would also be of little use. It would be more prudent to patrol the village first. "Understood, Captain," Liu Tiancheng nodded, casting one last serious look at Zhang Wen, who appeared vastly changed in spirit and health. He too was acutely aware of the precarious situation. In such chaotic times, one must not only guard against sudden disasters, but also be mindful of those who could not be offended. In a small village like Teeling, only Zhao Jingbao had reached the first level of qi training. As a newcomer to the path of cultivation, he might still be considered formidable within Teeling, but in the broader world, the first level of qi training was merely the lowest tier in the realm of cultivation. Therefore, if Zhang Wen truly possessed hidden strength, Teeling village could indeed be facing dire consequences. One could only hope for a stroke of good fortune, or that Zhang Wen was somewhat magnanimous. However, reflecting on this from a different perspective, if it were him, at this thought, Liu Tiancheng felt a tightening in his chest, his expression growing grim. Yet, all he could do was allow the captain to handle the situation. If it truly came to the worst possible outcome, with that thought, a glint of cold light flickered in Liu Tiancheng's eyes. As Liu Tiancheng and the 2 team members exited, only Zhao Jingbao and Zhang Wen remained within the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen looked at Zhao Jingbao, a calm smile gracing his face as he picked up a wine bottle from the ground with his right hand and a chicken leg with his left. Then raised the wine bottle in a toast to Zhao Jingbao. "Cheers!" Observing Zhang Wen's demeanor, Zhao Jingbao's expression softened considerably, his previous tension and wariness dissipating as he picked up a wine bottle from the ground and raised it in response to Zhang Wen. The sound of the 2 bottles clinking immediately alleviated much of the tension within the thatched cottage. Without hesitation, Zhang Wen poured himself a generous drink. This was not due to a lack of caution. After all, if the intention was to kill him, it would not require such elaborate methods or waste poison. One arrow would suffice. Furthermore, even if the wine were indeed poisoned, what difference would it make if he died a few days sooner or later? After enduring the torment of the brink of death for so long, Zhang Wen had gradually come to terms with many things. This transformation had significantly altered his character. Zhao Jingbao, unaware of Zhang Wen's thoughts, observed Zhang Wen's carefree demeanor with great admiration, that he too lifted his head and took a hearty swig, then set down the wine bottle. a hint of embarrassment evident as he spoke to Zhang Wen. "Brother Zhang, I must admit, I have been remiss and rather unkind. If you harbor any grievances, feel free to direct them at me. I will bear it, I accept." As the alcohol coursed through him, Zhao Jingbao's face flushed, and he regarded Zhang Wen with utmost seriousness, not jesting in the slightest. With the clink of their bottles and a shared drink, the atmosphere within the thatched cottage had transformed entirely. Zhang Wen, hearing Zhao Jingbao's words, merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond immediately. Instead, he took a large bite of the chicken leg, suppressing the rather unpalatable taste of the wine, and inquired of Zhao Jingbao, "Since you have not denied that you intended to use me as fodder for the malevolent entity, I shall refrain from mentioning it further. Having consumed this meal and drink, I shall consider it an apology, thus putting this matter to rest. What I wish to know now is whether this malevolent entity will return today." "Brother Zhang." Zhao Jingbao was momentarily taken aback, staring at Zhang Wen's composed expression, genuinely surprised that he did not seem to hold any grudges. That a flicker of guilt crossed his face, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Wen, however, said nothing, merely raising the chicken leg in his hand, smiling as he took another bite. He was hungry. "Brother Zhang, I acknowledge you as my comrade. If you have any requests in Tiling village, do not hesitate to voice them." Observing Zhang Wen, Zhao Jingbao seemed genuinely at a loss for words, bowing slightly to him, no longer attempting to justify himself. That, of course, there was little justification to offer. On the surface, it was evident that Tiling village had been at fault this time. Although the lives of the weak might be deemed insignificant, such behavior was rather commonplace. However, Zhang Wen was clearly not weak, and his magnanimity was striking. Though Zhao Jingbao did not entirely agree with Zhang Wen's attitude, it did not hinder the burgeoning goodwill he felt towards him. Goodwill, after all. Chapter 008. Brotherhood within the thatched cottage. Zhao Jingbao's attitude toward Zhang Wen had completely transformed at this juncture. It felt as though Zhao Jingbao had opened his heart to Zhang Wen, no longer concealing anything. After making a promise to Zhang Wen, Zhao Jingbao began to frown as he explained. "Brother Zhang, recently, a strange entity has been haunting the Iron Ridge Mountain, located several miles ahead of our Tiling village. For reasons unknown, it has been circling without respite. Furthermore, malevolent entities have gathered there every few days. I am entirely unaware of what is transpiring atop Iron Ridge Mountain, as we dare not venture up to investigate. The entire village is effectively in hiding. Even agricultural activities have been severely impacted. The malevolent entities from the mountain occasionally descend upon the village, wreaking havoc. Not long ago, the village suffered significant casualties. Subsequently, in a desperate bid, the elders of the village began to draw lots. Those chosen would come to this thatched cottage to await their fate. Initially, the plan was for them to serve as bait, while I used my talisman, bow to repel the malevolent entities from a distance. After all, I am the only one in the village who has reached the first level of Qi training, barely stepping onto the path of cultivation. However, the situation has deviated from our expectations. When the malevolent entities descended from Iron Ridge Mountain, they were indeed drawn to the life force of the elders in this thatched cottage. Yet, after devouring them, they would return to the mountain. This peculiar behavior has altered our original intentions. No longer are we luring them to kill them. It has become a matter of offering tributes, with a lot drawn every few days to determine which elder would come to the thatched cottage. Zhao Jingbao explained earnestly, while Zhang Wen felt a shiver run through him. Of course, there was no change in expression on Zhang Wen's face, yet his understanding of the world began to shift anew. From the unhesitating arrow shot at dusk to the current description by Zhao Jingbao, Zhang Wen could roughly grasp that this was no longer the Summer Kingdom, nor was it even the Blue Star. Using humans as bait, this was a world that adhered even more strictly to the law of the jungle than a reinforced concrete jungle. There was no order. Thus, power equated to order. Moreover, what was this first level of Qi training? Cultivators, malevolent entities, aberrations, a world imbued with extraordinary power? With these thoughts, a flicker of excitement surged within Zhang Wen's heart, rather than fear. If in the Blue Star his late-stage cancer was a death sentence, then in this world, reminiscent of legends filled with cultivation, demons, and malevolence, perhaps he could truly find a way and opportunity to continue living well. Of course, if it came to that, finding a means to become a malevolent entity or aberration that retained its memories might not be a bad direction either. However, these matters are to be considered in the future. The most pressing issue at present is concerning Zhao Jingbao. As these thoughts flickered through Zhang Wen's mind, he halted his contemplation just as Zhao Jingbao finished speaking. With a smile gracing his face, Zhang Wen interjected, "Brother Zhao, I can assist you in resolving the issue of the malevolent spirits that I find myself gravely injured and in need of a place to rest for a while. As you mentioned, there may be other malevolent entities that could approach, and fortuitously, I possess some minor tricks that could deal with them. Why not consider a collaboration?" Zhang Wen's expression radiated sincerity and warmth as he earnestly proposed his offer to Zhao Jingbao. Observing Zhang Wen's demeanor, Zhao Jingbao's eyes flickered momentarily with a subtle, inscrutable gleam, yet his face maintained a genuine and cheerful smile as he replied, "Brother Zhang, you appear to be quite the enigma. Oh no, it seems I can no longer refer to you merely as Brother Zhang. It should now be Brother Zhang. Since you are still injured, why not rest in the village? When the malevolent spirits arrive, it would not be too late to emerge and vanquish them. This dilapidated thatched cottage offers little protection from the wind and rain, and the surroundings are rather lacking. Moreover, I must admit, my previous actions were somewhat thoughtless. Brother Zhang, you must allow me and our village an opportunity to make amends." Zhao Jingbao regarded Zhang Wen with a face full of remorse, his tone imbued with a hint of embarrassment. In response, Zhang Wen merely smiled faintly, glanced at Zhao Jingbao, and refrained from immediately replying. Instead, as if lost in thought, he lowered his head to take another bite of the chicken leg, lifted the flask to sip the somewhat unpalatable wine, and after exhaling, turned his gaze back to Zhao Jingbao, offering a wry smile as he said, "Brother Zhao, do you think I was simply wandering and suddenly became injured? Therefore, it is not that I do not wish to enter your village. Trust me. For the sake of your village, it is perhaps best that I refrain from doing so. Resting here in this thatched cottage shall suffice. However, during my stay, I would appreciate your village's hospitality for food and drink. Of course, as compensation, you need not worry about the issue of the malevolent spirits." A glimmer of understanding flickered in Zhang Wen's eyes, and his expression bore a hint of bitter humor, as his words seemed to reveal a deeper sentiment. Zhao Jingbao's countenance shifted slightly upon hearing this, though it was a fleeting change, quickly replaced by his usual demeanor. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Zhao Jingbao regarded the forthright Zhang Wen, clasped his hands together in gratitude, and said, "It appears, Brother Zhang, that you have your own burdens. In that case, I shall not press the matter further. If Brother Zhang requires assistance, do not hesitate to ask. However, I can only promise to help within my means. As for anything beyond that, I hope you can understand. After all, I have a village to protect. Please rest here, and I will arrange for someone to tend to your needs that I ask for the night. Considering safety, you will need to be vigilant. That will suffice. Then I shall graciously accept, and once again, I thank you, Brother Zhao." Zhang Wen responded, mimicking Zhao Jingbao's gesture of clasping his hands, beginning to adopt this somewhat archaic manner of speaking. After all, he could not be certain if he would ever return to his previous world. The TO assimilates swiftly into this realm. One must naturally begin by imitating. Certainly, for someone like Zhang Wen, who had spent years in commerce and was accustomed to conversing with all manner of beings, this would pose little challenge. "You are too courteous, Brother Zhang. With that settled, I shall return to the village to keep watch. No need for formality. Brother Zhao, you may attend to your own affairs. Here, you need not worry. Just ensure my needs for food and drink are met." "Ha! That is easily arranged. Please rest well, Brother Zhang. I take my leave." Zhang Wen smiled and clasped his hands once more. Zhao Jingbao, having no further remarks, rose and bowed slightly in farewell to Zhang Wen. He then turned and strode purposefully to the entrance of the thatched cottage, squeezing out. However, once he turned away, Zhao Jingbao's expression momentarily soured before quickly returning to normal. Inside the thatched cottage, as Zhao Jingbao departed, Zhang Wen's countenance gradually darkened. Chapter 009. It arrived with a crimson romance as Zhao Jingbao squeezed through the door. Zhang Wen watched the retreating figure of Zhao Jingbao. Listening to the fading footsteps, lowering his gaze, he examined the somewhat unappetizing meat dishes under the bright moonlight, his expression growing increasingly somber. There is something amiss with Zhao Jingbao. Zhang Wen squinted, although their recent conversation appeared amicable. He sensed an underlying unease. The notion that the villagers' lives could be sacrificed as offerings to malevolent spirits suggested that Zhao Jingbao was no benevolent soul. Moreover, there was another troubling question. Why did those malevolent spirits depart after devouring a target, rather than proceeding to the village? If it were mere coincidence, it would indeed be too coincidental. From Zhang Wen's perspective, this seemed more akin to a meticulously orchestrated scheme. After all, these malevolent entities approach with docility to consume a vulnerable victim before retreating back to the mountains. Everything seemed far too calculated to be random. It felt like a scripted performance. Once could be chalked up to chance, twice might be excusable, and thrice could barely be considered coincidence. But what of the fourth time? The fifth? Clearly, this was no mere happenstance. Yet Zhang Wen could not fathom Zhao Jingbao's motives for such actions. Of course, this conspiracy theory could very well be erroneous. It was possible that such conjectures stemmed from his insufficient understanding of this world, leading to misunderstandings. Perhaps these malevolent spirits simply preferred to return for a nap after feasting? As Zhang Wen pondered, he continued to consume the meat dishes. What a pity he lacked a bowl of rice. As a southerner, missing a meal felt akin to not having eaten at all. However, in this foreign realm, now was not the time for him to be picky. With this thought, Zhang Wen felt even hungrier and gradually transitioned from savoring each bite to devouring hastily. Outside the village, beyond the wooden walls, "Captain, what are your thoughts?" Lu Tianqing inquired, following closely behind Zhao Jingbao as they approached the village's wooden perimeter. "For now, we must proceed with caution. This individual is likely a formidable expert of at least the 6th stage of Qi training. My true energy could not detect any response from within him, which leaves us with two possibilities. The first is that he possesses no true energy whatsoever. The second is that his cultivation level exceeds mine, rendering me incapable of assessing his strength. The first possibility is, of course, out of the question. Someone capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits could not possibly lack any power. Furthermore, he managed to eliminate that malevolent entity while gravely injured, indicating that his strength is likely considerable. Moreover, he must possess significant hidden cards. Thus, I have instructed the team not to offend him. I suspect that Zhang Wen has likely reached the 6th or 7th stage of Qi training. He may even possess specialized artifacts to counter malevolent spirits." Zhao Jingbao glanced back at the thatched cottage, his mood neutral, but his expression somewhat grave as he spoke to Lu Tianqing. "What? The 6th or 7th stage of Qi training? Him?" Lu Tianqing expressed disbelief, his complexion darkening, that if such a master were to learn that Lu Tianqing was the mastermind behind the decision to use him as a sacrificial offering to the malevolent spirits. "Indeed, it is highly probable. You witnessed the malevolent spirit enter the thatched cottage firsthand. Yet, it vanished without a trace. Apart from a few piercing cries, I felt no fluctuations of true energy or the presence of any artifacts. This is precisely why I did not act immediately. Old Lu, to be frank, I lack confidence. However, the situation is not entirely dire. He appears to be injured and requires time and a place to recuperate. Nevertheless, we must not act recklessly. He likely possesses healing elixirs. Otherwise, his recovery would not be so swift. We cannot ascertain how much power he has regained. We must remain prudent. His demeanor suggests he lacks the malevolent disposition of a demonic cultivator, indicating he is likely a righteous cultivator. In this respect, we have encountered a stroke of luck amidst our misfortune. For our village, this could be a blessing rather than a curse. Nonetheless, it is too early to draw conclusions. At this juncture, he is grievously wounded and in need of our assistance, hence his courteous manner. Should he recover and seek retribution against our village, that is not an impossibility. Given the circumstances, Lu Tianqing, you need not blame yourself. Your arrangements at the time were not misguided. Tomorrow, have Qiuling deliver meals and attend to his needs. Instruct Qiuling that whatever he requests, no matter how excessive, she should agree to as long as it is within her capability. Inform her that all of this is for the sake of the village. Other matters can wait, and we shall act as the situation unfolds." Zhao Jingbao's countenance was serious, yet a glimmer of cold calculation flickered in his eyes. He cast one last glance at the thatched cottage before suppressing his thoughts and stepping through the village gates. However, Lu Tiancheng, who followed closely behind, failed to notice Zhao Jingbao's expression at this moment. His mind was consumed with the notion that Zhang Wen might indeed be at the 6th or even 7th level of qi training. As for Zhao Jingbao's instructions regarding Qiuling, Lu Tiancheng found it perfectly reasonable. Only Hu Yibin, upon hearing Zhao Jingbao's directives to Lu Tiancheng, had a sudden change in countenance. Yet, glancing at the retreating figures of Zhao Jingbao and Lu Tiancheng, he ultimately bit his lip and chose to remain silent, his expression dark as he trailed behind them. The silver moon ascended slowly, and several hours later, as dawn approached, a fleeting shadow darted into the thatched cottage. On the wooden walls, Zhao Jingbao instructed the team members to rest while he remained to keep watch for the latter half of the night. Observing this scene, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Inside the thatched cottage, after a hearty meal and having finally freed himself from the clutches of hunger, Zhang Wen abruptly awoke, sensing that something had entered the cottage. It had approached his side. Previously deep in slumber, replenishing his fatigued spirit, he suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end, an array of goosebumps erupting across his skin. Following this, an overwhelming wave of exhilaration surged from within him like a tumultuous tide. His body was celebrating. In ecstasy, Zhang Wen's eyes flew open, meeting the gaze of a pair of scarlet eyes, his pupils constricting in an instant. Indeed, this entity had returned? No wonder every cell in his body seemed to be rejoicing. For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Wen felt not only devoid of fear, but rather, he found himself filled with an overwhelming excitement. Even more absurdly, he sensed that every cell in his body seemed to tremble with anticipation. Was this the thrill of tasting the marrow? Furthermore, why did he feel as if his cells possessed their own thoughts? These thoughts flickered past him as the malevolent entity hovering above him suddenly opened its gaping maw and let out a terrifying shriek. Ah! This horrifying scream instantly filled Zhang Wen's mind with a buzzing sensation, making him feel as if his ears were about to succumb to deafness. Originally intending to greet the creature and perhaps establish some form of communication, to discuss how one might become an intelligent being retaining memories, a superior malevolent entity, Zhang Wen's interest swiftly evaporated. Ugh! Observing that the creature possessed eyes, a nose, and a mouth, he initially felt a fleeting sense of joy. Thinking it might possess a higher intelligence, who would have thought? All right, be quiet. If you're going to possess me, do it quickly. I still want to sleep. Come on. What are you stalling for? Zhang Wen exclaimed, covering his ears with his hands and rolling his eyes at the entity. The creature, which had been shrieking, momentarily paused, taken aback by Zhang Wen's interruption, staring at him in bewilderment. Seeing this, Zhang Wen's heart stirred. This one seemed a bit different. Hey, dear malevolent spirit, before you absorb my vitality, could you please tell me if you can communicate? If not, and all you can do is scream like this, then you might as well just hurry up and possess me. At this juncture, Zhang Wen lay back upon the pile of grass, spreading his arms wide with a smile directed at the malevolent entity that he even found himself unable to resist licking his lips, to his surprise. The sensation of the entity possessing him, the refreshing chill enveloping his entire being, was not dissimilar to the allure of a romantic escapade. Chapter 010. The cruel world. Zhang Wen's words left the malevolent entity momentarily stunned. Its gaping maw suddenly froze, the shriek ceasing as it stared at Zhang Wen in confusion. Observing the creature's reaction, a glint of cold light flickered in Zhang Wen's eyes. Indeed, there was something amiss. Zhao Jingbao had scarcely departed when this entity appeared at his doorstep, not allowing him even a moment to indulge in pleasant dreams. Moreover, this one evidently exhibited a hint of humanity. Was it inherently so, or was it being manipulated from behind the scenes? This remained to be verified. However, if his suspicions were indeed correct, then this world was far too perilous. To think that the lives of an entire village were being sacrificed to nurture these malevolent beings. Such thoughts flashed through Zhang Wen's mind upon witnessing the creature's reaction. Nonetheless, what mattered most at this moment was, Zhang Wen glanced at his left wrist, noting the dwindling hours of his life, then smiled at the still-dazed entity. Suddenly extending his right hand, He seized the creature by the back of its head and pressed it against his chest. Since it had come, why delay? Let the revelries commence. The light entity, momentarily caught off guard, found itself pressed entirely into Zhang Wen's chest. But that was not the end. Zhang Wen, like an octopus, used all his limbs to ensnare the entity tightly, fully enveloping it within his body. This treatment seemed to bewilder the malevolent entity as if it were experiencing something entirely new. Only after the entire spirit was voluntarily captured and absorbed did the creature respond. Its violent consciousness erupting. Evil, bloodthirsty, and frenzied thoughts surged into Zhang Wen's consciousness like a torrent. It had never encountered such audacity before. Someone who actively sought to be possessed and devoured? It was a bizarre turn of fate. As Zhang Wen felt the familiar chill and the sharp pain in his head rapidly dissipate, he experienced a mix of slight tension and profound joy. He had not been mistaken. His body indeed harbored secrets. It seemed capable of absorbing these malevolent entities. The familiar icy sensation and the increment of life force on his wrist served as proof that his previous transformation stemmed from the female spirit's possession. And now, this male entity, oh no. Now that this malevolent being had been drawn into his body, the prior sensation returned. This confirmed that his body could indeed consume these entities. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained the increase in life force. Zhang Wen watched the numbers on his left wrist rise, unable to suppress a broad grin. Regardless of whether the entity was male or female, any being that could prolong his life and enhance his comfort was welcome. Though the entity's intelligence left much to be desired, it was beginning to sense that something was amiss, particularly upon realizing that it was not draining vitality as it normally would while possessing this human, but rather was experiencing an unsettling weakness instead. What happened to the promise of absorbing vital essence? Inside Zhang Wen, the malevolent entity attempted to seize control of his consciousness, only to discover that it was utterly impossible. Zhang Wen's consciousness, while not particularly strong or resilient, was somehow devouring its awareness. And why was it unable to leave after entering? Indeed, the entity encountered an awkward predicament. It had not merely been forced in. The more pressing issue was that while it had entered in good condition, it could not exit. Naturally, this formerly mindless malevolent being would not possess such thoughts. At this moment, within a cave on Teeling Mountain, a figure sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His expression remarkably grim. The ground beneath him emitted a faint glow. This was an array. The patterns began to operate under the infusion of spiritual energy from the spirit crystals, radiating a soft blue glow as the energy flowed. Surrounding the formation were four seemingly mundane objects that appeared quite peculiar in this context. A rattle drum, a pair of charred embroidered shoes, a blood-stained scythe, and an oil paper umbrella adorned with flowers and bamboo. These four items occupied the four symmetrical corners of the array, interconnected by the formation's patterns. The figure seated at the center of the formation was a middle-aged man, clad in a tattered gray robe. With disheveled hair illuminated by the faint blue glow, his scarred face resembling that of a malevolent spirit. Damn it! Could it be those little devils from the Sword Sky sect? No, even those rascals wouldn't dare stuff a malevolent being into their own bodies. What in the world is this monster? Damn you to hell, AP. 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 At this moment, the cross-legged figure finally opened his eyes, his expression dark and grim, unable to restrain a torrent of curses. Just then, the blood-stained scythe began to tremble incessantly, emitting faint, mournful wails. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged Taoist could no longer afford to curse, hastily forming hand seals, unleashing a technique that shot towards the scythe. With the technique's enhancement, the scythe stabilized as if all was well. Yet the middle-aged Taoist still bore a grim expression, retrieving a small porcelain vial and 3 translucent spirit crystals, each the size of a pigeon egg. First, he inserted the 3 pigeon egg-sized spirit crystals into the 3 focal points of the array responsible for supplying spiritual energy. Subsequently, the true essence within surged forth, converging upon the palm, as the small porcelain vial, enveloped by this essence, ascended to rest upon the scythe. The bottle's cork was forcefully dislodged by the essence, and a stream of crimson liquid, exuding a potent scent of blood, cascaded onto the blade of the scythe. Sizzle! The scythe seemed to possess an extraordinarily high temperature, and upon contact with the scarlet liquid, it began to roil violently along the edge. Furthermore, the liquid eerily seeped into the blade itself. Simultaneously, the middle-aged Taoist's hand seals shifted continuously, and the runes of the formation, fed by 3 pigeon egg-sized spirit crystals, radiated an even more intense glow. Meanwhile, within the thatched cottage, Zhang Wen sensed an unsettling change. The malevolent force within him, which had previously waned, began to thrash violently once more. However, instead of alarm, Zhang Wen felt a surge of delight, for he perceived that with the malevolence's resistance came an unexpected burst of vitality. The refreshing sensation coursing through his body intensified, and even the acceleration of his fleeting lifespan increased once more. Observing this sudden, unprovoked rebellion of the malevolence, Zhang Wen became increasingly convinced that these malevolent entities were most likely not mere stragglers, but were organized with a hidden agenda. Were they preying upon the villagers? How ruthless, how cruel is this world? Chapter 011. In this era, even being a malevolence is no easy task inside the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen reveled in the fierce struggles of the malevolence within him, for he realized that the more violently the malevolence fought, the more vibrant he felt. Particularly, the vitality of his lifespan, tethered to his left wrist, surged dramatically with each convulsion of the malevolence. Not only that, but he felt as though he were enveloped in a refreshing minty embrace, a sensation that was simply delightful. Every cell in his body seemed to cheer, to leap with joy. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Wen found himself somewhat enamored with this feeling. Thus, when the malevolence desperately sought to escape his body, Zhang Wen was unyielding. He pushed it back from whence it came. In a flurry of movement, the malevolence's head would dart out from behind Zhang Wen, then surge forth from above. Regrettably, aside from the brief moment it emerged from behind, the malevolence posed little trouble for Zhang Wen. The primary reason being that the malevolence could hardly extricate itself fully. It could only manage to protrude its head. Although this was an improvement over the female malevolence, which could only reveal the crown of its head, it was still limited to that. Regardless, the moment the malevolence's head emerged, it was always met with the palm of Zhang Wen. Despite the malevolence's frantic shrieks of distress, it could do nothing to Zhang Wen. It was as if Zhang Wen's body had become the most impenetrable prison in the world. It had entered with ease, but now sought to escape, only to find its efforts in vain. One must concede that, at times, the actions one takes when faced with life and death are indeed incomprehensible and difficult to replicate in ordinary circumstances. Had Zhang Wen been in good health, the presence of such a sinister entity within him might have felt temporarily secure, even somewhat comfortable. Yet, Zhang Wen would never allow this malevolence to linger within him for an extended period. After all, temporary safety does not guarantee perpetual safety. Should his body reach a critical threshold, this entity could potentially turn the tables and begin to consume him. Was he not then playing with fire? After all, encountering a malevolence was a first for Zhang Wen, and no one could predict the outcome. It was better to be cautious than to be sorry. Zhang Wen reflected on the profound transformations within him wrought by months of torment from illness and the dual burdens of life nearing its end. A chilling sensation began to diminish rapidly, replaced by a feeling of saturation within his body. Meanwhile, the malevolence, which had once been subdued, seemed to sense an opportunity and began to thrash violently again. What the hell? Could this be the fabled notion of good fortune failing against misfortune? At that moment, Zhang Wen felt a twinge of alarm deep within him, as the malevolence reacted with unexpected swiftness. Just as the sensation of saturation arose within Zhang Wen's body and the restraints slightly loosened, the malevolence let out a piercing shriek. Ah! With that scream, the malevolence's entire upper body burst forth from Zhang Wen's chest. However, Zhang Wen was quick to react. Just as he intended to seize the malevolence's shoulder, he suddenly hesitated. If his body had reached saturation, was it a blessing or a curse for the malevolence to remain within? This was indeed a dilemma. Since he could not ascertain the answer, the safest course of action would surely be to expel the malevolence from his body. With this thought, Zhang Wen resolutely abandoned his intention to pull the malevolence back into himself. Realizing that his safety was paramount, he instead calmed himself, observing the malevolence's frantic struggles to escape his body. Yet as he watched, Zhang Wen began to feel a sense of unease. The malevolence's reaction suggested that his body was akin to a terrifying abyss. However, just as Zhang Wen contemplated allowing the malevolence to leave, his body underwent another strange transformation. Zhang Wen's chest suddenly began to ripple, and to his astonishment, the skin on his chest began to grow at an alarming rate. Indeed, he watched in disbelief as the skin on his chest expanded wildly, enveloping the struggling malevolence. In mere moments, while Zhang Wen was momentarily stunned, his skin had tightly ensnared the malevolence. What in the world? Zhang Wen was taken aback. Compared to the malevolence, he now realized his own body was far more unsettling. More terrifying still? Not only Zhang Wen, but even the malevolence seemed to be horrified by this sudden turn of events. The malevolence scrambled beneath the layer of Zhang Wen's skin in a panic. Alas, its struggles were futile. The malevolence could not break free from the layer of skin that enveloped it. Its frantic attempts only resulted in the grotesque impression of a face forming upon Zhang Wen's skin. But all efforts were in vain. As Zhang Wen witnessed this scene, he found himself torn between joy and sorrow. Previously, he had contemplated various issues, his mind consumed with thoughts of survival. He even considered that if all else failed, becoming a ghost would suffice. Yet now, he suddenly recognized that amidst all his pondering, he had never considered whether there was something amiss with his own body. Of course, after all, with late-stage cancer, he had subconsciously regarded his body as already dead. But now Zhang Wen sensed that something was indeed awry. It seemed his body possessed a will of its own. Was it capable of capturing malevolences? No, wait, capturing evil entities? In that moment, as Zhang Wen observed the malevolence's futile struggles, which gradually subsided, his emotions became quite complex. As the malevolence's thrashing ceased, and it slowly receded back within Zhang Wen, his skin began to revert to its normal state. Just as the transformation of his skin gradually abated, the malevolence let out another piercing scream, attempting once more to break free. Unfortunately, the malevolence's intentions were commendable, yet reality proved to be exceedingly harsh, as the malevolence's head barely emerged from Zhang Wen's abdomen. Zhang Wen's belly rapidly expanded, ensnaring it once more. The earlier scene of struggle and resistance played out once again. The malevolence's fate mirrored that of its previous attempt, after a brief flurry of exertion. It soon succumbed, its cries growing weaker, as though pleading for mercy. Zhang Wen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for it. Yet after this second bout of struggle, the malevolence seemed to truly lack the strength to resist. Settling down within Zhang Wen's body, occasionally, it would poke out half a face to gasp for fresh air, and Zhang Wen's body remained unresponsive. However, once its entire head emerged, Zhang Wen's skin would immediately constrict around it. This scene left Zhang Wen in a state of bewilderment that in this day and age, even being a malevolence and seeking to siphon some life force is no easy feat. Chapter 012. No hesitation. Just action. As Zhang Wen lamented the challenges of being a malevolence in these times, the middle-aged Taoist within the cave on Iron Ridge had already turned an ashen shade, his forehead slick with cold sweat. His pale face took on a faint tinge of blue. Damn it, who the hell is this? Infu Mountain? No, it can't be Infu Mountain, the corpse-controlling sect? Cultivation technique? It bears some resemblance. Damn it. Wei Chengcheng. We'll remember this. Up. With a furious shout, Wei Chengcheng unleashed a torrent of expletives. This moment, the pent-up frustration within him was indescribable. However, this agitation aggravated his still-healing injuries, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Feeling the chaotic surge of true essence coursing through his body once more, accompanied by the faint stirrings of sword energy, Wei Chengcheng's expression darkened, resembling a tablecloth that had not been washed for years. Damn those dogs of the Heavenly Sword sect. Damn those curs of the corpse-controlling sect. Wei Chengcheng will not let this rest. Deep within, he silently vowed vengeance, while his hands were not idle, casting seals toward the scythe. With a whoosh, a chilling, eerie blue flame erupted from the scythe, followed by a low howl emanating from it, as an ethereal visage began to coalesce upon its blade. Unfortunately, before the visage could fully materialize, it let out a mournful wail and was consumed by the ghostly flames. Turning to nothingness, before long, the scythe began to decay at an alarming rate, its handle rotting and the blade rusting. Mere breaths later, what had seemed a well-maintained weapon appeared as though it had endured the ravages of countless years. Watching this scene unfold, although fury burned in Wei Qingqing's eyes, his countenance began to regain its composure. Since this evil entity could no longer be retracted, it was surely lost. He gritted his teeth and severed the connection. For otherwise entangled by this malevolent imprint, his own injuries would only worsen. Damn the heavenly sword sect. That despicable wretch, and those curs of the corpse-controlling sect. After fleeing here, the two malevolent beings he had painstakingly cultivated vanished in such a bewildering manner. How could Wei Qingqing's mood possibly improve? Yet, despite the tempest of his anger, he had no outlet for it at this moment. Feeling the lingering sword energy within him, he glanced at the charred embroidered shoes and the utterly unrecognizable scythe. Looking at the remaining rattle drum and the floral bamboo oil paper umbrella, he could only clench his teeth and temporarily swallow his indignation. From within his robe, he retrieved a small porcelain vial, poured out a pill, and swallowed it, forcing himself to calm his mind and expel the residual sword energy from his body. To resolve external troubles, one must first address internal afflictions. This was a principle that Wei Qingqing naturally understood. Nevertheless, even in this secluded place, he still formed seals with his hands, conjuring spells that shot toward the rattle drum and the floral bamboo oil paper umbrella. Instantly, two phantoms emerged from the rattle drum and the umbrella. Healing, of course, required the preservation of protective measures. Observing these two cherished artifacts, Wei Qingqing felt a slight comfort wash over him, and he began to close his eyes, concentrating fully on his recuperation. At that moment, upon the oil paper umbrella, a striking figure clad in black, holding a red umbrella, was enveloped in a faint black mist, emanating a potent aura of malevolence. Meanwhile, atop the rattle drum, a glowing orb of red light revealed the faint outline of a curled figure, hugging its knees. As the middle-aged Taoist made his move, the scythe underwent a dramatic transformation. Within the thatched cottage, the malevolent presence within Zhang Wen's body also experienced a new shift. Originally, this entity had merely paused, but Zhang Wen could clearly sense that it was merely gathering strength while lying in wait. However, now it seemed to have suddenly withered, as if gravely wounded. Even Zhang Wen could distinctly feel that this fiend was on the brink of death. Though this being was already a spirit of the dead, Zhang Wen felt as though it was about to perish anew. Had Zhang Wen's body not felt satiated, he would have continued to devour this malevolence. At this rate, it would not be long before this entity met the same fate as the previous female specter. Could it be that the manipulator behind this malevolence had given up? A glimmer crossed Zhang Wen's eyes, his expression turning serious. The feeling this malevolence imparted could not be mistaken. There was certainly a puppeteer behind it. Thus, a new question arose that Zhang Wen was compelled to ponder. First, who was the manipulator behind this? If he were to eliminate this controlled malevolence, would the puppeteer retaliate immediately or lurk in the shadows, watching his every move? Given the circumstances in this small village, where he dared not act brazenly, it was apparent the adversary harbored some reservations and practiced caution. Yet, Zhang Wen could not help but consider whether his actions would provoke the enemy. After all, a cornered rabbit will bite. The second question was, if the adversary truly did come, what were his chances of success against an opponent evidently possessing extraordinary power? If he could not prevail, what were the chances of a strategic retreat to ensure survival? Contemplating this, Zhang Wen suddenly chuckled. There was truly no need for further deliberation. Despite the issues surrounding the guard captain and the collusion with the shadowy mastermind, were these truly problems? No, they were not. This was an unfamiliar world, and in the face of such unknown tactics, the probability of a successful escape was nearly zeroed. In light of this, it would be better to remain and face whatever may come. Zhang Wen raised his left hand, glancing at the additional 10 days of lifespan bestowed upon him, and with over 20 days left to live. What was there to fear? Nothing. But if they came, they could converse. If not, then it would simply come down to one word: fight. As for the outcome, how important was it? Not important. Winning or losing was a matter of strength. Whether to fight or not was a matter of attitude. In life, lacking one's own stance rendered one no different from a salted fish. Having made this determination, Zhang Wen felt no more confusion that he surveyed the remaining food and drink laid out before him, then glanced at the malevolence's head that had emerged from his chest, appearing somewhat sickly and listless. With a smile, he sat down, his demeanor unruffled, picked up his chopsticks, and placed a cold slice of meat into his mouth. Raising his head, he took a sip of wine, wrinkling his brow slightly. That it must be said, this wine was truly poorly brewed. Meanwhile, outside the village, atop the wooden wall, Zhao Jingbao sensed the renewed stillness within the thatched cottage. His expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Chapter 03. The poor rely on mutation. Zhao Jingbao's countenance darkened as he gazed at the silent village devoid of even the crowing of roosters or barking of dogs. Confirming that no one was paying him any mind, his gaze flickered momentarily, and he leaped down from the wooden wall. This wall, merely 5 meters high, was easily surmountable for someone of Zhao Jingbao's prowess. In the dead of night, he had sent all the guards to rest to facilitate his movements. Now he found himself alone, surrounded by an eerie silence. With a soft thud upon landing, Zhao Jingbao steadied himself and swiftly made his way toward the thatched cottage. Though he appeared robust, his movements were remarkably light and agile. Betraying none of his bulk, silently, he approached the cottage, pressing against the earthen wall beside the door, his expression grave as he strained to listen to the sounds coming from within. At that moment, within the cottage, Zhang Wen, who had been eating while contemplating, felt the malevolence in his chest suddenly retract. This unexpected shift caught Zhang Wen off guard, prompting him to squint and survey his surroundings. Had someone arrived? Despite his preoccupation with food and thought, Zhang Wen had remained vigilant, his senses attuned to the world around him. Before long, he noticed a shadow cast by the moonlight at the entrance. So robust, it must be the guard captain, Zhao Jingbao? This fellow was indeed suspicious. Yet, what exactly was his connection to the puppeteer controlling the malevolence? However, the cruel manner in which he had turned the entire village's populace into fodder for cultivating malevolence spoke volumes about Zhao Jingbao's heartlessness. Was his reluctance to strike directly due to some reservations or a particular scheme? With this thought, a glimmer sparked in Zhang Wen's eyes, and he exaggerated his movements as he continued to eat. Zhang Wen was eager to discern Zhao Jingbao's intentions. Smack, smack, gulp. The sounds of eating and drinking from within the cottage caused Zhao Jingbao's brow to furrow. Had the Taoist malevolence been vanquished? That should not be the case. After the first failure, the Taoists should have dispatched an even stronger entity. A wave of dread washed over Zhao Jingbao. Could it be? Zhang Wen, as if something clicked in his mind, Zhao Jingbao's expression shifted dramatically, and he silently departed from the thatched cottage, hastening back toward the village. Upon reaching the wooden wall, he leapt back atop it. Only after regaining his position did he tighten his grip on his longbow. Allowing himself a moment of relief, peering at the thatched cottage from a distance, a chill ran down Zhao Jingbao's spine. The sounds of eating and drinking were ample evidence that Zhang Wen remained alive and well. Yet, since the Taoist had sent forth a stronger malevolence, and Zhang Wen was still unscathed, it implied one critical point. Zhang Wen was undoubtedly formidable, coupled with the instructions the Taoist had long given regarding the Iron Ridge Mountains. Could it be? Zhao Jingbao's pupils constricted suddenly as a possibility dawned upon him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The thought that had unexpectedly surfaced in his mind only grew more certain the more he contemplated it. Gazing at the thatched cottage in the distance, Zhao Jingbao's eyes flickered with uncertainty and disbelief. Meanwhile, inside the cottage, Zhang Wen watched the departing shadow at the doorway, his own gaze shimmering with myriad thoughts. Setting down his chopsticks and wine jug, he lifted his head to regard the cottage roof, which resembled a skylight, that as he beheld the myriad stars dotting the night sky. A faint sigh escaped his lips. The brief span of time since his awakening had been filled with experiences far more exhilarating than those of his time on Blue Star. Yet, the peril inherent in this new existence was unparalleled. Casting his gaze downward at the malevolent entity that had emerged from his chest, Zhang Wen furrowed his brow. A lingering concern troubled him. Would the sensation of fullness in his body gradually dissipate? Was this ghastly creature destined to roam within him, appearing at his chest one moment and at his backside the next? This was hardly a sustainable situation. It seemed imperative to discover the methods of cultivating qi in this world. However, he wondered if, as a non-native of this realm, he would even be capable of such cultivation. After all, despite the superficial similarities among humanity across different worlds, physiological differences were entirely plausible. Even on Blue Star, distinctions existed among individuals of various ethnicities. Zhang Wen wrestled with these weighty thoughts. A sudden surge of agitation and exhilaration erupted within him, abruptly disrupting his train of thought. The origins of this inexplicable emotion were unclear, prompting Zhang Wen to frown. Clearly, this feeling was abnormal. Could it be the malevolent entity orchestrating this turmoil? Yet he sensed that the entity was cowering within him, trembling in fear. What then was the source of this irrational agitation and elation? At that moment, Zhang Wen found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He felt as though he were divided in two, but his rational mind remained intact, yet a torrent of restlessness and exuberance surged from within. Suddenly, Zhang Wen's brow knitted deeply. It seemed there was an uncontrollable wave of fervor and exhilaration being birthed within him. What kind of bizarre situation was this? A side effect of consuming the malevolent entity? Just as he pondered this, his body underwent another transformation. That a resonating thump echoed within him, followed by a rapid acceleration of his heartbeat. The intensity of his heartbeat made him feel as though his heart would leap from his chest. Not only that, but as his blood surged through his rapidly beating heart, he felt his muscles involuntarily tense. To his astonishment, a sensation of overwhelming strength coursed through him, causing his top muscles to expand at an astonishing rate. Raising his right hand, Zhang Wen stared in disbelief at his previously frail physique, now rapidly bulging with muscle. Muscle fibers erupted from various parts of his body, and as the sounds of expansion filled the air, he could no longer resist the urge to stand. To his shock, he discovered he had grown taller. While he marveled at this transformation, his muscles continued to swell. In a matter of breaths, his once slender frame morphed into that of a muscular man, rivaling Zhao Jingbao. No, it was more accurate to say he surpassed Zhao Jingbao in muscularity. What in the world was happening? Was this the result of some mutation brought on by poverty? Was he destined to be a high-flying, wealthy elite? Inside the thatched cottage, Zhang Wen stood bewildered, grappling with the implications of his newfound physique. What was the meaning of this? First, an inexplicable surge of agitation and exhilaration, followed by a physical metamorphosis. If he were to transform, it should at least be under circumstances he could comprehend and control. Clenching his fist, he marveled at the unfamiliar strength coursing through him, although he felt a twinge of anxiety. He also relished the exhilarating sensation of newfound power. In his previous, more delicate state, he had always leaned towards intellectual pursuits rather than physical exertion. Thus, while he had concerns regarding the ramifications of this transformation, his curiosity about this extraordinary experience was overwhelming. With a slight exertion, he attempted to jump, nearly propelling himself through the thatched roof, which startled him. This body was it truly so formidable? Enduring the influence of the agitation and elation, Zhang Wen began to perform small movements within the cottage, acclimating himself to his transformed physique. Overall, this transformation had undoubtedly conferred an extraordinary enhancement of strength. However, it also bore significant drawbacks. The incessant surge of agitation and exhilaration from within severely impeded his ability to think clearly. The intensity of these emotions almost compelled him to dismantle the cottage. Were it not for his rationality firmly suppressing these urges, he feared the structure would have crumbled into a pile of debris. Yet, the novelty of his transformed state was swiftly overshadowed by a chilling realization. When Zhang Wen inadvertently glanced at the countdown of his remaining life on his left wrist, he was dismayed to see the numbers diminishing at an alarming rate. The implication was clear. This transformation exacted a toll on his lifespan. The newfound strength came at the cost of his very existence. If this continued, he might find himself lying beneath a white cloth in the cottage before long. Fortunately, as the agitation and exhilaration subsided, Zhang Wen's body gradually returned to normalcy. His physique began to shrink, and his heartbeat slowed. With this restoration, a sense of relief washed over him. Yet soon after, a wave of weakness and emptiness surged through him. At that moment, the malevolent entity within him, now curled into a ball, attempted to escape. Alas, regardless of its efforts, even in his weakened state, Zhang Wen's body proved too formidable for the entity to make any significant escape. Moreover, the excruciating pain and headache that had previously subsided seemed poised to return. Zhang Wen could feel his own weakness, let alone the entity's struggles. With a sudden gasp, the malevolent being emitted a feeble wail, barely distinguishable from the mewling of a kitten. Were it not for the stillness of the night in the cottage, Zhang Wen might not have heard it at all. As he took a deep breath, the familiar refreshing sensation flooded through him once more. After a few breaths, the feeling of fullness returned, and the entity lay weakened and motionless. Zhang Wen observed this scene unfold within him. He glanced at his left wrist, where the lifespan he had just expended began to replenish. A sudden realization struck him. The recent transformation of his body might have been linked to the malignant cells proliferating within him. After consuming the entity, his body underwent a transformation. First, his skin had grown to ensnare the entity, and now his muscles surged with newfound strength. However, this transformation came at a steep price: the depletion of his lifespan. While he now understood that lifespan could be restored by consuming malevolent entities, a pressing concern loomed. What would happen if his lifespan ran out without entities to replenish it? Furthermore, even if his lifespan was sufficient, would prolonged transformations lead to other side effects? After all, the duality of his experience, rationality and agitation, was not particularly comfortable and provided little sense of security. Zhang Wen felt as if he were teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown, fearing that a moment's inattention might land him in a psychiatric institution. Moreover, there was a grave issue at hand. He had no means of controlling this transformation. Just moments ago, it had occurred without warning, and now it had reverted just as mysteriously. What if, while sleeping, his body underwent another transformation? Though he might feel agitated and exuberant, he could find himself waking to the end of his life. Looking down at his clothes, which had been stretched by his transformation, Zhang Wen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Had he known such occurrences awaited him after his transition, he would have chosen more elastic attire. Alas, his pants now threatened to slip down his waist. Rolling his eyes in frustration, he grasped his waistband, examining the button that had popped off. With no other option, he tightened his belt to create more space. Fashioning a makeshift not to prevent any exposure, it seemed he would need a new wardrobe soon. Standing there, Zhang Wen carefully contemplated the transformations within his body, and remarkable changes were observed, nor did any violent or frenzied emotion surface. Had it not been for the evidence left by the alteration in my attire, the recent bodily transformation might have seemed merely an illusion. Sensing that my body would likely remain stable for the time being, Zhang Wen glanced at the 23 days of life remaining on his left wrist and returned to sit down in the grassy mound, resuming his position prior to the bodily change. He began to ponder what factors he might have overlooked that could have triggered such a transformation. Could it be the food? Zhang Wen scrutinized the remaining bits of vegetable and meat sauce, wrinkling his brow as he picked up a bowl and took a few licks. Ugh! There's dirt. It must have been introduced during my earlier actions. After licking, he carefully attuned himself to the sensations throughout his body. No sensations. Excellent. Quite reasonable. Could it be the alcohol? Zhang Wen's gaze shifted to the wine bottle. They do say that inebriation can lead to reckless behavior, and perhaps a drunken body acting out is indeed plausible. He lifted the bottle and gulped down the last few mouthfuls of the unpleasant drink. After a while, still no sensations. Could it be too little? Zhang Wen stroked his unshaven face, now quite overgrown, and contemplated. In the thatched cottage, Zhang Wen ultimately conceded defeat. Each thought he entertained seemed plausible, yet upon closer inspection, all appeared unlikely. The most probable explanation would be a shift in emotions, or perhaps the cancer cells within him, having gorged themselves, indulged in a post-meal exercise. Regardless, without certainty regarding the cause, Zhang Wen decided against further exhausting his mental faculties. Coupled with the fatigue following the bodily alteration, he lay down on the grassy mound and drifted into a hazy slumber. This time, Zhang Wen enjoyed a remarkably peaceful sleep, that it was not until the sun had risen high in the sky that he awoke, the sunlight casting warmth upon his face, squinting against the dazzling rays. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and sat up, feeling a parched throat that made him frown slightly. "Sir, you are awake." A voice pierced through Zhang Wen's thoughts, momentarily startling him. Turning his head, he beheld a young girl who had appeared in the thatched cottage at some point. Her appearance could be described as delicate, clad in a floral-patterned dress that accentuated her youthful figure, exuding grace and vibrancy. Though her skin bore a slight tan, somewhat contrary to Zhang Wen's preference for fair skin, she was, by all accounts, a girl of considerable promise, particularly in her teenage years, with a touch of makeup and adornment. She could easily be considered a schoolbelle. Zhang Wen regarded the slightly nervous girl before him, and a flicker of emotion stirred within him. "Who are you?" "Greetings, Master Zhang, that I am Li Qiuling, assigned by Captain Zhao to attend to your needs." "Attend to my needs?" Zhang Wen surveyed the seemingly frail girl, no older than 15 or 16, and glanced around at the rustic walls and the open roof of the thatched cottage. "Attend to my needs?" Zhang raised an eyebrow. What exactly is Zhao Jingbao up to? Is this some sort of test for the officials? Noticing Zhang Wen's evident displeasure, Li Qiuling appeared even more anxious. Yet given Zhao Jingbao's esteemed position in the village, she could only suppress her apprehension and explain. "Yes, Master Zhang. Given the simplicity of this place, the captain instructed me to be at your service. Should you have any requests, be it for food, drink, or other necessities, I can certainly assist you." As she spoke, her voice trailed off, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Zhang Wen's eyes. Zhang Wen, upon hearing her words, refrained from further inquiries, narrowing his eyes as he quietly observed Li Qiuling. After a prolonged silence, during which sweat began to bead on her forehead, Zhang Wen finally spoke. "All right, I understand that in that case, please arrange for some food and drink, that I need some water. I am quite thirsty. Also, could you procure a change of clothes for me? I believe you can see that my current attire is rather unsuitable." "Understood, Master Zhang. Please wait a moment, that I have already brought water and toiletries for you to wash up. The village has prepared food, and it should be ready by now. I will fetch it shortly." Hearing Zhang Wen's requests, Li Qiuling felt a wave of relief wash over her. After responding, she exited the cottage, returning shortly with a basin of clear water and toiletries, sufficiently prepared. After offering a slight bow to Zhang Wen, she straightened up to take her leave, only to suddenly turn pale. "And Master Zhang, your chest." Li Qiuling, trembling, stammered as she observed Zhang Wen preparing to wash his face, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Zhang Wen feared she might collapse from fright at any moment. Lowering his gaze to his chest, he noticed a ghastly entity partially protruding, and he understood what was happening. "Oh, do not be afraid, it is merely a malevolent spirit. Rather intriguing. Actually, I think I shall keep it within my body for a few days," Zhang Wen remarked nonchalantly to Li Qiuling. Not chastising the timid girl, that it was natural for anyone to be frightened upon encountering such a sight. Even he, had he not endured the relentless torment of terminal cancer, would have found this sight terrifying. "Keep it for a few days." Li Qiuling was left speechless, her fear momentarily forgotten as she swallowed hard. "Indeed, it is not as fearsome as it seems. Look, it is quite adorable, and when you touch it, it feels rather bouncy." Zhang Wen smiled at Li Qiuling as he explained, playfully pinching the spirit's face to his surprise. It was indeed quite springy, stretching several inches under his grasp, distorting its features into an unrecognizable visage. "Would you like to give it a try?" Zhang Wen puffed out his chest and asked Li Qiuling with a smile. "Ah, no, no, I couldn't possibly. How could I match your prowess, Master Zhang? Please wait. I will arrange for your food and clothes immediately." Li Qiuling, snapping back to reality, gazed at Zhang Wen, who was handling the spirit's head as if it were mere clay, her face paling as she shook her head vigorously before hastily exiting the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen watched Li Qiuling's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow and allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. This girl was likely sent by Zhao Jingbao to assess him, and the unexpected appearance of the spirit had inadvertently aided him. After a while, within the confines of the village's wooden walls, Zhao Jingbao, Lu Tiancheng, and Hu Yibin regarded Li Qiuling with solemn expressions. Li Qiuling, visibly anxious, reported to Zhao Jingbao the event she had just witnessed. Even now, having returned to the safety of the village, her mind buzzed with disbelief. That spirit emerged from his chest, and he remained unscathed, even instructing you to arrange food, drink, and clothing for him. Lu Tianqing's eyes widened in astonishment, a chill running down his spine as he questioned Li Qiuling. Could you have misjudged? A spirit possessing a body, besides being drained dry, what other possibilities exist? Even a cultivator should not withstand such an ordeal. Hu Yibin's face mirrored that of Lu Tianqing, shock evident in his features. Even he, known for his courage, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him as he listened to Li Qiuling's account, his imagination conjuring a chilling image. He even glanced down at his own chest, relieved to find nothing peculiar emerging from it. Not only were Lu Tianqing and Hu Yibin astounded and unnerved, but even Zhao Jingbao, who had only recently begun his journey into cultivation, wore a grim expression as he processed Li Qiuling's report, feeling a mix of dread and relief. Thank goodness he had exercised caution the previous night and pulled back. Otherwise, within the wooden walls, a peculiar silence enveloped the room. Li Qiuling observed Zhao Jingbao, who had always been the embodiment of strength in the village, now displaying a look of shock, stirring something within her. Yet, she quickly quelled her rising emotions, maintaining her composed demeanor, with a hint of fear intertwined with anxiety. She tentatively approached Zhao Jingbao, asking, "Captain, may I refrain from serving Master Zhang? That spirit truly. That is not impossible, but Qiuling, have you thought this through?" Zhao Jingbao did not dismiss Li Qiuling's request outright, yet his gaze bore an intensity that gradually turned serious. Both Zhao Jingbao and Lu Tianqing regarded Li Qiuling with narrowed eyes. Instead, Hu Yibin's gaze shifted slightly as he glanced at Zhao Jingbao and Lu Tianqing, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he gently addressed Li Qiuling. "Qiuling, do not be afraid. I will be patrolling the vicinity for the next few days. Should anything arise, simply call out to me. As for the night, you may return to the village, so there is little cause for concern." Upon hearing this, Li Qiuling looked up at Hu Yibin, then at Lu Tianqing and Zhao Jingbao, biting her lip and nodding. "Very well, Captain, I shall first fetch some food and drink from Master Zhang." "All right, go ahead and be diligent," Zhao Jingbao replied. Observing that Li Qiuling had quelled her earlier discontent, that a smile returned to his face as he gently instructed her. "Understood, Captain." Li Qiuling saluted and turned to leave. Yet, as she turned, her expression was not entirely cheerful. Her eyes flickered as if she were contemplating something. "Captain, what should we do?" Lu Tianqing asked Zhao Jingbao with a grave expression as he watched Li Qiuling's retreating figure. As Lu Tianqing posed his question, Hu Yibin also withdrew his gaze from Li Qiuling, now looking at Zhao Jingbao with a serious demeanor, that a person capable of manipulating malevolent spirits with ease, even if Zhao Jingbao remained silent. Both Hu Yibin and Lu Tianqing understood that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner at the qi refinement stage. What kind of nonsense is that? Allowing malevolence to inhabit one's body. How amusing! Hu Yibin could not help but swallow hard, his throat feeling parched. For the time being, we must place our trust in his goodwill, if he is indeed a disciple of the righteous sect. We should not encounter any significant issues. However, if Zhao Jingbao said thoughtfully, his expression darkening. The countenance of Hu Yibin and Lu Tianqing also fell in an instant at a practitioner at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement. Should he hold the village accountable, would be something Iron Ridge Village could hardly withstand. Yet the pressing concern was that, having already offended such a master, and under the circumstances of dragging him off to be fodder for malevolence while he lay grievously injured and unconscious, if they were to find themselves in such a predicament, Lu Tianqing and Hu Yibin questioned themselves. Those who dared to treat them in such a manner would undoubtedly meet a most unpleasant fate. In a moment, the three exchanged glances, falling into silence once more. After a while, it was Zhao Jingbao who first regained his composure, addressing Hu Yibin and Lu Tianqing with a serious tone. "Our only chance now is to stabilize the situation, to demonstrate our goodwill as much as possible, that if the other party truly belongs to a righteous sect, the likelihood of our village facing retribution later is considerably low, though we might even gain a period of protection without having to worry about malevolent spirits. Nonetheless, we cannot solely rely on the goodwill of others, that if all else fails, I will ascend the mountain. Zhao Jingbao narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke. Ascend the mountain. Captain, are you intending to? Hu Yibin responded, momentarily taken aback and somewhat anxious. Indeed, to lure a wolf into the fold. If one malevolent spirit is insufficient, then let us attract several. Perhaps even draw that sinister entity down. At this, a glint of cold determination flashed in Zhao Jingbao's eyes. An aberration. Captain, that is akin to a foundational stage cultivator. Lu Tianqing gulped, his complexion paling. Yes, Captain, with the strength of such an aberration, it would not be easy to lure it down the mountain. Moreover, even if we succeed in bringing it down, it would likely consume this Zhang Wen entirely. But there remains another issue. What if this aberration finds satisfaction only after devouring a qi refinement practitioner? Then, at that time, our village, Hu Yibin's face was etched with concern. Ah! Hu Yibin, where is your head? When the time comes for the captain to draw down the aberration, do you think our village's circumstances could possibly improve? It would merely culminate in mutual destruction. Even if Iron Ridge Village were to face calamity, we cannot allow our enemies to fare any better. Lu Tianqing scoffed at Hu Yibin, his tone laced with malice. Hearing Lu Tianqing's words, Hu Yibin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lu Tianqing's fierce expression as if seeing this individual for the first time. Enough. Let us not quarrel. All of this is mere speculation, and it is quite possible that nothing will occur and everything will proceed smoothly. Lu Tianqing, you should ensure that the elderly and children in the village remain hidden in the cellar after nightfall. Before sunset, make haste to complete the necessary tasks. The other able-bodied men must intensify their training. The number of our guard is still far too few. Hu Yibin, continue as before, taking 6 men to patrol the perimeter of the village. Furthermore, do not dwell on that girl Chioling. Do you not recall how her father met his end? And what we did to that scoundrel Feng Yuan and his gang? What exactly did they do to her? Are you unaware? She is merely a girl of questionable character. Hu Yibin, I must caution you. My sister has already made it clear that she will marry no one but you. Moreover, your wedding to my sister, had it not been delayed due to this malevolent disturbance, would have already taken place over a month ago. Should you dare to waver in your affections, do not blame me, Zhao Jingbao, for being ungracious. Zhao Jingbao cast a glance at Hu Yibin. His expression far from pleasant. The Hu Yibin was indeed a talented individual. His abilities in all respects worthy of his sister. However, it was regrettable that despite agreeing to marry Zhao Jingbao's sister under pressure, his heart was not truly committed to her. This fact infuriated Zhao Jingbao greatly. Yet his sister was enamored with him, and although Zhao Jingbao felt a strong sense of irritation, he found himself powerless to change the situation that if he were to confront Hu Yibin and thrash him. He feared he would face a fierce reprimand from his sister. Reflecting on his mother's early demise and his father's long absences hunting for sustenance, Zhao Jingbao realized he had been raised primarily by his sister. With a silent sigh, Zhao Jingbao resigned himself to the fact that whether Hu Yibin wished to or not, if his sister desired him, he would have to accept that Hu Yibin would be her husband. Indeed, Hu Yibin, the captain's sister, is regarded as a flower in our village. Your attitude is quite inappropriate. You have risen above your station, were it not for the captain's sister's unwavering affection for you. Do you have any idea how many suitors would be clamoring at the captain's doorstep? Lu Tianqing also cast a glance at Hu Yibin, his tone tinged with envy, his expression not particularly amiable. Chapter 017. Why are you so adorable? After Zhao Jingbao and Lu Tianqing's remarks, Hu Yibin's expression soured. To say that Zhao Jingbao's sister was undesirable would be a misrepresentation. She was the village's acknowledged beauty, diligent and loyal. Not only was she an excellent cook, but she had also inherited formidable skills from her father that a few strong men might find it challenging to best her in a confrontation. However, no matter how exemplary Zhao Xiantao was, she simply did not appeal to Hu Yibin. The primary reason being that Zhao Xiantao was perhaps too strong-willed. Though her assertiveness was not unreasonable, her refusal to relent in matters of principle left Hu Yibin feeling uneasy. The thought of spending decades alongside such a formidable character made Hu Yibin's scalp prickle. It must be said, while he possessed the courage to face malevolent spirits head-on when confronted with Zhao Xiantao, he could only concede. Thus, If he could not provoke her, could he not also avoid her? This was Hu Yibin's strategy for dealing with Zhao Xiantao prior to Zhao Jingbao's return to the village. This avoidance led to both of them spending several years in this manner. Now well into adulthood and still unmarried, one must consider how many young men and women in the village had already become parents by the age of 15 or 16. It was truly remarkable that Hu Yibin and Zhao Xiantao had reached their 20s without settling down. All right, old Hu, you should go patrol AS for that girl chilling. Do not dwell on her too much, Zhao Jingbao stated, his tone neutral as he gestured for Hu Yibin to proceed with his duties. Understood, Captain. Hu Yibin sighed inwardly, stealing a glance at Zhao Jingbao, whose mood was evidently not the brightest, regardless of his discomfort. He had no choice but to comply with the order to patrol. That in this world, the strong are revered. Zhao Jingbao was the strongest in Iron Ridge Village, and at this moment of malevolent incursion, was the greatest contributor to repelling such spirits. For both public and private reasons, Hu Yibin had no option but to acknowledge that he could hardly argue against Zhao Jingbao. The primary reason was simple. He lacked the standing. Meanwhile, as Lu Tiancheng watched Hu Yibin depart, a flicker of insight crossed his eyes. He turned to Zhao Jingbao and inquired, Captain, regarding Zhang Wen, must we truly remain so passive? I believe we could take the initiative. I still have 5 poisons. Enough, Lu Tiancheng. Do not underestimate the methods of the immortal. Zhao Jingbao interjected. The poisons you have studied may indeed be lethal to ordinary warriors and mortals, yet against a practitioner who has reached the Qi refinement stage and can so easily suppress malevolent spirits, their efficacy is limited. Do not forget his injuries. Given the speed of his recovery, do you believe he lacks medicinal pills? Moreover, Lu Tiancheng, although we are both in the Qi refinement stage, do not mistake the 6th or even 7th level practitioners for me, who is merely at the 1st level. There is no comparison. If the other party truly possesses such extraordinary skills, then even in a severely injured state, taking my life would be but a fleeting thought. The disparity is immense. Zhao Jingbao's expression was exceedingly grave. He did not choose to feign bravado or boast in front of Lu Tiancheng for the sake of his own dignity and authority. Upon hearing these words, Lu Tiancheng's face subtly shifted, and perceiving Zhao Jingbao's earnestness, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Of course, there is no need for you to be overly concerned if the situation becomes dire. I shall ascend the mountain myself to seek ways to draw the malevolent entity down to that point. Even if he is a 9th level Qi practitioner, he would be no more than an ant in the presence of the sinister forces. Observing Lu Tiancheng's anxiety, Zhao Jingbao spoke to him with a smile. However, as his words fell, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes, unnoticed by Lu Tiancheng. Hearing Zhao Jingbao's arrangement, although it was not the most perfect plan, Lu Tiancheng realized that at that juncture, given the strength of their village, there was little else they could do except risk everything. Within the confines of the wooden walls, Zhang Wen was blissfully unaware of the sordid affairs transpiring. He gazed at the stillness of the life force on his left wrist, then at the deteriorating state of the malevolent entity within him, deep in thought that a night had passed, and thus far, nothing had transpired. This entity trapped within his body did not seem to yield any significant results. Moreover, he did not feel any discomfort. Zhang Wen meticulously assessed his entire being, examining each muscle sensation. Aside from the faint coolness brought by the malevolent presence, he felt remarkably healthy, even stronger than before. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps it was merely an illusion, as he noticed that his once perfected abdominal muscles, cultivated to the pinnacle of achievement, seemed to regress, as if they were on the verge of transforming from 1 into 9. Yet, these matters were secondary. The most crucial point was that the excruciating pain that had plagued him for so long had indeed vanished. Although it might be temporary, the absence of such agony, especially after enduring months of relentless torment, was an invaluable experience for Zhang Wen, relishing the absence of pain and the soothing tranquility that enveloped him. Zhang Wen found his spirits lifted. It appeared that even with the malevolent entity residing within him for an extended period, it bore no ill effects on him, perhaps even benefits, not to mention the comfort it brought to his body. The cessation of the countdown of his life force was more than worth it. Excellent. Quite splendid. Zhang Wen glanced down at the entity's head, which had emerged from his chest, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at him. He couldn't help but pinch its pale, ethereal face. Ouch! Why are you so adorable? Zhang Wen chuckled, unable to resist the temptation to caress the malevolent being's visage, his heart swelling with delight. The Tio Zhang Wen. This entity resembled a divine elixir. That moment, Li Qiuling, who had just entered, turned slightly pale upon witnessing Zhang Wen cradling the head of the malevolent entity emerging from his chest, affectionately rubbing it while speaking with deep emotion. Why are you so cute? Li Qiuling shuddered involuntarily. Could it be that this Zhang Xianshi was a dark sorcerer? Only those who tread the path of malevolence would associate with such sinister beings, corpses, or monstrous entities. Oh, you're here. First, bring me something to drink. Zhang Wen, noticing Li Qiuling's bewilderment, understood her reaction. After all, if he were in her shoes, witnessing someone possessed by a malevolent spirit, with the entity emerging from their chest while the host conversed and jested with it, he too would feel a chill run down his spine. That was only natural for a young girl like Li Qiuling to feel fear, and Zhang Wen could empathize. Thus, he wore a warm smile and spoke gently. Chapter 018. What are you staring at? Open your mouth. Inside the thatched house, as Li Qiuling listened to Zhang Wen's soothing words and observed his smiling demeanor, her fear began to dissipate. Though the malevolent entity turned its gaze towards her, its lifeless eyes fixed upon her, causing her to feel uneasy, Li Qiuling managed to suppress her trepidation and carefully placed the bamboo food basket on the ground. As she drew closer, the malevolent entity remained still, allowing her to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. While keeping an eye on the entity, Li Qiuling began to unpack the food from the basket. Today's meal was quite abundant, although the portions were small. There were 4 dishes, a soup, and several steamed buns. Finally, Li Qiuling reached for a bamboo tube from her waist, placing it in front of Zhang Wen, and softly said, Zhang Xianshi, this is sour plum soup I brewed myself. It's incredibly refreshing. Please give it a try. Thank you. Have you eaten breakfast? If not, we could share a meal. Zhang Wen responded warmly, observing Li Qiuling's cautious demeanor with a smile. Despite her role as a mere food bearer, he believed that treating her well might yield favorable results, if not in the form of delicious dishes, then at least ensuring no unsavory ingredients made their way into his meal. Zhang Wen's inquiry visibly startled Li Qiuling, who hesitated momentarily, sensing the sincerity in his expression. However, she quickly composed herself, looking down shyly, and shyly replied, Zhang Xianshi, I have already eaten. You needn't worry about me. Here are some clothes. They were sewn by my mother for my father while he was still alive. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to wear them before he and my mother left this world together. I cannot find any suitable clothing at the moment, that if you don't mind, you may wear them. Our village is quite small, and there are no tailor shops. We usually buy fabric in town and sew our own garments. So, her father and mother departed together during their lifetimes? An orphan. Hence, she was assigned to serve him. It seems she was a child of misfortune, or perhaps this was merely a ploy to elicit his sympathy. However, judging by the redness in her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, it seemed genuine. Otherwise, her acting would be worthy of an Oscar. It's all right. I don't mind. Having clothes to wear is certainly better than going without. That I shall change once I finish eating. Zhang Wen pushed aside his thoughts, lifted the bamboo tube, removed the lid, inhaled the aroma, and took a small sip. The sweet and sour flavor was indeed delightful and not overly strong, quenching his thirst. Without hesitation, he took another large gulp, instantly relieving his parched throat. After several more sips, he exhaled with satisfaction, glancing at the waiting Li Qiuling with a smile. Delicious. I had a few drinks with Captain Zhao yesterday. You have no idea how my throat felt. This sour plum soup has indeed saved my life. Seeing Li Qiuling's reaction, Zhang Wen's face was filled with contentment as he spoke. With several gulps of the sour plum soup, not only did his throat feel better, but the discomfort in his stomach had also diminished considerably. Although he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, he still found it hard to adjust to it. Who even invented such a thing? What was so enjoyable about it? Li Qiuling, observing Zhang Wen's demeanor, felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say, standing there feeling slightly awkward. Come, sit down and eat together. Zhang Wen beckoned Li Qiuling to join him at the table. No, it's all right, Zhang Xianshi. I really have eaten, Li Qiuling protested, declining repeatedly. Didn't you just say you would do whatever I asked? Yet, now that I make a formal request, you refuse? What is this? Have you poisoned the food? Is your village plotting against me? Or are you afraid of this thing on my chest? That is easily resolved. Zhang Wen raised an eyebrow at Li Qiuling, playfully slapping his chest, causing the malevolent head to retreat. This entity, after all, only sought to escape Zhang Wen's body, wanting to reduce the speed of its own absorption. This was precisely why it preferred to poke its head out after possessing him, as it could neither flee nor resist, only helplessly emerge for a breath of fresh air. Rest assured, Zhang Xianshi, the food is absolutely safe. If you doubt it, I can taste it first, Li Qiuling exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she squatted down, only to awkwardly realize that she had brought only a single pair of chopsticks at that moment. Those chopsticks were in Zhang Wen's hands. Observing Li Qiuling's reaction, Zhang Wen raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, picking up a slice of meat with the chopsticks and holding it up to her mouth. This gesture left Li Qiuling momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Zhang Wen. What are you standing there for? Open your mouth! Zhang Wen feigned a stern expression, his brows furrowing slightly at Li Qiuling's response. As Li Qiuling observed Zhang Wen's expression, she involuntarily parted her lips amidst the exclamations of surprise. Shortly thereafter, she felt a tender morsel of meat being gently placed in her mouth, and the aroma of the stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat instantly enveloped her palate. That moment, Li Qiuling's face flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, all the while chewing eagerly to prove that the dish posed no threat. So, how does it taste? Is it delicious? Zhang Wen inquired with a smile, noticing her enjoyment. Master Zhang, it's absolutely delectable. Aunt Ma's culinary skills are renowned in the village. Well then, make sure to indulge, Zhang Wen chuckled, placing another piece of bamboo shoot delicately into her mouth, he then snapped the chopsticks in half, transforming them into 4 segments, 2 of which he handed to Li Qiuling. Retaining the other 2 for himself, he effectively created 4 pairs of chopsticks, albeit shorter. Nonetheless, they were preferable to eating with one's hands. Zhang Wen proceeded to grasp a dish of greens and savored them hungrily. After yesterday's indulgence of wine and meat, he was nearly weary of such fare. Although there was no rice, the vegetables paired with steamed buns were quite satisfactory, and Zhang Wen relished every bite. Meanwhile, as Li Qiuling contemplated the half-pair of chopsticks in her hands and savored the fragrant bamboo shoots in her mouth, she observed Zhang Wen devouring several pieces of the greens she had yet to sample herself. Her heart trembled slightly. Delicious. Aunt Ma's cooking truly excels. You should eat too. I find it terribly lonely to dine alone. Zhang Wen flashed her a smile, and then took another bite of bamboo shoot. Chapter 019. I will obey within the thatched cottage. Li Qiuling gazed at Zhang Wen as he chewed heartily, seemingly indifferent to any potential poison. She was momentarily taken aback. That moment, it dawned upon her that Zhang Wen wished for her to join him in this meal. The initial reluctance she felt dissipated significantly. Moreover, now that Zhang Wen had spoken, she realized she could not defy his wishes. Thus, it seemed more prudent to acquiesce. Suppressing the odd sensations within her, Li Qiuling decided to crouch down and partake in the meal alongside Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen, witnessing her newfound ease, smiled at her without uttering much more. However, upon noticing her seated posture, he glanced around, stood up, and fetched a piece of mud brick from the corner, placing it beneath her to sit upon. This gesture left Li Qiuling momentarily stunned. She stood stiffly, gazing at Zhang Wen in a daze. The heart that had long been dormant seemed to awaken with a flicker of vitality. It's better to sit on this brick. It's not graceful for a girl to crouch while eating, Zhang Wen remarked with a smile, brushing off the dust from his hands before returning to his pile of grass to continue eating. Though Li Qiuling obediently sat down and began to eat, an unrest stirred within her. She found it challenging to articulate the sensations coursing through her. Yet inexplicably, as she looked at Zhang Wen, her nervousness began to dissipate. Just then, the malevolent entity could no longer resist its incessant exploitation of Zhang Wen's body and emerged from his chest, its vacant eyes fixated on Li Qiuling. Strangely enough, despite the frightful scene that should have terrified her, Li Qiuling discovered a complex mix of emotions within herself, even as the malevolent spirit protruded from Zhang Wen's chest. She felt an unexpected lack of fear. Observing Zhang Wen, who was still voraciously consuming his meal, Li Qiuling lowered her head, taking a bite of the steamed bun to mask the tumult of her expressions and the tremor in her eyes. Zhang Wen, catching a glimpse of her reaction from the corner of his eye, noticed a flicker in her gaze as she focused intently on her food. For a moment, neither spoke. One savored his meal with gusto, while the other took delicate bites atop the mud brick. Their breakfast did not last long, and perhaps due to the peculiar mutations within his body, Zhang Wen felt an insatiable appetite. He believed he could consume yet another serving and still not be fully satisfied. Meanwhile, Li Qiuling appeared distracted, consumed by her thoughts as she continued to eat. Consequently, the entire basket of breakfast soon found its way into their bellies. After finishing, Li Qiuling did not linger idly. She deftly began to tidy up the dishes, though she dared not meet Zhang Wen's gaze. "Hold on, sit down, I have a few questions for you," Zhang Wen said with a smile, observing her bustling about. "Yes, Master Zhang," Li Qiuling replied. Pausing her actions, she returned to the mud brick, casting a glance at Zhang Wen, only to find him staring intently at her, causing her to hastily lower her head in a fluster. "No need to be nervous. I just need to ask you some basic questions. For starters, could you tell me where this is?" Zhang Wen inquired gently, his smile unwavering. "To report to Master Zhang, this is Tiling Village, belonging to Meng County of Binzhou in the Southern Qi Kingdom." Though she found it peculiar that Zhang Wen would ask such simple questions, Li Qiuling answered truthfully. Upon hearing her response, Zhang Wen's eyes glimmered with understanding. Coupled with the appearance of the two malevolent entities, he was now entirely convinced that he was not in the realm of the Blue Star's Xia Kingdom, but rather in a world reminiscent of ancient Xia, filled with many extraordinary phenomena. Tiling Village in Meng County, Binzhou of the Southern Qi Kingdom. When did your village start experiencing disturbances from malevolent entities? Zhang Wen nodded, continuing to smile as he posed his next question. Upon hearing this inquiry, Li Qiuling's countenance paled slightly, hinting at the unpleasant memories it stirred. However, she quickly suppressed those thoughts and responded, "To report to Master Zhang. Our village has only been plagued by these malevolent entities for a little over 3 months. Yet, even before their arrival, our village was not at peace. To summarize, Tiling Village originally had nearly 1,000 inhabitants. But now we are down to less than 200. Moreover, many among these remaining souls are injured or ill. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, our village's treatment of Master Zhang has indeed been inappropriate. I hope that Master Zhang can exercise leniency. Who ordered me to become the food for these malevolent entities? Do you know, Zhao Jingbao?" Zhang Wen squinted at Li Qiuling, raising an eyebrow. Master Zhang has misunderstood. It was not Captain Zhao, but rather Deputy Captain Lu Tiancheng, that he was responsible for patrol yesterday and happened to encounter you unconscious outside the village. Lu Tiancheng, Zhang Wen pondered momentarily. "Master Zhang, if our Tiling Village has offended you in any manner, I apologize on behalf of the village. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will obediently comply." At this moment, Li Qiuling lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Zhang Wen. "Oh," Zhang Wen replied, arching an eyebrow, and after a calm smile, he inquired gently, "There must be someone important to you in the village, right?" Li Qiuling hesitated for a moment, gazing at Zhang Wen's smiling face, and without much resistance, she replied, "To report to Master Zhang, I have a younger brother. He is only 10 years old, and our parents have passed away. Now, I am the only sister left. They say the eldest sister serves as a mother. So I implore Master Zhang to overlook our village's transgressions and spare Tiling Village this time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen regarded Li Qiuling with a glimmer in his eyes, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he asked, "It seems I have never stated any intention to take revenge on Tiling Village. Have I? Furthermore, if, as you say, the one who decided to make me the food for the malevolent entities is Deputy Captain Lu Tiancheng, then what does that have to do with you? If I were to seek vengeance, it would be against him, Lu Tiancheng. Surely, you would not be implicated?" After Zhang Wen's question, Li Qiuling hesitated, her expression reflecting uncertainty as she regarded him. "There's no need to fear or worry. We harbor no enmity between us, and I owe you a debt of gratitude for your care. Feel free to speak openly." Zhang Wen maintained a gentle tone, his smile unwavering. As Li Qiuling observed Zhang Wen's demeanor, she finally managed to faint. Bitter smile and replied truthfully, "Master Zhang, please do not underestimate me due to my youth. I am not naive. Thus, I urge you not to deceive me. I am well aware." At this, Zhang Wen found himself momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by that? Chapter 020. Is the water this deep? Inside the thatched cottage, Li Qiuling looked at the bewildered Zhang Wen, sighed with a rueful smile, and then spoke again, "Master Zhang, you need not deceive me that if you are a righteous cultivator, seeking revenge on Lu Tianqing, then to maintain your reputation as a disciple of the righteous path, it is highly likely that our humble Teeling village would face complete eradication at your hands. If you belong to the demonic sect, then the outcome would be even more dire. Since our Teeling village has offended you, we are surely doomed to face the fate of annihilation, Master Zhang. Qiu Ling understands that in this world, it is individuals of your caliber who hold the ultimate authority. For a small village like ours, the destruction of our home would scarcely draw a second glance from anyone. Mortal lives are as inconsequential as ants. Therefore, the only glimmer of hope that Teeling village can cling to is your genuine forgiveness." At this juncture, Li Qiuling paused, her head slightly bowed, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the bowl before her. Having laid bare her innermost thoughts so candidly, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet once the words were spoken, there was no taking them back. Did I in that moment? She had found herself inexplicably opening her heart to Zhang Wen, revealing everything. Now, at a loss for words, Li Qiuling could only await Zhang Wen's decision in silence. Zhang Wen, upon hearing her words, was momentarily rendered speechless. What madness is this? The thought of village slaughter at a whim. This world is even more brutal than I had imagined. However, he quickly reined in his shock, suddenly realizing a grave concern that if this world truly revered the strong, adhering to the law of the jungle, then in the absence of order and moral constraints, what Li Qiuling described was indeed a very real possibility. But if that were the case, what hope could ordinary folk have in this world? With such rampant self-destruction, where practitioners of Qi could so easily wipe out entire swathes of people, humanity would likely face extinction long ago? This defies all logic. Master Zhang, there is no need for denial. When you inquired about this place, it was surely to ascertain its location. Regrettably, Teeling village, being such a remote corner, belongs to the newly formed Southern Qi, which has yet to stabilize from the upheaval following its split from the Northern Qi. With the ruler currently incapacitated and in seclusion, the entire Southern Qi is in chaos, beset not only by the Northern Qi seeking to reclaim lost territories, but also by various disciples of demonic sects roaming freely. As a small village within Southern Qi, we are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter in the presence of cultivators like yourself. Moreover, the presence of malevolent entities in Teeling village and your arrival as a powerful practitioner, all of this leads Qiu Ling to understand one thing. Southern Qi is likely beyond saving. After all, the flames of war have already reached even the borders of a humble village like Teeling, let alone other places. Li Qiuling would habitar sekinla. Her expression clouded with confusion. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around her knees, her eyes reflecting a profound despondency. Zhang Wen, observing Li Qiuling before him, felt a genuine shock resonate within him. Is this world truly so terrifying? Not only are there demons and spirits, but even a girl from a small village possesses such keen insight. Zhang Wen suddenly sensed that navigating this world might be far more challenging than he had anticipated. What a hellish beginning this is. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain his image as a sage, refusing to let this girl overshadow him. Otherwise, should a chain reaction occur, revealing his true circumstances to the villagers, it would be uncertain whether he would be treated with hospitality or face a violent end. It was evident that if they discovered he was merely someone with a unique physique, effective against malevolent entities, yet incapable of even matching Zhao Jingbao in strength, he would be in serious trouble. At this moment, Zhang Wen realized that while he had maintained control of the conversation with Zhao Jingbao, he was somewhat at a disadvantage when faced with Li Qiuling. A mere girl in her teens? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Zhang Wen's expression remained unchanged. Still adorned with a faint smile, reassuring himself, he addressed Li Qiuling with an air of calm. I did not expect one so young as you to possess such clarity of thought. Given your eloquence, you must hold a respectable position in your village, correct? Position. Haha. Li Qiuling gazed at Zhang Wen, a melancholic smile gracing her lips. She quickly composed herself and continued to explain, Master Zhang, I am willing to cooperate with any inquiries you may have that I can share all that I know, including my personal secrets, without reservation. However, I humbly request one thing from you, Master Zhang. This request is merely a plea from Qiuling. Yet, let it be clear, this request is not a bargaining chip to coerce you. Even if you do not grant it, I will answer your questions truthfully based on my knowledge and am willing. I promise that, under the worst circumstances, I will not harm you or your brother. Furthermore, if your responses prove to be significantly beneficial to me, I can grant you some requests within my capacity. Zhang Wen interjected before Li Qiuling could finish, his gaze sharp and direct. However, he remained cautious, careful not to overcommit, that Li Qiuling was clearly taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would discern her unspoken request and agree to it even before she articulated it. Although his agreement was limited, it somehow provided her with reassurance. After all, grand promises are often little more than mere platitudes. After a moment, Li Qiuling regained her composure, rising to glance outside the thatched door, ensuring there was no one in sight. Once she confirmed the coast was clear, she returned to her seat on the earthen bricks and addressed Zhang Wen. Master Zhang, feel free to ask whatever you wish. My father was the village chief of Teeling, so I possess extensive knowledge about the village. However, I believe your interest lies beyond the trivial details of this dilapidated village, and my father held another identity as well. He was a former minister of the Qi Kingdom. As for his rank, it is hardly worth mentioning in your presence, so let us not dwell on it. What Qiuling wishes to convey is that my father was implicated in the division of the Qi Kingdom and was forced to resign. Retreating to Teeling Village to as his eldest daughter, I have lived through the events surrounding the northern and southern Qi divisions, though I was quite young at the time. Nevertheless, I have heard my father speak of the current situation in southern Qi and have gathered much information. Given your appearance here, it seems the situation in southern Qi is dire, that I fear the surrounding demonic sects are already stirring, poised to seize the opportunity to carve up southern Qi when the northern Qi advances. Even your actions here, Master, surely bear the influence of the northern Qi, and concerning the malevolent presence on the mountain. Even Zhao Jingbao is unaware that the emergence of an entity akin to a foundation establishment practitioner in this remote area indicates that the Ningxia sect from the Zhao region has begun to infiltrate southern Qi. Li Qiuling spoke slowly, but paused to gauge Zhang Wen's reaction. Zhang Wen, in turn, found himself somewhat bewildered. Is this world truly so deeply layered? Regardless of his inner turmoil, Zhang Wen maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Chapter 021. Do you think I am in need? Within the thatched dwelling, Li Qiuling observed Zhang Wen's calm expression, lost in thought, especially in light of his demeanor, which seemed to suggest that he anticipated everything. A flicker of realization ignited within her. Indeed, her suspicions had been correct. Drawing a deep breath at this moment, Li Qiuling sensed that, before Zhang Wen, her physical presence would scarcely serve as leverage, with the turmoil brewing in southern Qi. Zhang Wen's presence in this remote village, injured and unconscious, likely indicated he was one of the profit-seeking practitioners drawn to the region, that if that were the case, if that were true, then Master Zhang is undoubtedly far more formidable than Zhao Jingbao had imagined. He could very well be a genuine expert, perhaps even a foundation establishment practitioner. This revelation would certainly elucidate why the malevolent entity could not contend with Zhang when, after possessing him, it was evident that he was a foundation establishment practitioner, a level far beyond what this minor malevolent being could hope to rival. Even a severely injured foundation establishment practitioner would still overpower it. This was a comprehensive display of strength in the realm of Qi cultivation. It is the foundation establishment stage that marks the true threshold of enlightenment and longevity. As for the Qi refinement stage, merely a novice at the door. In that instant, a torrent of information regarding cultivation flashed through Li Qiuling's mind. Some imparted by her father during his lifetime, others gleaned from texts he had left behind. She had once aspired to tread the path of qi cultivation, but alas, Li Qiuling recalled that in her youth, before the Qi kingdom had fractured into the northern and southern factions, her father had taken her to the Heavenly Sword sect for an aptitude assessment. The result was, as one might expect, disheartening. Her aptitude was deemed the lowest of the low, with a conversion rate of spiritual energy to true energy that was lamentably poor. It would take her 2 or 3 decades to reach even the first level of Qi refinement. Given her qualifications, it was inconceivable for her to be accepted by the Heavenly Sword sect, the national sect of the Qi kingdom. Otherwise, the fate of the Li family might have experienced a pivotal shift due to the Tianjin sect. Alas, these thoughts flickered through Li Qiuling's mind in an instant. Now, she had come to a complete understanding of what she truly needed to do. As her thoughts became increasingly clear, her gaze grew more resolute. And she turned to Zhang Wen, speaking slowly. Master Zhang, the Ningxia sect of the Great Zhao, the Tianjin sect of the Northern Qi, the Yinfu Mountain of the Western Shu, and the Yushi Gate of the Southern Miao. I fear that envoys from all these factions have already infiltrated the Southern Qi. Haven't they? After all, with the national leader gravely injured and in seclusion, combined with the predatory watch of the Northern Qi royal family and the Tianjin sect, the recently split Southern Qi, with its precarious foundation, stands vulnerable. Not only does it lack a celestial sect to suppress the realm, but its ruler is also incapacitated, leaving the nation leaderless at this moment. Southern Qi has become a delectable target for many. However, I wonder, Master Zhang, from which faction do you hail? Yet, given your prowess, it is evident that the competition must be fierce. Li Qiuling meticulously analyzed the situation, acutely aware that she needed to convince Zhang, one of her value, to attain her desires to as for her physical form and beauty. Such trifles were, but easily obtainable for cultivators like Zhang Wen. Only individuals like Zhao Jingbao and Lu Tianqing might believe they could contribute something meaningful. Yet Li Qiuling was well aware of her position. This understanding was precisely why she did not resist Zhao Jingbao's command. Although his motives were largely influenced by his sister, Zhao Xiantao, of course, should Zhang Wen genuinely take an interest in her, it would not be an unwelcome turn of events. She had long lost her purity. And now, apart from her younger brother, she had little left to lose. Zhang Wen, however, remained oblivious to Li Qiuling's thoughts at this juncture. He had grasped a rough understanding of his surroundings through her analysis. The newly independent Southern Qi, the ruler gravely injured in seclusion. And what are these factions? The Tianjin sect, Ningxia sect, Yinfu Mountain, and Yushi Gate. Aside from the Tianjin sect, which sounds somewhat normal, the others seem rather peculiar. Although Zhang Wen was somewhat astonished by the brutality of this world as revealed by Li Qiuling's analysis, his expression remained remarkably calm, as if what she articulated was merely the most fundamental knowledge, of which he was already aware. Resuming his composure, Zhang Wen maintained a serene demeanor as he addressed Li Qiuling. I did not anticipate that within this humble Teeling village, a young girl could be so profound. Indeed, your insights into the current state of Southern Qi are commendable. Yet, what use do they serve? What assistance can you provide me? Zhang Wen, of course, was still unaware of the true nature of the situation, having only recently learned from Li Qiuling that he was in Southern Qi. However, this did not hinder his composed facade as he skillfully maneuvered the conversation. Upon hearing Zhang Wen's inquiry, Li Qiuling had long been prepared for this moment. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Master Zhang, although Qiuling is unaware of your faction, your arrival in Southern Qi undoubtedly suggests an intention to stake your claim. The elements that make Southern Qi appealing to you are fundamentally limited to the spiritual veins and mineral deposits beneath the palace. Not to mention the Tianjin sect's sword cultivation secret techniques that the national leader possesses, that is the only righteous sect in the southern continent. The Tianjin sect suppresses all other demonic factions with its singular strength. Its power is self-evident. The value of the sword cultivation secret technique, one of the 2 paramount tomes of the Tianjin sect, should be clear to you. Li Qiuling paused momentarily, contemplating Zhang Wen's reaction, her gaze flickering with anticipation. Oh, what do you mean by that? Enlighten me about the might of the Tianjin sect. Reveal to me the true strength of the sword cultivation secret technique. Zhang Wen raised an eyebrow. Feigning indifference to the information, while internally, he began to integrate and analyze all that he had learned. I possessed the cultivation method for the qi refinement stage of the sword cultivation secret technique. Li Qiuling gritted her teeth and finally confessed to Zhang Wen. Oh! Zhang Wen nodded, though a jolt of surprise coursed through him. Externally, he maintained an air of tranquility, quietly observing Li Qiuling as she continued. Upon witnessing Zhang Wen's reaction, Li Qiuling was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't the sword cultivation secret technique of the Tianjin sect be a coveted target for all major factions? The thatched cottage fell into an awkward silence. After a prolonged pause, Zhang Wen chuckled and inquired, "You don't think that the qi refinement stage sword cultivation secret technique holds significant value for me, do you? Or perhaps you believe I am in dire need of it?" Zhang Wen gazed at Li Qiuling, shaking his head with a smile, as if bemused by her underestimation of him, at face value. This seemed to be the case. However, deep within, Zhang Wen's heart trembled with uncontainable anticipation. He was exceedingly curious and eager. The sword cultivation secret technique of the Tianjin sect could very well be the most expedient means for him to acquire a cultivation method. Although it pertained only to the qi refinement stage, Zhang Wen's desire for it remained fervent. Naturally, the more he yearned for it, the more composed his exterior became. Chapter 022. The cultivation method within reach within the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen displayed an air of indifference towards Li Qiuling's mention of the sword cultivation secret technique. Yet, in truth, he was filled with longing. After all, he had gleaned a considerable amount about the brutality of this world through Zhao Jingbao and Li Qiuling. Moreover, from Li Qiuling's words, he had acquired substantial insight into this realm. Overall, compared to the disorienting confusion he had felt upon his arrival yesterday, the world had begun to unveil its mysteries before him, diminishing its enigmatic aura in this merciless environment ruled by the law of the jungle. The significance of acquiring power was abundantly clear to Zhang Wen. Therefore, the sword cultivation secret technique that Li Qiuling spoke of was an essential acquisition for him. However, given the uncertainty of the situation, regardless of the angle from which he approached it, exhibiting a desire for the sword cultivation secret technique would be a severely disadvantageous move. Zhang Wen was certainly not foolish enough to make that mistake. In fact, he not only refrained from displaying his eagerness, but also aimed to convey a sense of unconcern at this moment. Years of experience in commerce had honed Zhang Wen's ability to perfection in this regard. His eyes, devoid of any tumult, resembled those of an unworldly sage, calmly regarding Li Qiuling, as if he sought to penetrate the depths of her soul with his gaze. Upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, Li Qiuling was initially taken aback, but she quickly came to a realization. Indeed, based on the current deductions, Zhang Wen was likely a foundational stage cultivator. Thus, even if the sword cultivation secret technique were immensely valuable, what purpose would a qi refinement stage cultivation method serve him? Yet, even with this understanding, Li Qiuling felt compelled to address Zhang Wen. "Master Zhang, while you may not require it, the sword cultivation secret technique is undeniably a unique treasure of the Tianjin sect. One of its foundational texts, although the qi refinement stage cultivation method may not hold significant utility for you, it possesses considerable research value. At the very least, it could enhance your chances of success when encountering disciples of the Tianjin sect. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle." After finishing her statement, Li Qiuling couldn't help but let out a slightly embarrassed laugh. She suddenly realized that she had perhaps overestimated herself. Zhang Wen's desire for the sword cultivation secret technique was nothing like what she had imagined. Reflecting on it now, that seemed to be the only reasonable conclusion. For a moment, Li Qiuling stared blankly at Zhang Wen, at a loss for words as the color drained from her face. Observing Li Qiuling's demeanor, Zhang Wen smiled and continued. "As for the sword cultivation secret technique, it holds little significance. Rather, I find myself quite intrigued by you. However, I have another question. If this sword cultivation secret technique is in your possession, why do you not cultivate it yourself? One must understand that even the brightest sun in the sky eventually sets, and it cannot bestow eternal light. The best way to ensure lasting illumination is to possess the ability to shine and glow oneself." Zhang Wen's tone was calm, and his gaze towards Li Qiuling was equally serene. As she listened to his words, Li Qiuling felt a sudden jolt in her heart, as if she had gained profound insight. Her gaze trembled as she looked at Zhang Wen. Yet, amidst the surge of emotions, Li Qiuling swiftly regained her composure. Gently shaking her head, she spoke to Zhang Wenyu with a hint of bitterness. Master Zhang, your words are indeed very insightful. Alas, some truths apply solely to you and not to me. You are well aware of the path of cultivating one's energy, Master Zhang. Just the condition of having spiritual roots alone has completely obstructed my path to cultivation. When I was a child, my father took me to the Tianjin sect to test my spiritual roots. Unfortunately, I did not even possess the most inferior mixed spiritual root, that I simply lacked the aptitude for cultivation. Li Qiuling's face was filled with desolation, and as she spoke, a profound sense of loss enveloped her. With a sigh, she sat idly on the mud brick, staring blankly at the untidy plates and chopsticks on the ground. Although Li Qiuling had not intended to rely solely on a modicum of cleverness and her limited understanding of the Southern Qi to seek a transformative opportunity from Zhang Wenyu, deep within her heart, she still harbored a desire to take a chance, clinging to a sliver of hope. However, this thought was somewhat suppressed within her. Thus, at first, she had no intention of voicing these sentiments. It was only after spending time with Zhang Wenyu that she discovered how easy it was to connect with him. The simplicity of his actions stirred profound emotions within her. She had forgotten how long it had been since she felt such sensations, especially after the tragic loss of her parents. Following that incident, just moments ago, Zhang Wenyu appeared like a beacon of light, suddenly illuminating her heart. This was precisely why she suddenly found herself revealing so much, expressing a side of herself that had never been shared in the village. Yet, regrettably, this cruel world remains inherently dark, that Li Qiuling felt that the light that had just ignited within her heart was extinguishing rapidly. As Zhang Wenyu listened to her words, a flicker of understanding flashed in his eyes. Aptitude? Spiritual roots? Indeed, the power structure of this world has its thresholds. Zhang Wenyu had anticipated this. After all, if cultivation truly had no barriers, it would resemble the compulsory education system of Blue Star, where everyone would be a dragon and cultivators would be abundant. The mere presence of ordinary people in this village clearly indicated to Zhang Wenyu that while this world possesses extraordinary powers, there must be thresholds for cultivation. That it appears that these thresholds are quite high, especially for common folk that cultivate. One does not only need access to cultivation techniques, but also the requisite spiritual roots. Analyzing Li Qiuling's words, it is evident that the methods of cultivation in this world are predominantly controlled by various major factions, and these factions impose strict requirements for spiritual roots when it comes to accepting disciples. Moreover, given his recent arrival, Li Qiuling's possession of the Tianjin sect sword cultivation manual is currently the most accessible and precious method of cultivation he can obtain. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wenyu's thoughts flashed through his mind, and he had generally determined his current situation. Yet, despite this, he remained entirely unflustered. Were it not for the fact that his phone had gone missing, he might have even considered taking a picture and posting it for likes. Recalling his scattered thoughts, Zhang Wenyu turned to the dejected Li Qiuling and spoke with a smile. Though you may not have much to offer me, what I said previously still stands, that I believe you can see that I am gravely injured and indeed require care. Otherwise, even if I wish to fulfill my promise, I would lack the strength to do so. Would you be willing to genuinely stay by my side? Zhang Wenyu gazed at Li Qiuling, his smile warm and his tone gentle. In this unfamiliar world, having a relatively manageable guide could undoubtedly save him a great deal of trouble. After all, one would need a translator when conducting affairs abroad. Chapter 023. The path is one's own choice inside the thatched cottage. Li Qiuling, who had been feeling despondent, suddenly lifted her head to look at Zhang Wenyu upon hearing his words. Master Zhang, is what you say true? Li Qiuling asked, her disbelief evident. You may choose not to believe it. You can consider it a deception on my part, Zhang Wenyu replied with a calm smile. No, Master Zhang. How could Qiuling dare? It's just that I find it a bit hard to believe. As for the question you pose, my answer is undoubtedly clear. I am willing, 100 times over. Li Qiuling looked at Zhang Wenyu, her expression brimming with surprise and disbelief. All right, you need not be overly joyful. The position of a servant is one I can relinquish at any moment, when the cost of protecting you outweighs the benefits I gain from you. I will naturally have my own considerations and self-interest. Heh, I only hope that when that time comes, you do not despair to the point of weeping uncontrollably. Zhang Wenyu maintained his smile, though his gaze towards Li Qiuling gradually turned colder. How much trust Zhang Wenyu could place in Li Qiuling was still uncertain to him. After all, life is akin to a play, heavily reliant on one's performance that in this harsh world, coupled with the nuances of this woman's mentality. He could not ascertain the authenticity of her expression since their first meeting, that of course. In the absence of evidence or clues that suggested her intentions were malicious, Zhang Wenyu was still inclined to offer her his trust. However, this trust would be tempered with caution. After all, having engaged in business for many years, he inevitably carried a hint of mercenary mentality. Though he was not an outright villain, he was certainly not a paragon of virtue either. Zhang Wenyu's guiding principle was simple. One must not be without defenses against others, and one should prioritize profit. In summary, he believed that while integrity is crucial for a businessman, profit must take precedence. Building trust and loyalty on a foundation of loss is ultimately unsustainable. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. Thus, a good guide. If I earn 100, I am naturally happy to give you 50 as remuneration. Of course, such words, when spoken to those with ulterior motives, could inadvertently establish a facade of genuine malice, effectively winning Li Qiuling's trust. These thoughts flitted through Zhang Wenyu's mind, unbeknownst to Li Qiuling. However, at that moment, as she listened to his words, she felt not discomfort, but rather perceived Zhang Wenyu as a person of genuine character. Master Zhang, as long as you are willing to protect my brother's life amidst this turmoil, I, Li Qiuling, am ready to offer everything. As she spoke, Li Qiuling fixed her unwavering gaze upon Zhang Wenyu. Then, she extended her right hand and removed the silver bracelet from her left wrist in front of Zhang Wenyu. She folded the silver bracelet repeatedly. With each gentle snap, the bracelet gradually broke in her hand, and Zhang Wenyu made no attempt to stop her, merely observing her actions, inwardly marveling. This young girl, seemingly unassuming and frail, possessed surprising strength. Li Qiuling did not pause. She carefully extracted a small piece of white silk from the broken silver bracelet and reverently presented it to Zhang Wenyu, softly saying, Master Zhang. This is the cultivation method for the Qi training period from the Tianjian sect, Sword Cultivation Manual. It has been hidden within this bracelet all along. My father acquired it at great cost when he was an official in the undivided Qi state. Intending to keep it as my dowry, I never anticipated. Though this cultivation method may not hold much value in your eyes, it is the most precious and valuable possession I have. Only it can express my sincerity. It is both my earnestness and my token of allegiance. Therefore, I implore you, Master, to accept it. Li Qiuling looked resolutely at Zhang Wenyu. She could not quite articulate why she felt compelled to do this. Yet, from the moment she entered the thatched cottage, Zhang Wenyu's every word and deed made her feel that he, despite his repeated assertions of not being a benevolent gentleman, was, in truth, a person who would lend a hand when within his means. Given her current circumstances and the situation in Teeling Village, it was clear that she had no time or opportunity to choose. Zhang Wenyu was likely her last chance for salvation. Thus, although he did not entirely meet her expectations, Li Qiuling chose to trust him, offering her most treasured possession, the cultivation method from the Tianjian sect's Sword Cultivation Manual for the Qi training period. Zhang Wenyu could surmise some of Li Qiuling's thoughts. However, he did not immediately accept the piece of white silk. Although he understood that he had achieved a small victory in this psychological game, he was also aware that the reason he was referred to as Master Zhang stemmed from the malevolent presence within him, which he did not fear, creating a misconception. While he could maintain a facade in the short term within the thatched cottage, prolonged exposure would present a different scenario entirely. These are two fundamentally different situations. Therefore, while Zhang Wenyu recognized that he had secured a modest victory in this psychological contest, however, the choice to reap the fruits of victory immediately remains unmade. Are you certain that you wish to entrust me with the cultivation methods of the Sword Sect's secret scriptures for the Qi refinement stage? Zhang Wen gazed unwaveringly into Li Qiuling's eyes, his expression serene. Indeed, Master, I have contemplated this thoroughly. Li Qiuling met Zhang Wen's gaze with equal resolve, her eyes brimming with determination. Do you know why I find myself in this thatched cottage? Zhang Wen refrained from taking the white silk cloth, opting instead to look up at the intricately carved roof, observing the clear, cloudless sky, and softly inquired of Li Qiuling, his voice tinged with melancholy. Continuing to maintain their gaze would pierce deep into Li Qiuling's soul, potentially bolstering his own presence, but also risking an unintended emotional backlash from her. Thus, Zhang Wen understood it was time to avert his gaze and exhibit a semblance of vulnerability. Negotiation requires a balance of tension and release. Master must have his own reasons. Li Qiuling felt a slight tightening in her heart upon witnessing Zhang Wen's desolate demeanor. If I were to tell you that my display of strength thus far has been but a fade, that I am, in fact, utterly powerless, gravely injured, and afflicted by a terminal illness, would you believe it? Zhang Wen lowered his gaze, his expression calm, and regarded Li Qiuling with a distant look, his tone seemingly sincere, yet subtly probing. This scene tightened Li Qiuling's chest, and she observed Zhang Wen in silence. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke. If what you say is true, then at that moment, Li Qiuling would accept her demise. After all, the path I tread was chosen by me. Upon hearing this, a smile broke upon Zhang Wen's face. Chapter 024. Are you of the demon race? Within the thatched cottage, as Li Qiuling's words fell, a genuine smile finally graced Zhang Wen's features. He scrutinized the girl before him once more, captivated by her steadfast gaze. Zhang Wen could not help but acknowledge that Li Qiuling was among those who stirred his emotions deeply over the years. Not due to mere beauty, but rather because of her character and her decisive demeanor in the face of adversity. For reasons unknown, looking at Li Qiuling transported Zhang Wen back to the day his parents passed away in his previous life, recalling the solitude he felt as he confronted the greedy individuals eager to divide his father's estate. In that moment, he too had been enveloped in a desperate resolve. Gazing at Li Qiuling, Zhang Wen felt an unexpected surge of emotions. What once seemed a trivial matter of emotional disturbance had transformed into something more profound. A resonant hum echoed in his mind, his heartbeat quickening. Thump, thump, thump. His blood surged anew, every muscle tautening, every cell seemingly roaring with fervor. A wave of agitation and exhilaration surged forth like a tempest. Acknowledging the tumult within, Zhang Wen felt a tightening in his chest, and despite his efforts to suppress it, he could not help but emit a soft exhalation. Subsequently, the muscles of his body began to swell, a terrifying strength coursing through him as that strange sensation resurfaced. A coexistence of calm and fervor enveloped Zhang Wen, who now stood at the intersection of two conflicting emotions. Was this the transformation experienced last night? As his body underwent this change, Zhang Wen stood tall, his height seemingly increasing, his veins bulging, muscles inflating as if filled with air. Driven by the surge of excitement, he gazed at Li Qiuling's delicate form and felt a ripple of emotion within him, even his breathing becoming more labored. Yet, having encountered this bodily transformation before, Zhang Wen was more mentally prepared this time. Although his emotions were unsettled, he refrained from any rash actions. Nonetheless, even as he appeared relatively composed, his transformed physique radiated an overwhelming aura. At that moment, Li Qiuling could only stare in astonishment at Zhang Wen, who had suddenly risen and undergone such a rapid transformation, her mind echoing a single thought. Is this what you call being severely injured and afflicted by a terminal illness? And you ask me to believe you? Master Zhang, as soon as your statement fell, you present me with this. Tell me, how am I to trust that? Despite her bewilderment, Li Qiuling felt no fear in the face of Zhang Wen's dramatic transformation. Instead, the aura he exuded, so distinct from before, caused her heart to race slightly faster. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen, sensing the shift within his body, began to understand that this transformation was likely tied to his emotional fluctuations. Even if not entirely so, it was certainly a significant factor. There might also be a malevolent force at play, providing energy to the cancer cells within him. Yet, regardless of the cause for the time being, these were merely Zhang Wen's conjectures, requiring time and further transformations for validation. The pressing concern now remained: could he control this bodily change? It seemed that emotions were indeed a vital guiding force. As he pondered this, Zhang Wen chose not to immediately suppress his body's transformation. Instead, he embraced the strength coursing through him, reaching out to grasp the white silk cloth in Li Qiuling's hand. Li Qiuling, in a daze, merely followed the movement of Zhang Wen's hand, her reaction muted. Even as he took the crucial white silk cloth from her grasp, she exhibited no resistance, merely watching in silence. Her astonishment evident. This observation stirred something within Zhang Wen. "Are you not afraid?" he inquired, holding the silk cloth yet appearing more curious than concerned as he regarded Li Qiuling. Upon hearing his question, she snapped back to reality, smiling at the transformed figure of Zhang Wen, who had morphed from a frail scholar into a muscular figure. Taking a deep breath to steady her astonishment, Li Qiuling smiled at Zhang Wen and said, "I am indeed surprised. But Master Zhang is no ordinary being, that is it not entirely normal for one with such celestial abilities to exhibit extraordinary phenomena. However, Master Zhang, your current appearance hardly aligns with the notion of being gravely injured." Though Li Qiuling's face bore a smile, and her words were calm, a flicker of disappointment danced in her eyes. Despite her instinctive admiration for Zhang Wen's formidable presence, it was evident that his display of strength was intended to intimidate her. Was he attempting to assert dominance? The mere thought dimmed the light in her gaze. Yet, Zhang Wen, seasoned in the subtleties of negotiation, noticed Li Qiuling's subtle change in demeanor, suppressing the rising agitation and exhilaration within him. He maintained a serene smile as he addressed her. If I were truly gravely injured, how could I possibly struggle to control my own body?" He spoke as if casually, before slowly resuming his seat upon the grass. Li Qiuling paused, absorbing his words, and then a realization illuminated her expression. Zhang Wen's sudden transformation was not an act of intimidation, but rather a manifestation of his overwhelming injury, connecting the dots with his previous words and his current struggle to maintain composure. A smile returned to Li Qiuling's face. This time, her smile radiated warmth. Even in her eyes, looking at Zhang Wen, she could not help but ask with curiosity, "Master Zhang, are you perhaps of the demon race?" Observing the remarkable transformations of Zhang Wen's physique and the distinct aura he emitted, Li Qiuling felt he was far from an ordinary cultivator. "What prompts such a question?" Zhang Wen, feeling the peculiar sensations within him and the emotional fluctuations, inquired of Li Qiuling. "Master Zhang, while I am unable to cultivate myself, my father's former position has granted me some knowledge of the cultivation world," Li Qiuling explained to Zhang Wen with a smile. Chapter 025. The distinction between inner and outer paths within the thatched cottage. Upon hearing Li Qiuling's words, Zhang Wen maintained an air of calmness on his visage, yet his heart experienced a subtle stir. With a smile directed at Li Qiuling, he inquired, "Oh, it seems your reservoir of knowledge is rather eclectic. Why not take a guess as to whether or not I belong to the demon race?" Though the information Li Qiuling possessed was perhaps limited, it was undeniably precious to Zhang Wen, who at this juncture was virtually devoid of understanding about this world that Li Qiuling, oblivious to Zhang Wen's inner thoughts, perceived his inquiry and calm demeanor, realizing that Zhang Xianshi seemed intent on testing her knowledge. After a moment's contemplation to organize her thoughts, Li Qiuling, with a serious expression, addressed Zhang Wen. "Zhang Xianshi, from what I have gathered, you should not belong to the demon race. While it is true that the demon race undergoes physical transformations when employing their innate bloodline techniques or during their metamorphosis, such transformations are invariably accompanied by distinct physical traits, for instance, tails, scales, or fur. However, aside from the alteration in your physique, I have yet to observe any such characteristic in you. Therefore, I believe you are not of the demon race. As for the subsequent direction of our discourse, my father once imparted to me that the path of qi cultivation is divided into righteous and demonic paths. However, in essence, this merely pertains to the differing resources and methodologies employed in cultivation. Righteous sects advocate for a gradual and stable foundation, progressing step by step, while demonic sects favor expedient results, often pursuing shortcuts in a quest for rapid power surges, placing less emphasis on the solidity of their foundational practices. Nonetheless, this is merely a divergence in cultivation philosophies, not a fundamental difference in the paths themselves. The true distinction in cultivation paths lies in the techniques and methods practiced. My father has elucidated that the path of cultivation essentially bifurcates into two branches, devoid of the labels of righteous or demonic. Just as a blade can be wielded for both culinary and lethal purposes, the classification of righteous or demonic is determined by the practitioner. Not the ideology, that of course. The urgency of the demonic path often leads to numerous bloody incidents during cultivation. Thus, its unfavorable reputation is not without cause. Nevertheless, the primary distinction in cultivation paths is categorized into external and internal paths. The external path emphasizes the manipulation of true energy and essence to conjure long-range spells and techniques, as well as the control of magical artifacts that in contrast. The internal path focuses on nurturing the body with true energy and essence, honing techniques that enhance physical prowess. Practitioners of the external path exhibit versatile and unpredictable methods, excelling in striking down foes from afar, whereas practitioners of the internal path possess formidable physical strength, capable of withstanding spells and techniques with their very flesh. Indeed, some exceptionally formidable internal practitioners can even endure attacks from magical artifacts. Thus, based on your current circumstances, regardless of whether you identify as a practitioner of the righteous or demonic path, it is evident that you are traversing the internal path. Li Qiuling observed Zhang Wen's robust form, her cheeks slightly flushed as she continued. I did not anticipate that, despite your lack of engagement in cultivation, you possess considerable understanding of the subject. Zhang Wen regarded Li Qiuling, nodding in agreement, a smile gracing his features. Although the tempestuous and fervent emotions still raged within him, he gradually began to seize control of his composure, allowing reason and calm to suppress the irrational sentiments. Moreover, he silently noted the physical changes wrought by his emotional fluctuations. That as the turbulence of his emotions subsided, a gentle sense of weakness began to pervade his body. At that moment, Zhang Wen cast a glance at the time of life etched upon his left wrist, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly expended nearly an hour of his life in such a brief span? However, while Zhang Wen felt displeasure at the depletion of his life force, the malevolent entity within him suffered even greater distress, having been forcefully drawn upon by Zhang Wen's body. The wretched being could only emit a faint, pitiful wail before it succumbed to a state of utter lethargy, lacking even the strength to extricate itself. That it was nearly overwhelmed by the force of Zhang Wen's body. Following this vigorous extraction, a shiver cascaded over Zhang Wen, flooding his senses with an unparalleled sense of comfort, akin to having just indulged in a rejuvenating full-body treatment. As he contemplated the changes within his body, Zhang Wen began to comprehend that the conditions for these transformations likely encompassed two factors: saturation and emotional fluctuations. The intensity of either factor could potentially trigger a bodily transformation. The anomalous occurrence from the previous night was likely linked to his body reaching saturation for the first time and the subsequent emotional turbulence he experienced. The recent transformation, on the other hand, was spurred by Li Qiuling's recollections, which stirred his emotions. Now, the pressing question remained: when the saturation within his body diminished and the sensation of fullness dissipated, would fluctuations in emotions still provoke further transformations? Additionally, the consumption of life force was undeniably severe. This latest bodily transformation was not as unexpected as the prior night's episode. Zhang Wen had been vigilant, noting the time elapsed on his wrist during the initial transformation. Throughout his conversation with Li Qiuling, he had been calculating the time spent. This latest transformation lasted approximately 5 to 6 minutes. Yet it had drained an hour of life from his wrist. Thus, Zhang Wen surmised that the depletion of life force during his bodily transformations was roughly tenfold compared to usual. These thoughts flitted through Zhang Wen's mind as Li Qiuling, perceiving his words of praise, felt a surge of joy. With her confidence bolstered, she continued, "Since you have chosen the internal path, the secret texts of the Tianjin sect's sword cultivators should hold some value for you. My father once mentioned that the cultivation methods of the Tianjin sect are also divided into internal and external paths. There exists an external faction that specializes in sword manipulation, as well as an internal faction that focuses on the sword cultivator's secret texts. The ruler of the Southern Qi nation is, in fact, the leader of the Tianjin sect's internal faction. The internal strife within the Qi nation and the division between the Southern and Northern Qi are significantly influenced by the conflict between the external and internal factions of the Tianjin sect. Prior to ascending to the throne, the emperor had always sought to cultivate within the national religion of the Tianjin sect. That, as you may know, the internal struggles within the imperial family are notoriously brutal and fierce. Ultimately, two princes with claims to the throne emerged, one becoming the leader of the Tianjin sect's external faction and the other the leader of the internal faction. The subsequent power struggle for the throne intertwined with the conflict between the external and internal factions of the Tianjin sect, resulting in the current state of affairs. You have witnessed the outcome. Not only has the Qi nation fractured into southern and northern Qi, but the internal faction of the Tianjin sect has also broken away. Aligning with the southern Qi ruler, my father was also caught in the turmoil of this upheaval. Let us speak no more of that, since you have ventured into the southern Qi to partake in this tumult. It is evident that you seek some advantage, perhaps not solely for the cultivation resources of the southern Qi or the inheritance of the Tianjin sect's internal faction, but also for the rewards offered by the northern Qi Tianjin sect. Am I correct? After several years of recuperation and consolidation, the northern Qi emperor should have fully regained control over the realm. Thus, their gaze has naturally shifted back to the southern Qi. The current situation in the southern Qi is decidedly precarious. The northern Qi emperor seeks to reclaim lost territories and reunify the Qi nation, while the Tianjin sect aims to reclaim its internal inheritance. As Li Qiuling spoke, she paused momentarily, her gaze fixed on Zhang Wen, her eyes glimmering with a hint of speculation. Chapter 026. The situation in southern Qi within the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen listened intently to Li Qiuling's analysis, his gaze upon her revealing a flicker of admiration. This young girl, despite her youth, possessed an impressive sense of the larger picture that if placed within a corporate setting on Blue Star, she could likely achieve notable success in managing even a small project. Moreover, it seemed she was attempting to ascertain the origins of his power. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, if you were to deduce my origins from Blue Star, that would truly be remarkable. Though such thoughts flitted through his mind, Zhang Wen wore an expression of commendation, as if encouraging Li Qiuling to continue her discourse. After a moment's reflection, Li Qiuling, buoyed by Zhang Wen's appreciative gaze, straightened her posture and resumed her analysis. The southern Qi is on the brink of peril, while for the moment, neither the northern Qi nor the Tianjin sect has taken definitive action. The situation within the southern Qi over the past 2 years has been rife with subtle movements from both the northern Qi and the Tianjin sect. After all, while the southern Qi has declared independence from the Qi nation, it occupies less than a quarter of the original territory. Furthermore, the southern Qi ruler, having usurped power, is not the legitimate emperor of the Qi nation, even though he carries the bloodline of the Zhou family. His claim to the throne is decidedly tenuous, lacking the support of the Zhou family's centuries-old resources. Given these factors, although the southern Qi has managed to extricate itself from the Qi nation with the backing of the Tianjin sect's internal faction, the national situation has steadily deteriorated over the years, with the treasury experiencing a severe deficit and the finances in dire straits. Additionally, the surrounding demonic sects and wandering practitioners pose a constant threat. Under the bounty of the Heavenly Sword sect, I have frequently ventured into the southern Qi, wreaking havoc in various places. Over the years of disturbance, the southern Qi, already weaker than the northern Qi, has undeniably fallen further behind. Thus, your arrival, Master Xianshi, in Qiuling's eyes, signifies that the future of Tiling village will likely no longer be peaceful. Therefore, I must seek a path for my brother and myself in advance. This is one of the primary reasons I have offered the secret manual of the sword cultivators from the Heavenly Sword sect. As Li Qiuling spoke, her gaze was resolutely fixed on Zhang Wen, her eyes radiating determination that even Zhang Wen could not help but feel a jolt within his heart. This seemingly small girl, merely in her teenage years, would still likely be in high school if she were in Blue Star. Yet in this world, she has already exhausted her wits and strength for survival. Returning his thoughts, Zhang Wen quietly observed Li Qiuling, suddenly letting out a soft sigh, and smiled as he inquired, "What makes you think I can protect you and your brother?" Li Qiuling looked at Zhang Wen, a hint of bitterness appearing in her smile, and replied, "Master Xianshi, based on your current condition, Qiuling suspects that there are likely remnants of enemy spells lingering within you, correct? Perhaps the after effects of those spells have even manifested. That is why you needed to employ your internal techniques to enhance your physical strength to counteract the hidden dangers within." "Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. So why do you still rely on me? I am currently struggling to protect myself. How can I safeguard you and your brother?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight as he processed the information Li Qiuling had shared, gently encouraging her to continue speaking. Alas, this clever little girl indeed possesses remarkable intellect. Not only can she assist in analyzing the situation, but she can also help me cover my own lies. To be honest, if Zhang Wen were to come up with the reasons Li Qiuling provided, he would truly struggle. It is not that Zhang Wen lacks intelligence, rather. His foundational knowledge of this world is exceedingly scarce. This deficiency hampers his ability to analyze the situation logically. Unfortunately, one cannot cook without rice. However, after years of experience in business and management, Zhang Wen understands that sometimes a leader does not need to be knowledgeable. Often, those in higher positions merely need to be competent listeners, allowing those beneath them to express themselves freely. The more one nods in agreement, the more one can gain. Indeed, many times, it does not even matter if one understands, as long as one nods. Others will assume comprehension. Qiuling certainly understands this. But Master Xianshi, do I have any other options? Why am I here, instead of someone else? Just based on this point, Master Xianshi, you should not find it difficult to guess my standing in the village. A trace of bitterness graced Li Qiuling's smile. Your father, despite everything, once held the position of village chief. Logically, you should not have fallen to such depths, so what unforeseen circumstances have transpired? Of course, if it involves any personal matters. You need not elaborate. A flicker of curiosity danced in Zhang Wen's gaze. Well, there is nothing to conceal. It merely involves the contest for the position of village chief. My father, growing old and frail, ultimately fell victim. I, too, suffered at the hands of those beasts, although Zhao Jingbao ultimately eliminated them. Seizing control of the village, I have naturally lost the privileges associated with being the village chief's daughter. Moreover, I am still a person with a sullied body. Li Qiuling chuckled faintly, as if discussing someone else's plight. Yet, Zhang Wen could see that the flames of her spirit had long since extinguished. Perhaps if it were not for her young brother, Li Qiuling would have long since joined her parents in the afterlife? Of course, with all that Li Qiuling has shared, whether it is truth or fiction remains to be seen. After all, from her speech thus far, she is not the naive, sheltered flower that one might expect. Her cunning and logical reasoning are commendable that a girl of such caliber, with a little theatrical skill, could easily deceive even herself. Nevertheless, if what Li Qiuling said is indeed true, then the seemingly composed girl conceals a profound sorrow within her heart, the magnitude of which Zhang Wen dares not imagine. If her words hold any truth, Zhang Wen cannot help but express admiration. For upon reflection, in a similar situation, could he possess the same fortitude as Li Qiuling? It is indeed a question worth pondering. Yet, these are mere speculations. The truth remains undetermined for now. The most crucial matter at hand is that Li Qiuling has already provided him with a plausible explanation for his physical anomalies, thus saving him considerable trouble. It seems he owes her a debt of gratitude. With this thought, Zhang Wen reined in his musings and offered Li Qiuling a serene smile, calmly stating, "The purity of a person is determined by their heart. This is not your fault. Rather, you are the victim. Therefore, no one is entitled to judge you regardless of who you face. You need not feel guilty, because you are blameless." Zhang Wen's words, though simple and tranquil, struck Li Qiuling's heart like a thunderous hammer. Chapter 027. Commencement of Research on the Sword Cultivator's Secret Manual. In the thatched cottage, Li Qiuling stared at Zhang Wen, utterly stunned. She felt as if her heart had erupted with a deafening roar. At that moment, Li Qiuling's entire being was shaken. Since that fateful incident, she has been acutely aware of the gazes directed at her in the village, and no one has spoken on her behalf, nor offered her comfort. Even Hu Yibin, who has harbored a secret affection for her, dares not express it due to his connection with Zhao Jingbao's sister, Zhao Xiantao, had it not been for her young brother. Li Qiuling could hardly fathom what she might have done. At this moment, Li Qiuling could not find the words to articulate her emotions. She simply gazed blankly at Zhang Wen, feeling a slight sting in her nose. Her vision becoming somewhat blurred, an indescribable surge of emotion welled up within her. "Master Xianshi, do not dwell on the past. Regardless of whether it was your fault, it matters not. What is far more important is to look towards the future. My promises to you are few, and my capacity to assist you is limited. The extent of my promises depends on circumstances, and my ability to help relies on my mood. However, one thing I can assure you, you are now my subordinate. And within my capabilities, I will protect you. That is all I have to say. Please tidy up. I intend to examine what merits this secret manual of the sword cultivators holds, observing the somewhat peculiar expression on Li Qiuling's face. Zhang Wen refrained from speaking further. Regardless of how significant Li Qiuling may be to him at this moment, he maintained a demeanor of calm detachment. Zhang Wen has always held a healthy respect for human emotions. The human heart is a capricious and fearsome entity. Moreover, this is a world imbued with extraordinary powers that I ask for whether he can genuinely trust this girl, who now appears somewhat flushed, like a blossoming maiden. He finds it prudent to withhold any definitive conclusions for now, relying instead on their forthcoming interactions to discern her true character. Certainly, as he has only just traversed into this realm, treating Li Qiuling, his first subordinate, with due respect is of utmost importance. After all, in the early stages, a small company must treat its employees well. One can only exploit their labor value after the establishment has grown strong. Otherwise, who will accompany you in building your empire? As thoughts flitted through his mind, Zhang Wen felt the malevolent energy within him, which seemed poised to ascend to a higher realm. After speaking to Li Qiuling, he casually unfurled the white silk cloth, appearing unconcerned as he began to examine it. This apparent indifference extended both to the sword cultivator's secret manual and to Li Qiuling herself, having expressed sufficient goodwill. It was time to introduce a degree of distance, compelling her to invest more effort in bridging that gap. It must be said, after years of navigating the business world, Zhang Wen's subtle manipulations, while perhaps lacking the finesse of seasoned foxes, have become quite adept. Yes, Master Xianxue, I will tidy up and wait outside, so as not to disturb you. Please call for me when needed. Li Qiuling looked at Zhang Wen, not overly concerned with the subtle distance in his words. Instead, she was profoundly affected by his statement. You are mine now. That moment, apart from a desire to take action to mask her inner turmoil, she had no other thoughts. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Wen's instruction, she felt an immense sense of relief and promptly began to clear the dishes scattered on the ground. Well, it should be safe during the day, after dinner. When the sun sets, you should return to the village. That it is not particularly safe outside at night. Zhang Wen observed the busy Li Qiuling, nodding slightly with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuling felt a shiver run through her once more. Lifting her gaze to Zhang Wen, her eyes shimmering like a tranquil spring, she said nothing further, offering Zhang Wen a slight bow before gathering her basket and departing. In the thatched cottage, atop the pile of straw, Zhang Wen watched Li Qiuling's departing figure, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. The truth of Li Qiuling's claims remains to be determined, but the context of their current situation is becoming clearer. In the present day, the situation appears to be somewhat ambiguous. That Li Qiuling has indeed provided Zhang Wen with a general understanding of matters. Moreover, the secret manual of the Tianjin sect for sword cultivators that he possesses. Zhang Wen cast a satisfied glance at the white silk cloth in his hand. Regardless of the circumstances, through this psychological game, Zhang Wen successfully transformed what should have been the most crucial cultivation technique for him into a mere trinket of little value. That it can be said that, in terms of negotiation, Zhang Wen has achieved an unequivocal victory. However, unlike a solitary figure unburdened by shoes, Zhang Wen now bears a new vulnerability. Li Qiuling as he prepares to confront Zhao Jingbao's group from the village, along with the malevolent puppeteer behind the scenes. It remains uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane for Zhang Wen. As for the option of disregarding her entirely, as long as Li Qiuling does not betray him, Zhang Wen cannot truly neglect her. After all, despite his relentless pursuit of profit, he has yet to reach the depths of callousness. Thus, the paramount concern remains the acquisition of his own power. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wen lowered his gaze to continue perusing the contents of the sword cultivator's secret manual inscribed upon the white silk cloth. Now, Zhang Wen is eager to ascertain whether he, as a transmigrator, can cultivate using this sword cultivator's secret manual. After all, Zhang Wen is unaware of whether he possesses any spiritual roots. He does have a lineage root, but when Zhang Wen actually scrutinized the contents on the white silk cloth, he found himself momentarily bewildered. These characters, astonishingly, are also, although they are in traditional script, they are indeed recognizable. Initially, Zhang Wen harbored some concerns about the disparity in written language across different worlds. It now appears that such worries can be set aside. Is this a parallel world? Since the issue of written language is no longer a hindrance, the subsequent matters should be more manageable. Gazing at the tiny characters upon the white silk cloth, Zhang Wen began to delve into his research. However, not long after, he could not help but furrow his brow. The obscure and arcane content of the technique is complex, while he can recognize each character individually. Piecing them together into coherent sentences and paragraphs requires considerable effort. Furthermore, the text is rife with specialized terminology from this world's cultivation system, leaving Zhang Wen utterly perplexed. After a thorough reading, he awkwardly realized this Tianjian Sect's Sword Cultivator's Secret Manual feels strikingly similar to his first encounter with classical Chinese texts in the 4th grade. What on earth is this? Although inwardly lamenting, Zhang Wen had no choice but to steady his mind and read with half understanding and half guessing. After all, the text is not extensive, merely over 100 characters. With careful consideration, Zhang Wen gradually unraveled some of its mysteries. The cultivation methods of this world slowly unveiled their enigmatic veil before him. Chapter 028. It seems quite delicious within the thatched cottage. After meticulously studying for an hour, Zhang Wen began to comprehend many of the intricacies within the Sword Cultivator's Secret Manual. The content of this manual, while seemingly complex, is also straightforward. The core philosophy seems to be that the human body is ultimately limited. To reach the pinnacle of the internal path, relying solely on true qi and true essence is too slow. Moreover, the body's strength can easily hit its natural limits, leading to a bottleneck. This Sword Cultivator's Secret Manual, as a heritage of the Tianjian Sect's internal path, was conceived by a creator who, in a moment of inspiration, chose an entirely different route. Starting from the qi refinement stage, one would refine a magical flying sword, integrating it into the dantian. Subsequently, with the dantian as the focus and the magical sword as a supplement, the true qi, once condensed from the dantian, would not immediately circulate through the meridians to bolster the body. Instead, it would first enter the flying sword via a unique method of true qi circulation. This sword would then amplify the true qi, creating a special sword aura that would circulate throughout the body, enhancing it. Under this unique cultivation method, the physical strength of the sword cultivator would increase at a terrifying pace, far surpassing that of ordinary internal path practitioner. Zhang Wen could not definitively judge the merits of this cultivation method. However, the ability to innovate upon the foundational practices of cultivation is a testament to its uniqueness. Zhang Wen is convinced that this Sword Cultivator's Secret Manual possesses its own distinctive advantages overall. This manual must have its particular significance. Otherwise, it would not be regarded as the sect's treasure technique. Although Zhang Wen is unclear on how to evaluate the merits of various cultivation methods, the unconventional approach of this Sword Cultivator's Manual leads him to believe it is quite formidable. After all, would the creator of such a technique be idly passing time, merely for the sake of it? If the results of their labor mirrored that of ordinary true qi, what effort would that have entailed? Thus, as for the technique, although Zhang Wen lacks extensive knowledge, he is inclined to believe that this Sword Cultivator's Manual indeed represents a valuable cultivation method. Furthermore, he does not mind that the method provided by Li Qiuling pertains only to the qi refinement stage, for according to the manual's description, this stage is divided into 9 levels. Therefore, even if the Sword Cultivator's Manual for the qi refinement stage is not exhaustive, it should suffice for Zhang Wen in the short term. Of course, he cannot ascertain whether he possesses the capacity for cultivation at this moment. In summary, this Sword Cultivator's Secret Manual is exceptionally precious to Zhang Wen. Nevertheless, the most pressing issue remains whether he can indeed cultivate. Additionally, the manual requires the refinement of a flying sword to be integrated into the dantian. Flying sword? Setting aside how one might merge the flying sword into the dantian, the issue of possessing a flying sword is rather pressing. Does Zhang Wen currently own a flying sword? Thus, even if he comprehends the Sword Cultivator's Manual and can cultivate it, it remains somewhat impractical at present. Zhang Wen furrowed his brow. Taking a deep breath, he focused again on the meticulous study of this Sword Cultivator's Secret Manual. After a brief period, Zhang Wen felt a flicker of delight that he suddenly realized that it was merely his initial misunderstanding. This Sword Cultivator's Manual, even without the need for the flying sword integration, can still cultivate the first strand of true qi, allowing entry into the first level of the qi refinement stage. However, to continue advancing, one must refine a personal flying sword to incorporate it into the dantian. Subsequently, the process becomes quite simple. Continuous cultivation, and as one's realm progresses, the flying sword's grade must also be elevated. This raises another significant question about the sword cultivator's manual. Does the refined flying sword require continual recrafting to enhance its grade? Or once integrated into the dantian, will it evolve alongside the cultivator's growth under the nurturing of the sword cultivator's manual? Zhang Wen furrowed his brow. These subsequent questions touch upon many foundational aspects of cultivation, all of which currently lie beyond his knowledge. Indeed, no field is devoid of its challenges upon initial entry. Nevertheless, every endeavor begins with difficulty. Gaining understanding from ignorance is the key. Reflecting on this, Zhang Wen decided not to dwell on these unresolvable questions, as pondering them further would yield no benefit. It seems that after overcoming this hurdle, what he most urgently requires is to supplement his knowledge of the foundational principles of cultivation within this world, of course. This is contingent upon his ability to cultivate this sword cultivator's manual. Should he find himself lacking in aptitude, akin to Li Qiuling, then there would be no cause for concern with this thought. Zhang Wen resumed his careful examination of the cultivation method. That it is imperative to fully grasp the technique before commencing the practice. He certainly does not wish to find himself in a ludicrous predicament, akin to the comedic tale of attempting to cultivate the evil-repelling sword manual, only to discover upon turning to the first page, to practice divine skills, one must perform self-castration. That as he braces himself and endures the pain of the sacrifice, he turns to the second page. If all else fails, abstaining is also acceptable. In such a scenario, one would surely feel utterly exasperated, just as he had previously misunderstood that refining a flying sword also necessitates first stepping into the first level of qi refinement. Had he given up then, without continuing to read thoroughly, he might have missed the opportunity to grasp this cultivation method. With this in mind, Zhang Wen settled his thoughts and continued to ponder over the sword cultivator's secret manual. An hour later, Zhang Wen had approximately deciphered the initial step of this cultivation method. Exhaling deeply, he tucked the white silk cloth into his pocket, positioned himself cross-legged atop the straw pile, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing. Since he cannot yet ascertain whether he possesses the aptitude for cultivation, he opted for the most straightforward approach to confirm his abilities. That is to directly attempt cultivation. If he succeeds in manifesting true qi, it would affirm his potential for spiritual root cultivation. Should he fail to do so well, it may indicate a flaw in the technique, or perhaps a misunderstanding on his part. Further exploration and research would be necessary within the thatched cottage. As Zhang Wen adjusted his breathing and focused his mind, the atmosphere surrounding him grew increasingly subtle at this moment. Zhang Wen began to sense the peculiarities of this world under the unique breathing and meditation techniques provided by the sword cultivator's manual. He could not articulate whether the differences stemmed from this world or the cultivation techniques. Nonetheless, he felt as though countless tiny sprites danced around him. They were mischievous, delightful, almost tantalizingly delicious indeed. Those cancer cells within his body were signaling to Zhang Wen. Delicious food detected outside the body. The strange sensation that suddenly emerged due to the cultivation of the swordsmanship secret manual nearly caused Zhang Wen to lose his meditative state. Coupled with the surging emotions of agitation and excitement, he found himself feeling rather unsettled. Chapter 029. Reflections brought by cultivation inside the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen felt far from well. It was only during his initial cultivation that he discovered the peculiar nature of the cancer cells within him. They seemed not merely alive, but possessed of some rudimentary emotions of their own. Hunger, irritability, excitement, saturation, and desire were the sentiments that had suddenly surged within his heart. The reason these emotions could be attributed to the cancer cells rather than Zhang Wen himself was quite simple. These feelings would erupt unexpectedly from deep within, while Zhang Wen's own emotions remained tranquil. This abrupt and intense emotional fluctuation, although it stimulated him profoundly, was clearly not of his own making. It felt akin to being powerful, yet lacking intent. Though his body was in a state of extreme excitement, it fell just short of breaking through his emotional calm. Retrieving his thoughts, Zhang Wen chose not to delve further into this issue. Whether the mutation of these cancer cells and the resulting bodily changes were beneficial or detrimental to him was a conclusion he could not readily draw. In the long term, he could not ascertain its implications. However, in the short term, without these mutations, he would have little more than a day to live. Thus, the question of mutation seemed trivial in the face of life and death. Now, since these cancer cells crave the mischievous energy akin to little sprites, he resolved to satiate them, that he inhaled deeply, contemplating this as he began to practice the breathing techniques outlined in the swordsmanship manual, calming his mind to adjust his respiration. Finally, after several minutes, a trickle of energy began to permeate through his skin and into his body under the influence of his unique breathing method. It felt somewhat cool, and then there was nothing more to it. Zhang Wen had anticipated a more profound sensation. Nevertheless, it was at least not a painful experience. The coolness was quite pleasant, compared to the excruciating pain he had previously endured. Each moment of comfort felt like a boon. With this thought, Zhang Wen felt a sense of contentment and gradually immersed himself in his cultivation, that as time elapsed, an increasing amount of energy began to gently converge around him, seeping into his body from all directions that if a well-informed cultivator were present at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Why is it necessary to have a spiritual root in the path of cultivation? Because the essence of this practice lies in absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth, transforming it into usable vital energy. However, this energy cannot simply be absorbed at will. It requires a special part of the human body, the spiritual root. Although it bears the term root, it is not akin to a root system, but is located at the center between the eyebrows, approximately the size of a fingertip. This is the location of the spiritual root required for cultivation in this world. Normally, a mortal with a spiritual root, through the unique breathing techniques of cultivation, would attract energy to their vicinity, which would then be drawn into the spiritual root through the center of the forehead. This marks the first step of cultivation, sensing and absorbing energy. Thus, the absence of a spiritual root renders one incapable of cultivating and becoming a practitioner. The reason is straightforward. Without a spiritual root, even if one attracts energy through the unique breathing techniques, their body will not absorb it. After all, an ordinary mortal lacks this capability. Once a person with a spiritual root completes the first step of sensing and absorbing energy, the root will convert the energy into vital energy or essence through the methods of cultivation, influenced by their cultivation level. This constitutes the second step, refining. The vital energy or essence produced from the spiritual root will then converge in the dantian, storing it. With the first trace of vital energy in the dantian, one effectively steps into the first level of cultivation, the qi refining stage. Once vital energy or essence is formed, it can attract surrounding energy to gather, aiding in the cultivation process. This is the third step, operation. Thus, the entire path of qi refining and cultivation is a series of interconnected steps. If one fails to meet the requirements of having a spiritual root, they may as well bid farewell to the path of immortality. Moreover, spiritual roots vary in conversion efficiency, leading to a hierarchy of spiritual root quality. This can be likened to humans. Some possess a remarkable ability to absorb nutrients, while others, despite feasting, remain emaciated. This disparity extends to spiritual roots as well, where those with higher quality roots exhibit superior absorption and transformation of energy, allowing them to cultivate more effectively than those with lesser roots. Such inequalities in the world have always existed. Some individuals are simply born with advantages, while others, despite their efforts, find their chances of acquiring such gifts to be virtually non-existent. Take Li Qiuling, for instance. At a young age, with her intelligence and temperament, had she possessed a spiritual root and the opportunity to cultivate, her achievements would have been substantial. Yet, lacking it means she cannot force her way into that realm. Ultimately, the inherent qualities of individuals cannot be changed merely by desire. That it is akin to a fish attempting to survive on land. It is an impossibility that, of course, aside from innate talent, a high-quality cultivation method can also enhance the absorption speed of energy, significantly accelerating the cultivation process. Yet these concerns were not Zhang Wen's to ponder. The mere fact that his body could absorb energy and condense it into vital energy indicated that he possessed the potential for cultivation. If at that moment, any cultivator with experience were to observe Zhang Wen's process, they would surely be left in shock. What on earth? Absorbing energy from every angle, without a single blind spot? Goodness, is your entire body a spiritual root? At that moment, Zhang Wen was blissfully unaware of such notions, quietly absorbing the energy, feeling as if he were being caressed by a gentle summer rain, utterly comfortable. Indeed, as time passed, under the influence of the unique breathing technique, coupled with the invigorating sensation of energy permeating his body, he gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 030, Awakening to Vital Energy, this sleep. Oh no! This session of cultivation passed in the blink of an eye. When Zhang Wen awoke once more, he found himself lying on a pile of straw, with Li Qiuling nestled beside him, her eyes closed and breathing evenly. Clearly, she too had succumbed to sleep, rubbing his head in embarrassment. Zhang Wen pondered how he had inadvertently dozed off while attempting to cultivate the swordsmanship manual. Coughing softly, he blamed the overly comfortable nature of the practice, and no wonder everyone yearned to cultivate and pursue the path to immortality. It felt delightful and offered the promise of strength. If one had a spiritual root and the means to cultivate, only a fool would abstain. Sitting up, Zhang Wen gazed at the thatched roof above, observing the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky, furrowing his brow slightly. Had it really become night so soon? No wonder there is an old saying, in cultivation, time ceases to exist. How true it was! Retracting his gaze, he turned to the soundly sleeping Li Qiuling, feeling a twinge of concern. Why hadn't she returned to the village despite the night having fallen? He had clearly instructed her to do so. Suppressing his exasperation, he glanced down to see a food basket on the ground, clearly new and distinct from the one from the morning. Not only was it larger, but it also bore a different color and style. It seemed Li Qiuling had brought him dinner. But why hadn't she returned home after delivering it? Did she truly intend to stay with him? Casting another glance at Li Qiuling, observing her graceful curves as she lay there, Zhang Wen felt his gaze shift. Youthful beauty is hard to ignore. Tio claimed he felt completely indifferent would be disingenuous. However, his self-control had always been a point of pride. Redirecting his focus, he concentrated on the changes within his body. First, he noted the time remaining for his lifespan displayed on his left wrist. 23 days and 17 hours. The time had not changed. It remained stagnant, but he also sensed a warm current flowing through his body. Warmth. Is this the vital energy? And what of this peculiar sensation? It seemed his spirit had improved somewhat. Logically speaking, after being nourished by the cancer cells within his body for such an extended period, one would expect to feel somewhat languid. Zhang Wen glanced down at the malevolent entity peering out from his chest, and a flicker of insight crossed his eyes that it seemed that either spiritual energy or true qi could sustain this fiendish creature. This was indeed a fortunate discovery. Consequently, this malevolent entity might serve as a portable power source that, of course, it was not electricity that this entity replenished, but rather Zhang Wen's lifespan. This revelation sent a subtle tremor through Zhang Wen's heart, although he felt a twinge of excitement. He quickly regained his composure. Perhaps it could provide some sustenance. Yet the rate at which this entity replenished itself remained uncertain compared to the speed at which his body consumed it. That was certainly a question worth pondering. Overall, in Zhang Wen's eyes, this malevolent entity resembled a subpar power bank, able to store energy for a day, yet capable of only providing a mere 10 minutes of charge. Reining in his thoughts, Zhang Wen glanced at the still sleeping Li Qiuling and then at the robe that had fallen from his waist, his gaze shifting slightly that he gently draped Li Qiuling's father's robe over her. Aware that even in the summer night, the air could still be a bit chilly. Afterward, Zhang Wen did not hasten to rummage through the food basket. Instead, he settled cross-legged atop the pile of grass. Following the method of true qi circulation outlined in the Sword Cultivation Secret Manual, beginning to channel the warmth within him that he needed to ascertain whether this warmth was indeed true qi. It would be absurd if it turned out to be merely a physical anomaly. Fortunately, Zhang Wen's concerns were unwarranted. That strand of warmth, under Zhang Wen's guidance, behaved as a docile child, responding precisely to his will. This spectacle stirred a surge of excitement within him. It seemed he must possess a spiritual root. Here he was, having successfully cultivated true qi. Although he had been asleep and the process was somewhat unclear, the outcome was what truly mattered. Thus, he had taken the first step into the realm of this world's power system, albeit merely brushing the threshold. With a calm mind, after circulating his true qi for a while according to the sword cultivation manual, Zhang Wen distinctly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy beginning to converge and seep into his body. This influx of spiritual energy brought a refreshing coolness, which soon coalesced into warm points gathering in his dantian. It appeared that this warmth within him was indeed the true qi he had cultivated. Yet, he wondered what changes this true qi would bring to his body. As he meticulously sensed the transformations occurring during this cultivation, Zhang Wen contemplated. The speed at which the spiritual energy gathered around him was evidently far superior to when he relied solely on breathing techniques. It seemed that every endeavor began with a challenge. Having completed the first step, he had taken his first stride into the realm of qi cultivation, for future achievements that would hinge upon his dedication. The remaining question was regarding the sword cultivation manual's method for cultivating true qi. While he had successfully produced true qi, he still needed to find a flying sword or artifact. After all, the unique aspect of this manual lay in its ability to refine an artifact, a flying sword, integrating it into his dantian and utilizing a special method to infuse true qi into it. This would then serve as a second refining ground to cultivate a special enhanced true qi, which could subsequently be employed to further temper his body, achieving effects far superior to ordinary true qi. It must be said that, while it may not sound overly complex, the innovation of creating something from nothing was indeed the most challenging aspect. Moreover, how this true qi could be infused into the flying sword, and how to operate this special enhanced true qi to achieve optimal reinforcement without harming the foundation, required profound cultivation experience and immense mastery over true qi. After all, the technique had not been perfected at its inception. Zhang Wen believed the current methods had been refined through the trials and errors of predecessors. As he felt the true qi within him, Zhang Wen withdrew his focus. Such reflections were customary for him. When encountering a new system, he would naturally analyze and organize various pieces of information to deduce higher-level concepts within that framework. This habit had significantly aided him in swiftly adapting to new environments and situations. It was also one of the crucial reasons he could shoulder the weight of his father's legacy and multiply it several times over after the passing of his parents. With this in mind, Zhang Wen paused his cultivation from the sword manual. For the time being, he understood that mastery could not be rushed, and the issue of the flying sword had yet to be resolved. Since he had confirmed his possession of a so-called spiritual root and his ability to cultivate, he could afford to take his time. What was of greater concern to him now was the issue of his bodily transformation. After all, this pertained to the matter of his lifespan. He could very well awaken to find his life extinguished. With this thought, Zhang Wen once again concentrated on his body in the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen began to immerse himself in his physical sensations, carefully attuning to his body. The excruciating pain that had accompanied him for so long had temporarily subsided, though he was uncertain how long this state would last. Zhang Wen was not one to leave matters to fate, especially now that he seemed to have discovered a potential solution for the cancer cells plaguing his body. Zhang Wen's thoughts flitted about for a moment before he swiftly reined them in. Beginning to regulate his emotions, he was now set to experiment with whether he could control the transformation of his body. Adjusting his breath, he recalled some of the memories that had once ignited his anger. As the memories resurfaced, despite the passage of time and his attempts to move on, revisiting them still stirred emotional ripples within him. Regrettably, even with intent, eliciting these emotions proved to be an exceedingly slow process. Half an hour later, Zhang Wen only began to feel the faintest stirrings of anger. This led him to admire actors who could cry or express rage, and as time passed, impatience began to creep in, particularly as he had yet to witness any signs of transformation in his body after such an extended effort. Just as frustration threatened to overwhelm him, that volatile and fervent emotion surged forth once more. This time, due to the overwhelmingly negative nature of Zhang Wen's feelings, the explosive intensity of his agitation erupted like a detonated powder keg. Each cell within him began to thrum with agitation, his muscles swelling with a terrifying surge of power coalescing within his body. Though he remained seated upon the grassy mound, Zhang Wen's form expanded noticeably. The once loose clothing that had hung upon him now clung tightly, filled to capacity. Moreover, This transformation was unlike the previous instances. As the metamorphosis unfolded, the true qi he had just condensed within his dantian began to stir restlessly. This caught Zhang Wen off guard for a moment. But soon, an idea sparked within him. What if he utilized these cancer cells as the flying sword from the sword cultivation manual? Without hesitation, Zhang Wen immersed himself in concentration, employing the unique method of true qi circulation from the manual. As he maneuvered the true qi, it began to seep throughout his body. Unfortunately, the minuscule amount of true qi he had just condensed was far too insufficient to fill the gaps left by the transformed cancer cells. Zhang Wen felt the warmth dissipating throughout his body, offering only fleeting moments of comfort. Soon after, it vanished entirely, akin to quenching thirst with but a few drops of water, just enough to leave him feeling unsettled and wanting more. At that moment, it was not only the transformed cancer cells that felt a sense of discomfort. Zhang Wen himself felt a pang of frustration, yearning for more. However, unlike Zhang Wen, the transformed cancer cells were not so helpless. Once nourished by the spiritual energy and true qi, the malevolent entity had regained some vitality and suddenly felt an overwhelming force of devouring power surge forth from its ethereal form. Before it could emit a single wail, it was entirely consumed within Zhang Wen's body, never to see the light of day again. The malevolent entity was devoured. A refreshing sensation washed over Zhang Wen, and he felt the cancer cells within him invigorated, igniting a frenzy of activity. Waves of agitation, fervor, and insatiable hunger surged from the depths of his being, affecting his inner self. The intensity of this emotional upheaval made it exceedingly difficult for Zhang Wen to maintain his focus on the sword cultivation manual's techniques. Yet, under the quadruple stimulation of spiritual energy, true qi, malevolent energy, and the manual's methods, Zhang Wen's body began to undergo another transformation. A terrifying magnetic force materialized around him, coalescing into a whirlwind that even startled Li Qiuling awake. Upon awakening, Li Qiuling found Zhang Wen seated cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. The startled exclamation she was about to voice was promptly stifled in her throat. After all, Li Qiuling was not an ordinary village girl oblivious to the world around her. Observing the commotion caused by Zhang Wen, which had disturbed her slumber, she naturally harbored some suspicions. Given Zhang Wen's current predicament, it appeared that Master Zhang was either engaged in cultivation or recovering from an injury. Moreover, the manifestation of Master Zhang's internal techniques suggested that an internal injury may have resurfaced. While her thoughts wandered, Li Qiuling refrained from disturbing him. She quietly descended from the pile of straw, her gaze drawn to the robe that slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. With a hint of tenderness in her eyes, she looked back at Zhang Wen, gently picking up the fallen robe. She tiptoed out of the door and settled by its entrance, vigilantly keeping watch over Zhang Wen through the night. Whether he was cultivating or healing, Zhang Wen could not afford any interruptions at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen was completely unaware that Li Qiuling had awakened, that a fresh wave of anomalies within him had ensnared his entire being. The once agitated and exuberant mutated cancer cells, under various influences, began to undergo another transformation. As the malignant energy was drawn out, Zhang Wen utilized the techniques from his sword cultivation manual to disperse a special form of true energy throughout his body. Each cancer cell commenced another round of mutation, their previous gluttony having provided them with ample energy. These satiated cells resembled bloated figures, bursting with energy, yet lacking their former ferocity. Under multiple stimuli, the cancer cells, akin to overweight individuals, began to operate vigorously as if undergoing a fat-burning regimen. The movements of these cancer cells generated a terrifying gravitational pull within Zhang Wen's body, rapidly attracting the surrounding spiritual energy. Not only that, but the formidable attraction also formed a vortex capable of devouring spiritual energy, centered around Zhang Wen like the eye of a storm. First, it encompassed the thatched cottage, then swiftly expanded outward. Before long, a spiritual energy devouring vortex had emerged just outside the thatched cottage, with the moonlight casting an eerie glow. A whirlwind swirled around the cottage, creating a protective barrier 2 to 3 meters away. Fierce winds spiraled chaotically, forming a formidable wall of wind that a towering tornado rapidly took shape outside the cottage. Yet the cottage at its core remained inexplicably tranquil. Simultaneously, spiritual energy from a radius of several miles was drawn toward this vortex, rapidly converging. Chapter 032. Cultivation excesses invite trouble at that moment. Outside the thatched cottage, Li Xiuling, who had intended to safeguard Zhang Wen, stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she beheld the spectacle before her. Not only her, but the entire Iron Ridge village was stirred. Zhao Jingbao, the most sensitive to spiritual energy in the village, had already ascended the wooden wall, his expression grave as he gazed toward the thatched cottage. Behind him stood the astonished Lu Tiancheng and Hu Yibin, the vice-captains. Their reactions mirrored that of the younger members of the guard team, who had only recently completed their rudimentary training. On the wooden wall, numerous figures stood, all visibly shaken as they stared toward the thatched cottage. Among them, only Zhao Jingbao possessed spiritual roots and had embarked on the path of qi cultivation. To him, the tornado-like vortex forming outside the cottage was not merely a furious gale. In his perception, a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy was rapidly materializing. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged toward the vortex, which quickly amassed a significant amount of energy. The vortex grew larger with the influx of energy. Its gravitational pull expanded from affecting a radius of several miles to 20, 30, 40 miles. Soon, the entire Iron Ridge village was enveloped, influencing the flow of spiritual energy in the vicinity. Only when the vortex had drawn in spiritual energy from a radius of 70 to 80 miles did its growth rate begin to slow. Nevertheless, it continued to extract energy from the surroundings, resembling a colossal spiritual energy extractor, ravenously consuming the essence of nature. Fortunately, despite covering a vast area, Iron Ridge Village remained a remote and impoverished locale, largely overlooked by the outside world. Of course, the middle-aged Taoist residing in the cave on Iron Ridge Mountain would undoubtedly be stirred by this occurrence. At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist had already paused his healing and approached a large tree at the mouth of the cave, his expression darkening as he surveyed the terrifying vortex of spiritual energy above Iron Ridge Village. Damn it! Who could create such a massive vortex? At the very least, they must be at the 9th level of foundational cultivation. They might even be at the Golden Core stage. Damn it! That sword energy left by that wretched girl must be dealt with immediately. Curse her! With a scowl, the middle-aged Taoist leaped back into the cave. A faint light flickering as a barrier of the same hue as the mountain enveloped the entrance. From a distance, the cave, concealed amidst the dense forest, had already been difficult to spot. Now, with the added formations to obscure traces and conceal presence, it became even less discernible. Upon returning to the cave, the middle-aged Taoist swiftly settled into the formation's center, his expression somber as he regarded the decaying scythe and the charred embroidered shoes. His gaze shifted to the pulsating light cluster atop the rattledrum, where a figure lay curled up, deep in slumber. The Taoist's eyes flickered as he glanced at the paper umbrella adorned with flowers and bamboo. Ultimately, he cast a pained glance at the rattledrum, his expression resolute. Although the malevolent entity was gone, it could still be nurtured further. However, the identity of this mysterious cultivator remained unclear, friend or foe. Even if this cultivator posed no threat, such a significant disturbance would surely attract the attention of that wretched girl following closely behind him. Damn it! Although he had led her away with a ruse, she would soon return here. If he did not swiftly resolve the sword energy within him and recover from his injuries, matters would surely escalate. Damn it! Was it such a crime to have accidentally killed an ordinary disciple? Curse the Sword Sky sect. If that wretched girl ever fell into my hands, I, Wei Chengsheng, shall make her understand the true meaning of suffering. With his thoughts swirling in anger, the middle-aged Taoist suppressed his fury, focusing instead on the light cluster atop the rattledrum, his hands forming intricate seals as he directed his techniques toward it. Ah! Moments later, a peculiar, plaintive cry echoed throughout the cave. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, in a small town, a figure soared into the sky from the window of an inn, hovering above the town and gazing intently in the direction of Iron Ridge Village, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. She appeared to be a young female cultivator in her early 20s, her graceful form epitomizing beauty. Regrettably, her visage was partially obscured by a veil, yet even the portion visible was enchanting enough to captivate hearts. The combination of her willow-like brows and jade-like eyes, veiled in mystery, only heightened her allure. Despite her breathtaking beauty, few dared approach her under normal circumstances, the aura of sharp sword energy surrounding her, along with the chilling presence of the flying swords beneath her feet, conveyed a singular message. She was a female sword cultivator. Moreover, she was at least at the foundational stage. Only those who had reached this level possessed the strength to fly using a sword. In contrast to cultivators pursuing other paths, sword cultivators, whether external or internal, emphasized explosive power and formidable attack capabilities, be it the external sword cultivator wielding their sword like an extension of their arm, or the internal sword cultivator capable of shattering myriad techniques with a single strike. They were all formidable adversaries, be why forsaking various deceptive methods. Sword cultivators embraced a relentless, offensive approach, making them particularly daunting within their ranks. Indeed, the majority of sword cultivators, in their quest to refine their sword intent, engaged in fierce battles that left no room for mercy, inflicting immense pain upon their opponents. At that moment, the airborne female sword cultivator surveyed the distant vortex of spiritual energy, her eyes narrowing slightly as a cold light flickered within them. After a moment's contemplation, she made her decision. With a swift motion, she flicked her wrist toward the room where she had just stayed, scattering several pieces of silver that flew into the room and landed heavily on the wooden table. It would likely prove quite a task for the innkeeper to collect them later. Of course, the surplus silver would easily suffice for purchasing a few more such inexpensive wooden tables after settling her bill. Having completed this act, the female sword cultivator allowed her true essence to surge beneath her feet, propelled by her flying sword, as she sped toward Iron Ridge Village without a backward glance. Meanwhile, within the thatched cottage, Zhang Wen was in the midst of yet another transformation. What initially began as a fleeting thought, under the reckless practice of Zhang Wen, surprisingly yielded some results that, of course, the primary reason for this is still the cancer cells. The cancer cells were already terrifying enough, and then they mutated due to some sinister influence that at this moment, the once ferociously mutated cancer cells, subjected to the refining methods of the sword cultivator's secret tome, have transformed into something utterly unknown. No one could possibly predict the outcome. Chapter 033. The more one practices, the shorter one's life becomes within the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen found himself at the very center of a vortex of spiritual energy. Astonished by the constant influx of spiritual energy pouring into his body, that he couldn't ascertain whether it was the remarkable nature of the sword cultivator's secret tome or the result of the mutated cancer cells within him. Previously, when he merely practiced breathing techniques, the speed of spiritual energy absorption was rather unimpressive. However, given the current situation, even someone as inexperienced as Zhang Wen could sense that something was amiss. Yet, what did it matter if something was off? Wasn't the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy delightful? Indeed. Although he was oblivious to the specifics of the situation, the sensation of the cancer cells experiencing both agony and ecstasy led Zhang Wen to believe it could not possibly be a bad thing. Especially when the spiritual energy, after circulating within the cancer cells, transformed into a faint essence of true energy. Though each cancer cell could only convert a small amount, with the countless cancer cells now pervading his body. The total was staggering. At this moment, each cancer cell had become akin to a factory for spiritual energy, voraciously devouring the continuous influx of spiritual energy, subsequently converting it into true energy that congregated towards the Dantian. Under Zhang Wen's guidance, this true energy, according to the unique operational method recorded in the sword cultivator's secret tome, began to circulate throughout his body, infusing the cancer cells anew. This particular operational method of true energy resulted in miraculous transformations once the essence entered the cancer cells. Not only did this true energy enhance and strengthen the cancer cells, but it also facilitated a further refinement through the empowered cancer cells. Once the refined true energy surged forth from the cancer cells, it would, under Zhang Wen's control, blend with the newly generated ordinary true energy and re-enter the cancer cells, initiating yet another round of refinement. Thus, a complex and interconnected cultivation process was bizarrely completed. Spiritual energy entered the cancer cells. The cancer cells transformed the spiritual energy into true energy. The true energy gathered in the Dantian, and under Zhang Wen's manipulation, circulated throughout the body, infusing the cancer cells once more. The unique operational method of true energy stimulated the cancer cells to undergo yet another enhancement, and the enhanced cancer cells reciprocated by refining the ordinary true energy. The refined true energy, once exiting the cancer cells, would again intermingle with the newly birthed true energy and re-enter the cancer cells. Inside those minuscule cancer cells, not only was there a gathering of spiritual energy, ordinary true energy and refined true energy, but they were also engaged in the transformation and refinement of true energy. During this process, the cancer cells reaped unimaginable benefits, embarking on a new round of transformation into the unknown. The complexity of Zhang Wen's internal condition was such that even a seasoned cultivator would be left utterly astounded. What was this? No spiritual root, yet still absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into true energy was already remarkable. But what was this insatiable hunger for spiritual energy throughout his entire being? Was this still human? Was he, in fact, a humanoid spiritual root? Well, be that as it may, even if a prominent figure from the Heavenly Sword sect, an authority on the Sword Cultivator's secret tome, were to witness Zhang Wen's unconventional training methods, they would surely be left in shock. This, the Sword Cultivator's secret tome, could be practiced in such a manner. However, this feast of spiritual energy did not last long. After a little over an hour, Zhang Wen's expression suddenly shifted, his brows furrowing as he abruptly exited his cultivation state. With the cessation of practice, the vortex of spiritual energy gradually subsided, and the vast accumulation of spiritual energy began to disperse slowly. At this moment, Zhang Wen, within the thatched cottage, furrowed his brow as he observed the countdown of his lifespan on his left wrist. 22 days, 13 hours, and 47 minutes, and the seconds continued to tick away. Meanwhile, that unfortunate malignant entity had long since been devoured. Feeling the hunger and weakness coursing through his body, Zhang Wen's brow deepened. Indeed, the reason for halting his cultivation was quite simple. It seemed that the cancer cells throughout his body were starving. Sensing the explosive surge of true energy, now several times more potent, alongside the invigorating strength of his body, Zhang Wen clenched his fist, deep in thought that it appeared that the special cultivation method of the Sword Cultivator's secret tome could indeed utilize cancer cells as a form of flying sword. Moreover, the cancer cells could indeed be enhanced under this peculiar method of training, functioning similarly to a flying sword, thereby strengthening the ordinary true energy. However, this came at the cost of depleting the cancer cell sustenance, which ultimately equated to his lifespan. Damn it! While others were cultivating to achieve immortality, he was shortening his own life with every practice? With this thought, the initial exhilaration of the surge in true energy was swiftly dampened. Nonetheless, it was futile to dwell on the matter. Zhang Wen quickly composed himself and resumed his seated cultivation. This time, however, he would solely employ the ordinary true energy cultivation method from the Sword Cultivator's secret tome. By utilizing breathing techniques and the circulation of true energy within his meridians to gather spiritual energy, rather than allowing true energy to form a special operational mode that flowed throughout his body and infused the cancer cells. Having gained 2 prior experiences in cultivation, Zhang Wen naturally fell back into a familiar routine. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy began to once again slowly converge towards his body. However, this time it was merely the ordinary true energy cultivation method, not the special refining method of the Sword Cultivator's secret tome. The progress was rather gentle, decidedly slow. This method of cultivation did not incite any external anomalies in the gathering of spiritual energy, and it was incomparable to the previous situation that this moment. The trickle of spiritual energy entered his body bit by bit, subsequently transforming into a minuscule amount of true energy as the cancer cells processed it. This situation mirrored his earlier state of cultivation before sleep. There was progress, yet it was akin to ordinary cultivation speed, exceedingly slow, which made Zhang Wen feel somewhat drowsy. Moreover, the minuscule amount of true energy cultivated was distinctly different from the refined true energy produced by the cancer cells. Nevertheless, there were benefits. It did not deplete his lifespan. Throughout this cultivation process, Zhang Wen kept a vigilant eye on the countdown of his lifespan on his left wrist. Although the duration of his life continued to diminish normally, It did not accelerate. Therefore, cancer cells indeed could serve as a substitute for the flying swords in the sword cultivator's secret tome, but only under the condition that they exacerbated the energy consumption of the cancer cells themselves. At this point, Zhang Wen began to discern a pattern. The sword cultivator's secret tome could be divided into two distinct states of cultivation. The first was the conventional true energy cultivation. The second involved treating the cancer cells as flying swords. Utilizing the special cultivation methods of the sword cultivator's secret tome to enhance his body and refine his true energy further. The first method of cultivation imposed no burden on the cancer cells and did not necessitate any depletion of his lifespan. However, the second, while it yielded the best results, it was indeed a gamble with his very life. This was rather vexing for Zhang Wen. Chapter 034. Automatic cultivation inside the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen felt rather conflicted. Should he resort to earnestly seeking a flying sword, adhering to the original cultivation methods of the sword cultivator's secret tome? It wasn't that Zhang Wen was unwilling. Rather, he had no idea where to procure a flying sword. However, after this session of cultivation, Zhang Wen had a strong intuition. Perhaps the original methods of the sword cultivator's secret tome were not the most suitable for him. The method that might be most fitting could very well be the one he stumbled upon himself. Utilizing cancer cells as flying swords. After all, his primary issue was the cancer cells, that if his cultivation could influence the cancer cells, then delving deeper in this direction might ultimately lead him to discover a solution for his cancer cell predicament. Zhang Wen felt the density of true energy in his dantian multiplied several times over, as well as the sense of power coursing through his body, prompting some contemplation. But the method of treating cancer cells as flying swords also posed a significant problem: the consumption of his lifespan. The only known means of replenishing lifespan was through the affliction of malignant entities. That is for why the act of devouring the malignant entity could extend his lifespan. Zhang Wen found himself perplexed. If the malignant entity is indeed an energy form, then wouldn't true energy and spiritual energy also be classified as energy? If both are energy, then logically, the cancer cells within his body, when consuming true energy or spiritual energy, should also be able to receive some form of replenishment? Was it possible that these wretched cancer cells had developed a picky appetite? Or perhaps it was the malignant entity that possessed some sort of peculiar characteristic? In that moment, the more Zhang Wen pondered, the deeper his frown became. There were far too many issues to resolve, yet the information available for reference was alarmingly scant. This left him with the sensation of facing an exam with questions he simply could not answer. However, Zhang Wen is not one to dwell on trivial matters. Once his thoughts reached a dead end, he decided to temporarily set them aside, realizing that further contemplation would be a futile endeavor. At this juncture, it became evident that the foremost issues requiring his attention in the foreseeable future were twofold. The first pertains to the matter of the flying sword, that he intends to practice the original techniques of sword cultivation, using the flying sword, and compare the results with those achieved by substituting the flying sword with cancer cells. The second issue involves the necessity of uncovering the source of the malevolent forces or discovering a means to cultivate and manipulate them. Nevertheless, both of these quandaries are not ones that can be resolved in haste, rendering excessive thought on the matter unproductive. With this realization, Zhang Wen retracted his musings on these issues, momentarily setting them aside and redirecting his focus to the pressing question at hand. What changes have occurred within his own body? Opening his eyes, Zhang Wen rose to his feet, gently stretching his limbs while acutely sensing the waves of hunger emanating from his body. He squinted slightly, and with a flicker of thought, his muscles began to swell, an intense surge of fervor flooding his heart. Yet amidst this tumultuous emotion, Zhang Wen remained remarkably composed. This peculiar sensation was one he was quite familiar with. Glancing down at his significantly enlarged physique and feeling the burgeoning power coursing through him, he narrowed his eyes. That it appeared that he might indeed be embarking on a path of cultivation that employed cancer cells as a substitute for the flying sword. Although this round of cultivation had consumed a considerable amount of his life energy and had even drained the malevolent forces directly, the benefits reaped were undeniably substantial, primarily evident in the explosive increase of his vital energy. While he was uncertain of the precise realm his vital energy reserves had reached, it was clear that both the quantity and intensity of his vital energy far surpassed what it had been previously. Furthermore, even without the transformation and swelling induced by the cancer cells, his physical strength had seen a marked improvement. Whether this enhancement stemmed from the fortification of the cancer cells or from the inherent emphasis on physical refinement within the sword cultivation techniques, perhaps it was a combination of both, was unclear. However, one thing was evident. Zhang Wen relished this newfound sense of power. Having previously been somewhat indifferent to physical exercise, Zhang Wen, who had always leaned towards a more delicate demeanor, found himself captivated by the robust vitality he now possessed. Especially when he gazed down to see his abdominal muscles, once unified, now distinctly defined, he could not help but feel a flicker of joy. Particularly after having endured the trials of illness, he had grown increasingly conscious of the importance of a healthy body. A strong physique and a vibrant sense of strength were indeed indicators of health. Thus, under these myriad influences, Zhang Wen leaned towards adopting the cultivation method he had devised, which utilized cancer cells as a flying sword. Of course, there was another crucial reason for this choice. According to the incantations of the sword cultivation techniques, while employing the flying sword as a means for physical refinement could enhance his bodily condition, it would not significantly accelerate the condensation of his vital energy. That in contrast, the method he had concocted, despite his inability to articulate the rationale, had indeed led to a direct surge in his vital energy reserves. This was one of the benefits that emerged from the expenditure of life energy, that if this line of reasoning held true, it implied that the consumption of life energy could expedite the enhancement of his vital energy realm. Thus, should he manage to resolve the issue with the malevolent forces, it would be tantamount to discovering a method for rapid cultivation advancement. However, this rudimentary cultivation technique he had stumbled upon was still fraught with numerous issues. The foremost concern was the purity of his vital energy. It was evident that the strength of the vital energy he had just cultivated was nowhere near as potent as that which had been refined through the cancer cells. Even when he had practiced using the cancer cells as a flying sword, the vital energy acquired during that process had been of two distinct strengths. One was the enhanced vital energy, refined through the cancer cells, and the other was the ordinary vital energy, transformed from the spiritual energy absorbed by the cancer cells, that he wondered whether traditional sword cultivation techniques would encounter similar issues. At present, these two types of vital energy within Zhang Wen's dantian were clearly divided into two factions, failing to merge. Rather, due to the disparity in strength, a notable rejection was evident. The enhanced vital energy, derived from the cancer cells, exhibited a more domineering nature, relentlessly pursuing the ordinary vital energy. Conversely, the ordinary vital energy did not possess true sentience to flee. It was merely being passively pressed into a circular motion within the dantian due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by the stronger vital energy. At times, the ordinary vital energy would even be expelled from the dantian by the enhanced vital energy, flowing into the meridians as if guided by memory, following the circulation route outlined in the sword cultivation techniques. Then, Zhang Wen suddenly discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Amidst this chase, after the two types of vital energy traversed the circulation route of the sword techniques, he noticed that a trace of spiritual energy was being drawn into his body, subsequently transformed into vital energy by the cancer cells. What sorcery is this? A form of automatic cultivation? Zhang Wen was taken aback. The bizarre actions of the two streams of vital energy within him indeed astonished Zhang Wen. Is this even possible? For a moment, he was at a loss as to whether this was a fortune or a misfortune. Additionally, it appeared that the enhanced vital energy, upon completely consuming the ordinary vital energy, was gradually losing its strength. As its intensity diminished, the speed of pursuit also began to wane. Recognizing this, Zhang Wen felt a sense of relief. For the time being, this did not seem to be a negative development, perhaps even holding some minor advantages. Yet, in the long run, he remained uncertain of whether this was beneficial or detrimental, warranting further investigation. Having summarized his reflections, Zhang Wen temporarily set aside his thoughts, a subtle smile gracing his face as he addressed the door. Come in, if you wish to observe. Do so openly rather than sneaking about like a thief. Standing at the doorway was, of course, the young girl Li Qiuling. With the accumulation of vital energy and the fortification of his body, Zhang Wen discovered that not only had his strength changed, but his sensitivity to the movements around him had also significantly heightened that moment, although Li Qiuling was concealed at the door. Her breathing was distinctly audible to Zhang Wen. Upon hearing his words, Li Qiuling instinctively tensed, quickly stepping inside and respectfully bowing to Zhang Wen before nervously speaking. Master, Qiuling was not sneaking. I merely feared to disturb you. All right, it's nothing of great consequence, so there is no need to be anxious. By the way, I owe you my gratitude for safeguarding me during my cultivation. Although the cancer cells within him had encountered a minor mishap due to the cultivation, resulting in some life energy being consumed, the overall gains were substantial, leaving Zhang Wen in a pleasant mood. This, in turn, softened his gaze towards Li Qiuling. Some individuals may not possess remarkable abilities, yet their presence can be fortuitous, bringing numerous benefits that in Zhang Wen's view, Li Qiuling was indeed such a fortunate presence. She had first provided him with vital information and resources, and then introduced him to the techniques of the sword cultivation canon, which had set him upon the path of cultivation in this world, albeit at the foundational level, yet with the potential for ascension. Particularly now, under the serendipitous circumstances, the sword cultivation canon had taken on a peculiar transformation. Thus, Zhang Wen found himself increasingly fond of Li Qiuling, and his attitude naturally reflected this shift in sentiment. Hearing Zhang Wen's words and witnessing the warmth in his gaze, Li Qiuling couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in her heart, her ears flushing as she responded. Master, it is only fitting. All right, let us change the address. Don't call me master anymore. Oh. Li Qiuling was taken aback. Call me boss, Zhang Wen replied with a nod and a smile. Boss? Li Qiuling's expression became somewhat strange and complex as she looked at Zhang Wen with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Then, she suddenly recalled her own position and felt a sense of clarity. What was she worried about? She sighed inwardly. What's the matter? If you're not calling me boss, what else do you intend to call me? You little girl aren't besotted by my charm. Are you hoping to become the boss lady? That is not out of the question. Your boss, can give you the opportunity to pursue me. As for whether you succeed, that depends on your abilities. So if you have any special thoughts in your heart, don't hide them. Be even more diligent in treating me well. I'm quite soft-hearted and easily swayed. At that point, my 100+ pounds would just belong to you. Observing the shifts in Li Qiuling's expression, Zhang Wen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he grinned and teased. The TO suggests that this young girl had genuinely fallen for him was something Zhang Wen found hard to believe. Yet, given the circumstances, it was entirely normal for a young girl in her teens to seek a strong protector. In order to survive, there is no shame in it. Zhang Wen could entirely comprehend this. For Zhang Wen himself, having only met Li Qiuling a handful of times, it was naturally impossible for him to harbor any genuine feelings for her. However, deep down, he had already regarded Li Qiuling as his foremost subordinate. After so many years as a boss, now having just traversed to this new world, he felt quite unaccustomed to the lack of capable individuals at his disposal. Nevertheless, Li Qiuling was quite commendable, setting her abilities aside. Her intelligence certainly met Zhang Wen's standards for recruitment. Moreover, despite the fact that he could not fully trust Li Qiuling as of now, the assistance she had provided him was undeniably substantial. Therefore, even if he were to eventually discover any form of betrayal from her, Zhang Wen would not be overly harsh on her. At most, they would part ways without animosity. After all, at his core, Zhang Wen was a merchant who valued integrity. I may profit a little, but I shall not let you suffer excessively. When business fails, at least let us part as friends. Meanwhile, Li Qiuling remained blissfully unaware of Zhang Wen's thoughts. At this moment, upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, her petite face suddenly flushed crimson. Be boss. I didn't tea. I haven't tea. At that moment, Li Qiuling felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the ground and burrow herself into it. Observing her bashful demeanor, Zhang Wen finally caught a glimpse of the essence that should belong to a teenager. Just as he was about to tease her further, a subtle stir in his heart prompted him to glance toward the entrance of the thatched house. His expression shifted slightly, and he whispered to Li Qiuling, Do not respond aloud that I will take certain actions shortly. Remember to maintain a distance in your demeanor and convey a sense of resistance. Initially still shy, Li Qiuling was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Wen's instructions. However, being far from foolish, she quickly grasped his meaning and nodded solemnly in response. Seeing that Li Qiuling understood his intentions, Zhang Wen felt a sense of satisfaction and subtly nodded. He then reached out, pulling Li Qiuling closer, his right arm encircling her waist. He wasted no time in lying down atop the pile of grass, adopting the most comfortable position while drawing Li Qiuling against his chest. At that moment, Li Qiuling's face was already aflame, her heart racing uncontrollably. Remember, resist. The murmur from Zhang Wen pierced through Li Qiuling's flustered heart, causing it to constrict. Just then, the sound of footsteps at the entrance finally reached her ears, prompting her to swiftly control her expression, transforming her startled demeanor into one of feigned indignation. Fortunately, both expressions were characterized by a rosy hue, allowing her to mask the shift in emotions with the flush of her cheeks. At that moment, Zhao Jingbao and Hu Yibin stepped into the thatched house. Upon witnessing the scene atop the grass pile, Zhao Jingbao's gaze flickered, and a slight smile graced his lips that in contrast, Hu Yibin's expression darkened instantly, anger flashing in his eyes as he cast a glare at Zhang Wen. Yet, it was merely anger. He did not dare to entertain thoughts of violence. After all, he had witnessed the magnitude of the earlier commotion outside the thatched house. Zhang Wen was not someone a mere mortal like him could afford to offend. However, despite his inner realization, Hu Yibin could not suppress the surge of rage he felt upon seeing Li Qiuling in Zhang Wen's embrace. Chapter 036. Quite nice. I am fond of it inside the thatched house. Zhang Wen, with a smile gracing his face, remained sprawled atop the grass pile, holding Li Qiuling close while ignoring her expressions of disdain and resistance, pulling her even closer. Not only that, but his right hand also rested upon her cheek, his thumb gently caressing her smooth, supple face as he languidly addressed Zhao Jingbao. Indeed, I quite like it. It is very bouncy and supple. As soon as Zhang Wen's words fell, Zhao Jingbao narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile appearing on his face that Hu Yibin, however, wore a grim expression and stepped forward, his eyes brimming with fury, eager to speak. Unfortunately for him, sensing his movement, Zhao Jingbao shot him a glance, which made Hu Yibin's heart skip a beat, halting his impending action. Brother Zhang, you are too kind. As long as you are satisfied, that is enough. Zhao Jingbao withdrew his warning gaze from Hu Yibin and turned to Zhang Wen with a smile. Li Qiuling's gestures of resistance and expressions seemed to hold no significance in his eyes. Satisfaction is indeed present. But what brings you gentlemen here in the dead of night? I was just preparing for a second round of merriment. As he spoke, Zhang Wen appeared slightly displeased as he rose from the grass pile. Li Qiuling, of course, stood up alongside him, her face adorned with a mixture of grievance and fury as she looked at Zhao Jingbao and Hu Yibin, her eyes pleading for help. Witnessing this scene, Hu Yibin felt his anger surging again, his clenched teeth making a slight grinding sound. Regrettably, despite his fury, his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingbao completely disregarded Li Qiuling's gaze, addressing Zhang Wen with a beaming smile. Brother Zhang, there was an unusual phenomenon in the sky. Since you were resting here, I naturally had to come and check. Now that you are well, I can rest easy. We shall take our leave. Listening to Zhao Jingbao's words and observing his demeanor, Zhang Wen raised an eyebrow and smiled. I see. But what was this unusual phenomenon? When did it occur? I was quite busy earlier. I have yet to even have dinner. After finishing my tasks, I felt rather fatigued and took a brief nap that I only just awoke. However, since you are here, why not take this girl back with you? She is tired and needs some rest. Yes, for me. I must eat and recuperate. Or perhaps, Brother Zhao, would you care to join me for a drink? As Zhang Wen spoke, he released his hold on Li Qiuling's shoulder, gently patting her back 3 times as a signal for her to return to the village. Although she felt a pang of reluctance, thoughts of her brother still in the village compelled her to adopt a look of relief as she approached Zhao Jingbao, offering a respectful greeting before positioning herself behind him. Throughout this process, Li Qiuling did not cast a single glance at Hu Yibin. She had witnessed Hu Yibin's earlier actions and bore no particular animosity towards him. However, any semblance of fondness she had previously felt toward him due to his kindness had completely dissipated. He was merely a man of words that if he truly cared for her, even a mere rebuke toward Zhang Wen would have sufficed to reveal his mettle. Yet, Li Qiuling was well aware of Hu Yibin's true nature. Although he exhibited some courage, he was merely a tall figure among short ones in a village of farmers. But that was the extent of it. Thus, Li Qiuling had never harbored high hopes for Hu Yibin. especially considering that during the recent turmoil, he had merely stood by and watched, utterly ineffective. This was the primary reason Li Qiuling looked down upon him. Even now, when her own purity had been compromised, meanwhile, Hu Yibin, sensing Li Qiuling's indifference, felt a jolt of anger surge within him. The thought of what might have transpired between Li Qiuling and Zhang Wen ignited his fury. Why was he concerned for her, coming to fetch her, only for her to adopt such an attitude? The flames of anger erupted within him, not only directed at Zhang Wen, but also at Li Qiuling herself. Yet, with both Zhao Jingbao and Zhang Wen present in the thatched house, Hu Yibin dared not express his rage openly. Zhao Jingbao, of course, was oblivious to the fleeting emotions within Hu Yibin. Even if he had been aware, he would not have cared. Zhao Jingbao maintained his smile, addressing Zhang Wen. "Brother Zhang, it is getting late, and I must patrol the night, that I shall take my leave now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. So no need to rush. Since you appear fatigued, I will return to the village and not disturb you further." "Very well." Zhang Wen nodded, naturally not insisting on his company. "Then, Brother Zhang, you may attend to your matters. We shall take our leave. By the way, that girl is quite good. Once she is rested enough, remember to have her attend to me again. No need to replace her." As Zhao Zhengbao turned to leave, Zhang Wen casually added this remark. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengbao paused for a moment, turning back to Zhang Wen with a raised eyebrow and a knowing smile that conveyed understanding. In contrast, Hu Yibin's expression darkened as for Li Qiuling. Her eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy at the remark, yet her face remained a mask of disdain and anger. At such a tender age, her acting skills were truly remarkable. Inside the thatched house, Zhang Wen watched the three departing figures, squinting slightly as a glimmer of light danced in his eyes. Sending Li Qiuling back held its own considerations for Zhang Wen. This was his final test for her. In this brief yet significant encounter, Li Qiuling, under the deliberate arrangement of Zhang Wen, revealed certain information that Zhang wished her to know. Now, should Li Qiuling return, and Zhao Jingbao and others immediately grasp this information with precision and take new actions. Then, regardless of Li Qiuling's abilities, Zhang Wen would no longer have any use for her. Of course, if Li Qiuling posed no issues, then the defiant attitude that Zhang instructed her to display could serve as a form of protection for her. After all, a girl who betrays the loyalty to her village, ingratiating herself with outsiders, would not have a favorable outcome among a group of robust men. Zhang Wen could easily envision this. Naturally, Zhao Jingbao and his associates might resort to unscrupulous methods to extract confessions. Hence, Zhang Wen devised a safeguard. Just before Zhao Jingbao departed, Zhang added that there was no need to change personnel. This should provide Li Qiuling with a measure of protection. After all, that which one holds dear often becomes one's vulnerability. Yet, there exists another possibility, that Li Qiuling might truly become wholeheartedly devoted to him, severing ties with the village entirely. Chapter 037. Let us dine first within the thatched cottage. Zhang Wen withdrew his thoughts. There are few matters that can be preemptively addressed. At most, one can only arrange what comes to mind as best as possible. However, whether the outcome aligns ideally with one's plans is an entirely different matter. Thus, Zhang Wen inevitably had to prepare for contingencies that in this brief meeting. Their dialogue was not merely a matter of mutual calculation. Zhang Wen had also been quietly observing Zhao Jingbao, sensing the energy emanating from him. He was uncertain if it was due to having entered the qi training phase, but as his body's sensitivity to surrounding energies heightened, he distinctly felt the true energy radiating from Zhao Jingbao as he stood before him. In that moment, Zhang Wen was acutely aware that Zhao Jingbao was weaker than himself. Uncertain as to why this sensation arose, Zhang Wen nonetheless felt it to be true, excluding physical strength in terms of true energy. Zhao Jingbao was only slightly stronger than Zhang Wen had been immediately after his initial training session. Oh no, more accurately, he was just a tad stronger than Zhang Wen had been immediately after his first cultivation experience. Yet compared to Zhang Wen now, the only impression Zhang Wen had was Zhao Jingbao was exceedingly feeble. Nevertheless, Zhang Wen refrained from taking immediate action, considering the insidious mastermind lurking in the shadows and the fact that Li Qiuling remained within the thatched cottage, which introduced too many variables. Ultimately, however, there was another crucial reason. While the business world is akin to a battlefield, Zhang Wen's previous adversaries had primarily engaged in cerebral strategizing. Yet in this world, it was evidently more focused on physical confrontations. Zhang Wen felt somewhat uncertain. Nonetheless, if his perception was not mistaken, he believed there should be no major issues with Zhao Jingbao. Additionally, while Zhao Jingbao posed little threat, Zhang Wen also had to contemplate the matter of the sinister mastermind pulling the strings. The ability to manipulate such malevolence could only belong to a practitioner of some skill, and as for the true power of such a practitioner, Zhang Wen remained uncertain. Therefore, before taking action, Zhang Wen deemed it essential to warm up, to familiarize himself with his current physical state. Only then could he ensure there were no oversights. Zhang Wen did not favor engaging in unprepared battles, for such circumstances severely compromised one's ability to control the progression of events. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Zhang Wen opened the food basket, his eyes brightening at the sight of the sumptuous dishes within. Rice? Ah, splendid. Regardless of what lay ahead, one must eat first. Without nourishment, where would the strength to act come from? As Zhang Wen savored his meal within the thatched cottage, an entirely different atmosphere enveloped the interior of the village's wooden walls that in the courtyard that belonged to the village chief, Zhao Jingbao. Hu Yibin and Lu Tianqing sat in the living room, their expressions solemn as they regarded Li Qiuling. Qiuling, please enlighten us. What was the cause of that anomaly? Is Zhang Wen plotting something against the village? Lu Tianqing inquired, his expression dark as he scrutinized Li Qiuling. Meanwhile, Hu Yibin, who had previously defended her, merely shifted his gaze without uttering a word, a flicker of anger evident in his eyes as he regarded her. Zhao Jingbao, however, maintained a calm demeanor, silently awaiting Li Qiuling's response. All eyes were fixed upon her, the weight of their collective scrutiny bearing down like a mountain. Yet, Li Qiuling regarded this scene with a surprising calmness. Slowly addressing Lu Tianqing, Deputy Captain Lu, I truly do not know. I had just fallen asleep. Preposterous. I distinctly saw you at the door of the thatched cottage before the vortex formed. How can you claim to have been asleep? While I can somewhat understand Zhang Wen's fabrications, how dare you, Li Qiuling, lie to us? Lu Tianqing's furious outburst left Li Qiuling momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure. It appeared that Zhao Jingbao and Lu Tianqing had been monitoring her all along. A flicker of anger stirred within her, and she lowered her head slightly, slowly responding. I truly did fall asleep, that I was so exhausted that I simply dozed off at the door of the thatched cottage. I do not understand why I felt so fatigued, or why I suddenly fell into a deep slumber under those circumstances that if you do not believe me, Deputy Captain, there is nothing more I can say. Lu Tianqing's expression faltered. Just then, Zhao Jingbao raised a hand to halt Lu Tianqing's further remarks, addressing Li Qiuling with a measured tone. All right, it is not uncommon for a practitioner to induce slumber through their celestial arts. Qiuling, what we require now is for you to share everything you know about Zhang Wen. For instance, what is his level of power? Do you have any knowledge of his current condition? Has he recovered from his injuries? And if so, to what extent? I do not know. Captain, do you think a celestial master would confide such matters to me? Li Qiuling replied, a hint of melancholy and self-mockery gracing her features, her gaze fixed on Zhao Jingbao. Unflinching and unafraid as her words hung in the air, Zhao Jingbao narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly dissatisfied with her response. Lu Tianqing and Hu Yibin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly that a heavy silence fell over the living room. Laden with tension, Li Qiuling felt the oppressive atmosphere bearing down on her, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, anxiety creeping into her heart, particularly with her brother still in the village. Yet, the mere thought of Zhang Wen fortified her resolve. Having made her choice, she knew indecision was her greatest enemy. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes, and she lifted her chin to meet Zhao Jingbao's gaze. Unwavering, Zhao Jingbao, observing her demeanor, furrowed his brow once more. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Jingbao relaxed his expression, looking at Li Qiuling, his tone neutral. Very well. Let us conclude for today. You must be weary to go see Qiushi. That fellow has been clamoring to see you since evening. He is likely still sulking in the cellar. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuling felt a wave of relief wash over her. She said nothing further, bowed to Zhao Jingbao, ignored Hu Yibin and Lu Tianqing, and made her way toward the living room door. As Li Qiuling departed, the living room fell into silence once more. The three men gazed at her retreating figure, their expressions far from pleasant. "Captain, enough, we cannot act against her now. Since she refuses to speak, we shall let it rest for the time being. Let us proceed with our tasks. The meeting is adjourned," Zhao Jingbao interjected, rising with displeasure and making his way toward the door. It appeared that despite the lack of preparation, progress must be hastened. Zhao Jingbao's mood was somewhat grim. Chapter 038. The first experience of extraordinary power as Lu Tianqing, whose words had been abruptly cut off, wore a sullen expression. He observed Zhao Jingbao's retreating figure with a flicker of determination in his eyes. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, following closely behind Zhao Jingbao as they exited. The remaining Hu Yibin watched the two. His gaze shifting that a nameless fury burned within him, especially at the thought of Zhang Wen having slept with Li Qiuling, which only intensified his frustration. Yet, even Zhao Jingbao and Lu Tianqing, faced with Li Qiuling's audacity to side with Zhang Wen, could only feign indifference and avoid the topic. What could Hu Yibin possibly do? No, this is unacceptable. It should not be this way. Suddenly, the fire of anger surged in Hu Yibin's mind, causing him to rise with reddened eyes and storm out. "Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Lu Tianqing exclaimed, surprised by Hu Yibin's sudden appearance, pulling him into a corner. "Yes. I ask if you will join me," Hu Yibin replied, his expression darkening. "Ha! Since you, Deputy Hu, have such lofty ambitions, what do I, Lu Tianqing, have to fear?" Accompanying to the end, a spark of excitement flickered in Lu Tianqing's eyes. Hu Yibin, observing Lu Tianqing's demeanor, said nothing further and solemnly led the way ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqing's face was also adorned with traces of exhilaration as he hurriedly followed suit. Tiling village was not particularly small. Originally, it housed nearly 1,000 individuals, still boasting over 100 households. However, now it stood desolate, with 9 out of 10 homes empty, exuding a profound sense of desolation that as night descended. The villagers had retreated into their cellars, amplifying the eerie and terrifying atmosphere under the cloak of darkness. It could be deemed the ideal setting for a horror film depicting the old corpses of a mountain village. At that moment, a figure vaulted over the 5-meter-high wooden wall with a thud echoing softly in the stillness of the night. Yet the figure paid no heed, and the exhilaration reflected in his eyes only intensified. This figure was none other than Zhang Wen. Having just indulged in a hearty meal, he left the thatched cottage, eager to explore the newfound sensations of his current body. Zhang Wen could only describe his feelings and state of mind with one word: exhilarating. Despite the incessant gnawing hunger from the cancer cells within him, he felt as though he was brimming with boundless energy. Particularly, the surge of true energy within him, having amplified several-fold, coursed through his body, continuously enhancing his strength, rendering him exceedingly powerful. While he was uncertain of his current cultivation level, Zhang Wen traversed from the thatched cottage with astonishing speed and scaled the 5 to 6 meter wooden wall as if it were mere flat ground, instilling him with tremendous confidence that in his previous state, he would not have dared to climb such a height, even with safety ropes. Yet today, he effortlessly scaled it with bare hands in mere seconds, even managing to evade the notice of the patrolling guards atop the wall. The changes in his physical prowess were remarkable. Though he could not gauge the extent of his strength, the exhilaration derived from his effortless agility left him yearning to shout in delight. Moreover, the leap from the 5 to 6 meter height elicited no discomfort whatsoever. Perhaps it was a combination of his body's condition and the enhancement from true energy. Regardless, these transformations made Zhang Wen acutely aware that his strength had unequivocally surpassed that of an ordinary person. Brushing aside these fleeting thoughts, Zhang Wen swiftly maneuvered towards a sense location, the position of Zhao Jingbao. For reasons unknown, after meticulously sensing Zhao Jingbao's presence in the thatched cottage, the cancer cells within him seemed to have etched Zhao Jingbao's essence into their memory. In the entirety of Tiling village, Zhao Jingbao's aura stood out to Zhang Wen's senses like a beacon in the night. However, he could not detect the presence of anyone else. Could it be that Zhao Jingbao, also a practitioner of qi, possessed true energy within him? Nevertheless, This revelation spared Zhang Wen considerable effort, that as he mentally plotted his next steps, he stealthily moved through the shadows towards Zhao Jingbao's location. This covert operation, reminiscent of a secret agent's endeavor, instilled Zhang Wen with a unique thrill. Perhaps deep within every man lies a latent propensity for violence. Before long, Zhang Wen arrived outside a small courtyard. This was the largest structure in the village. Although it was merely an ordinary courtyard, it was evidently of a much higher caliber than the other humble abodes that he sensed Zhao Jingbao's essence within. Yet did not immediately enter. The courtyard wall, standing a mere 2 to 3 meters high, appeared to Zhang Wen as nothing more than a low fence he could easily leap over, concealed in the shadows. Zhang Wen lingered for quite some time, observing a lack of movement from Zhao Jingbao. Recalling their first encounter when Zhao Jingbao had infused true energy into him, a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. Could it be that this sensing ability allowed him to perceive Zhao Jingbao while the latter remained oblivious to his presence? Suppressing his thoughts, Zhang Wen began to scour the village. Today marked his inaugural foray in a Teeling village. And his purpose was straightforward: to seek out any traces of malevolent entities lurking within. Zhang Wen's mind was consumed with the urgency of encountering a sinister presence that in such a moment. His confidence would soar. Alas, in this unfamiliar terrain, the question remained, where to find such malevolence? Thus, Zhang Wen was merely hoping for a stroke of luck that, of course, uncovering the village's secrets was also among his plans. Before long, he had thoroughly explored the village. The transformation of his body, coupled with the augmentation of true energy, had propelled him to an unprecedented state of strength. This formidable physique rendered his exploration seamless. Encounters with the guards were uneventful, allowing him to pass by unnoticed. Yet, Zhang Wen could not shake the unsettling feeling that a strange aura enveloped the entire village, a scent of decay and lifelessness. The faint sounds of breath from the cellars echoed like the last gasps of the dying, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable. In summary, this initial nocturnal exploration of Teeling village yielded some results. Throughout the process, Zhang Wen quickly acclimated to the alterations in his body, which was one of the primary objectives of this venture. However, just as he prepared to withdraw, an unusual sound caught his attention, originally disinclined to involve himself further. The familiar voice prompted him to squint and pause. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved towards the source of the sound. Chapter 39. Undercurrents. The cellar at this moment. Within the cellar of the small courtyard Zhang Wen had just visited, Zhao Jingbao gazed ominously at the 18 corpses lying on the ground. The entire floor of the cellar was inscribed with a blood-red array, meticulously crafted by Zhao Jingbao using fresh blood. The 18 bodies were arranged in groups of 3, symmetrically positioned at the 6 corners of the formation. At the center of the array lay a corpse clad in a Taoist robe. The desiccated body was unrecognizable, yet it exuded an aura distinct from the others. Zhao Jingbao was in the process of placing the final piece of spiritual crystal into the formation, as the last of the 6 spiritual crystals was positioned at the center. The array's patterns began to glow. The crimson symbols illuminated with a brilliant red radiance, casting the entire cellar in a crimson hue. Watching this spectacle, Zhao Jingbao let out a sigh of relief. His eyes filled with exhilaration. The red glow from the array illuminated his face, and combined with his somewhat twisted smile, rendered him eerily sinister. However, Zhao Jingbao did not linger in his awe for long. He began to weave hand seals. The incantations to control the array. As the final incantation was completed, a surge of energy erupted from Zhao Jingbao's hands, pouring into the center of the formation that a soft humming resonated within the cellar. And the glowing patterns of the array became increasingly brilliant. The corpses rapidly shriveled, their essence converging towards the Taoist-robed figure at the center of the array. A bizarre, putrid, and nauseating aura began to permeate the cellar. Zhao Jingbao's excitement intensified upon witnessing this scene, and he executed another series of hand seals. In the most remote area of the village, within the simplest dwelling, Zhang Wen quietly approached the cellar's entrance. Crouching down, he refrained from immediately lifting the small wooden board covering the entrance, opting instead to listen intently to the sounds emanating from within. Had he not just passed by the exterior and experienced a comprehensive enhancement to his physique, he might not have caught those faint whispers. Li Qiuling, I hope you do not fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, that if you could provide something useful today, we might spare you. Otherwise, your little brother is still young. It would be unfortunate if something untoward were to occur before him. He. Lu Tianqing's voice echoed from within the cellar, causing Zhang Wen to narrow his eyes slightly. Inside the cellar, Li Qiuling remained expressionless, fiercely protecting her younger brother Li Qiushi behind her, and calmly asked who you been. Who you been? Do you share the same intentions? Who you been, upon being questioned by Li Qiuling, initially paled, but quickly regained his composure. His countenance darkened as he replied, Qiuling, you understand my intentions. Yet, why have you always been so indifferent towards me? Why have you ignored all my kindness? Why? While his tone began with restraint, it eventually morphed into a distorted expression of rage. If you want to proceed, then do so. On that day, you were mere bystanders. Today, you are participants. The distinction is negligible and no need to disguise yourselves. A beast, no matter how it wears human skin, remains a beast. Proceed if you must. Li Qiuling's voice was eerily calm, her eyes void of life, gazing at Lu Tianqing and Hu Yibin before her. Li Qiuling felt an overwhelming sense of indifference within. Following that fateful encounter, her heart had long since perished. What remained was merely a corporeal shell traversing this world. Yet, boss, I seem to be becoming even more tainted. Sigh. Li Qiuling, do you truly believe that the exalted immortal master would treat you any differently? It's merely a game to him. With such a commotion, he is undoubtedly preparing something. I refuse to believe you are completely oblivious. If he intended for you to remain unconscious and unaware, why allow you to step outside? Would it not be simpler and more efficient to have you faint within the thatched hut, making it easier to keep watch? You appear to be aiding that Zhang Wen in his schemes. Do not think that just because he has made a few promises, you have found a reliable ally. Do you not see what a wretched creature you are? You must understand, the village is your true sanctuary, not that so-called immortal Master Zhang. Lu Tianqing's words struck Li Qiuling's heart like a heavy hammer, rendering her pallid. Yet, she remained silent, merely turning to cast a hateful glance at Lu Tianqing and her brother, Li Qiushi, gripping his hand tightly. Qiuling, Deputy Lu is correct. It is time for you to awaken to reality. It is not too late to turn back. After all, the village is your eternal home. What is Zhang Wen scheming with such a ruckus? What intentions does he harbor for the village? How much have you disclosed about the village to Zhang Wen? We hope you will be entirely forthcoming. Only then can the captain and I determine how to confront this situation. Do you wish to stand by and watch the village suffer? Given the current state of affairs, can the village withstand any more turmoil? Taking a deep breath, Li Qiuling turned to face Lu Tianqing, her expression devoid of emotion, simply gazing at him in silence. Just a beast cloaked in righteousness. Any further words would be a futile endeavor. For reasons unknown, Li Qiuling suddenly recalled Zhang Wen, this eccentric immortal master who insisted on being called boss, compared to the faces of these individuals. Li Qiuling found herself more inclined to place her faith in Zhang Wen. However, tonight she might once again be devoured by the hounds. A mocking, cold smile curled at the corners of Li Qiuling's lips as she regarded Lu Tianqing and Hu Yibin. This was her final act of defiance. Observing the heavy sarcasm in the smile gracing Li Qiuling's lips, Lu Tianqing's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened instantly. Hu Yibin's countenance also grew increasingly complex and somber. It seems today you will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. Hu Yibin, I shall go first, and then it will be your turn. Haha, do not worry. I will not inform the captain. Fear not, Zhao Xian. Suddenly, Lu Tianqing's words were abruptly cut off as he stared wide-eyed, lowering his gaze to the knife tip protruding from his chest. His face contorted in disbelief as he turned to Hu Yibin, his eyes ablaze with fury, wishing to utter something. Unfortunately, Hu Yibin deprived him of the opportunity. Swiftly covering his mouth, twisting the blade in his hand, cough. Blood gushed from Lu Tianqing's mouth, seeping through Hu Yibin's fingers, his eyes wide with the desire to speak, but his blood-choked throat rendered him voiceless. Hu Yibin, gazing at Lu Tianqing, who was now pierced through the heart, wore a chilling smile as he slowly spoke. Why should you go first? This time, I shall relish it alone. and you will merely be the foolish pig who was violently slain. Though Hu Yibin's face was adorned with a smile, his voice dripped with malice. Chapter 040. Here, only strength matters in the cellar. Li Qiuling beheld the scene before her pupils contracting and her brows furrowing. Meanwhile, Hu Yibin wore a bizarre smile, the end no longer covering Lu Tianqing's mouth with his left hand. He instead grasped the back of Lu Tianqing's neck, forcing him to maintain eye contact with his right hand. Hu Yibin wielded a short knife, repeatedly plunging it in and out of Lu Tianqing's body. Puncture, puncture, blood gushed forth, saturating Hu Yibin entirely. Yet he remained unfazed, the motions of his hands steady and unyielding. Moments later, observing Lu Tianqing's body, now resembling a sieve, and his lifeless, fish-like visage, Hu Yibin cast him aside to at that moment. Hu Yibin was drenched in Lu Tianqing's blood, his face splattered with gore, even bearing remnants of internal organs. However, Hu Yibin paid no mind to it. Though merely having slain this repugnant fat pig, Hu Yibin felt as if he had undergone a transformation, a metamorphosis of the spirit, especially since this transformation occurred before Li Qiuling. Hu Yibin felt a profound sense of fulfillment enveloping his entire being, lifting his head, closing his eyes, savoring this spiritual metamorphosis. After a while, Hu Yibin finally opened his eyes, his gaze returning to Li Qiuling. With a grin, he approached her slowly, stepping through the congealed blood on the floor to Li Qiuling. However, furrowed her brow, clutching her brother Li Qiushi tightly, her heart beginning to race with trepidation. She sensed that Hu Yibin had gone mad. The dim light of the oil lamp illuminated Hu Yibin's blood-soaked visage, rendering him a terrifying figure, each footstep echoing ominously on the crimson floor. It felt as if each step crushed Li Qiuling's heart, causing even her usually composed mind to falter in fear. Yet, in this cellar, faced with Hu Yibin, neither she nor her brother possessed any means of defense. After all, Li Qiuling was merely a girl in her teens. For a moment, panic gripped her. "Qiuling, do you know?" Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the small wooden door burst open, interrupting Hu Yibin's words. Hu Yibin turned in shock. A hand appeared before him. Puff! Zhang Wen's right palm struck Hu Yibin's face directly, while his left hand, infused with energy, swiftly descended upon Hu Yibin's neck. With a dull thud, Hu Yibin's entire body collapsed, succumbing to weakness. Until the final moment of consciousness, he could not comprehend who had attacked him. It was, of course, Zhang Wen. Having executed this seamless series of actions, Zhang Wen could not help but pause momentarily, staring at the limp Hu Yibin on the floor, finally gaining a sense of his own strength. It seemed his current abilities were indeed formidable. Naturally, only in comparison to the village of Teeling. The fluidity of his actions, watching Hu Yibin collapse under his command, granted Zhang Wen a taste of the satisfaction that power could bring. This sensation was entirely different from the previous victories achieved through strategy and cunning. Zhang Wen could not deny that this more direct and straightforward approach was beginning to captivate him. However, it also led Zhang Wen to contemplate a pressing issue. In this world of extraordinary power, the significance of strategy would likely diminish to insignificance. After all, when one side possesses overwhelming strength capable of crushing the other, strategy becomes nothing but a jest. Brushing aside the fleeting thoughts, Zhang Wen turned to Li Qiuling with a smile and inquired, "Are you all right?" I'm fine, immortal boss. Why are you here?" Li Qiuling gazed at Zhang Wen, her heart racing, filled with both anxiety and confusion. "I came to see if you had betrayed me, but it appears you have held your ground. Let's go. We must leave this place." Zhang Wen cast a glance at the mangled Lu Tianqing, his demeanor nonchalant, seemingly unfazed. Yet, deep within, he was shaken. This marked his first encounter with death, witnessing a murder unfold before his very eyes. It seemed his assumptions about this world were indeed accurate. It was a realm devoid of laws and order. When order is cast aside, the brutality of this world becomes painfully evident, as Zhang Wen could easily fathom. Just as in Blue Star, one need only observe the plight of civilians in war-torn nations to grasp the value of human life. Cheap as dirt. With a sigh of contemplation, Zhang Wen made his way towards the cellar exit. "Wait, boss!" At that moment, Li Qiuling's voice halted his steps, and Zhang Wen turned, puzzled, to face her. What unfolded next made Zhang Wen's pupils constrict in shock. Li Qiuling pulled the short knife from Hu Yibin's grasp and plunged it into his throat. Puff! Hu Yibin's body convulsed reflexively, his eyes fluttering open slightly, and he raised his hands as if to extract the knife from his throat. But the copious loss of blood rendered that effort futile. Observing Hu Yibin's struggle, Li Qiuling leaned forward, allowing the knife to pierce deeper. Splat! Blood erupted forth, drenching Li Qiuling in crimson. Hu Yibin's head nearly severed from his body. Yet at this point, it hardly mattered. Aside from a few scraps of flesh still tenuously connected, his entire cervical spine lay severed. Throughout the ordeal, Li Qiuling maintained an expression of utter tranquility. "Boss, Hu Yibin is not dead yet." A calm voice emerged from Li Qiuling's lips, sending another tremor through Zhang Wen's heart. "Damn it, of course I know he isn't dead." Observing Li Qiuling, who, after dispatching Hu Yibin, was contentedly wiping the blood from his face with an old garment, Zhang Wen's mind buzzed. It must be said that as a serious businessman who had just traversed from the orderly world of the Blue Star Xia Kingdom, this was the first moment Zhang Wen truly comprehended the stark differences between himself and the natives of this world. Although he had surmised the brutality of this realm from various bits of information, his subconscious still remained shackled by the laws and concepts of the Blue Star Xia Kingdom. However, today's display by Li Qiuling forced Zhang Wen to confront this jarring reality head-on. "Indeed, I have noticed the details you intentionally left behind. Remember, in the future, I have no desire to soil my garments with weak opponents. Very well, let us depart." While Zhang Wen felt a tremor within as he watched Li Qiuling clean the blood and once again grasped the short blade in his right hand. Holding Hu Yibin's severed head by the hair with his left, he maintained an outward composure as steady as a rock. Yet, one can thrive for a moment, but not for a lifetime. That it appeared that he truly needed to swiftly alter his subconscious beliefs. This world was certainly not the Blue Star Xia Kingdom. Here, no one spoke of law or reason. It only recognized strength. Chapter 041. The eerie old Taoist emerging from the cellar and stepping outside the house. Zhang Wen lifted his gaze to the starlit sky, his emotions still in turmoil. The recent scenes continued to swirl in his mind. Nevertheless, he quickly suppressed these emotional fluctuations, regaining his composure. He comprehended that the fundamental nature of these two worlds was inherently different, and he was acutely aware that he could not change this reality. What he could do was simple: adapt to the rules of this world and embrace them. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. "Boss!" "We now." Zhang Wen turned to face Li Qiuling and Li Qiushi, pondering the situation. Trouble was undoubtedly brewing. However, the assistance Li Qiuling had provided was significant. Setting aside any moral considerations, in terms of the inherent nature of merchants and the principle of equivalent exchange. Having received benefits, he ought to offer something in return. "Let us find a place to hide for now. We can only take it one step at a time. What I wish to." A resounding boom echoed through the air, abruptly cutting off Zhang Wen's words. That an overwhelming sense of dread began to rise slowly within the village. A foul and sinister aura began to permeate the surroundings. While Li Qiuling and Li Qiushi merely sensed that something was amiss and felt a slight difficulty in breathing, Zhang Wen perceived the awakening of an evil presence. This was not the end. An ominous energy surged forth, radiating from the only courtyard in Teeling village, creating a wave of shock that rapidly spread outwards. That he felt this malevolent aura, which alone sent shivers down his spine. Zhang Wen's brows knitted deeply. He was not mistaken. This village indeed harbored secrets. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt that sinister energy lock onto him. He could not articulate why he felt this way, but the sensation of being targeted was intensely vivid in his heart. "You two, find a deserted cellar to hide in. Quickly." Zhang Wen urgently instructed Li Qiuling and her brother, his facade of calmness crumbling away. This was the first time he encountered an opponent of such formidable power since arriving in this world. Zhang Wen felt utterly unprepared, devoid of any confidence. Who was this? The malevolent mastermind lurking in the shadows. The notion that the so-called evil had merely entered the village was absurd. The true antagonist had been hiding within the village all along. Zhang Wen's thoughts raced, but at that moment, Li Qiuling hesitated, reluctant to act immediately. This only heightened Zhang Wen's impatience. Quickly, Don't engage in foolish delays. Your survival now is a form of assistance to me. Zhang Wen admonished her loudly. At this. Li Qiuling seemed to have been struck by a revelation, suddenly realizing that her presence here was of no use and only rendered her a burden. Gazing at Zhang Wen, she bit her lip. Never before had she yearned for power so desperately. Boss, be careful, Li Qiuling exclaimed, no longer hesitating. She grasped her brother Li Qiushi's hand and dashed towards an unoccupied house nearby. Given that Teeling village was largely deserted, finding another cellar to hide in was not a significant challenge for Li Qiuling. Zhang Wen watched as they entered the house, feeling a slight sense of relief. Just then, boom, a thunderous sound erupted before Zhang Wen. As a figure suddenly materialized before him, that it was an old Taoist, suspended in midair, his Taoist robe billowing in the wind, his hair like a frosty cloud. Yet, what unsettled Zhang Wen was the old man's expressionless visage. Resembling that of a corpse, with eyes as dark as night, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Moreover, the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from him conveyed a singular message. The source of the village's upheaval was him. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Wen began to retreat slowly, channeling his qi with all his might, but he had never anticipated that his initial intent to gather intelligence and familiarize himself with his new body would lead him to the ultimate nemesis. Now, he could only respond to each challenge as it arose. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wen focused intently, refraining from voicing any inquiries. Instead, he fixed his gaze firmly on the old Taoist hovering before him. Yet, for reasons unknown, the cancerous cells within him seemed to stir as if ready to boil over. Brother Zhang, it feels like an eternity since we last met. I wonder what brings you to Teeling village at this hour. The old Taoist spoke, yet his lips had not even parted, and his expression remained unchanged. Brother Zhao? Zhang Wen's heart jolted upon hearing that voice. It was none other than Zhao Jingbao's. Brother Zhang, your arrival is most fortuitous. Just in time for me to test him. Zhao Jingbao's words were abruptly interrupted. Damn it! Why? Zhao Jingbao's voice suddenly emanated from the shadows by the wall of the nearby house. Yet before he could finish, it fell silent. The old Taoist had turned his gaze, his pitch-black eyes fixed upon him. Waste! How could you take so long to help me condense the spirit body? You nearly jeopardized my grand scheme. Damn it! The cold voice of the old Taoist rang out, laden with a bone-chilling intensity. Why? Is it useless to you? No, I'm sorry, master. I was wrong. Spare me this once. Zhao Jingbao, gazing at the old Taoist in midair, felt his legs turn to jelly as he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing in homage. But he could not comprehend why, despite having expended great cost to exchange with the being atop Iron Ridge Mountain for the cursed seal to control the malevolent spirit. It had suddenly ceased to function. Damn it, could it be that the cursed Taoist from the condensation sect had deceived him? Was the cursed seal a sham? A mere cursed seal, a trifling artifact from the condensation sect. Dares to control me? I see now why you prepared for so long. It was for this moment. Ants remain ants. Bestowing you with an opportunity for transcendence without gratitude is one thing. But to have the audacity to scheme against me, die. The old Taoist mood was evidently foul, and with the casual utterance of that final word, his figure vanished in an instant. When Zhang Wen laid eyes upon him again, the old Taoist had already appeared before Zhao Jingbao, thrusting his entire right hand into Zhao Jingbao's skull. Yes, he plunged it right in. Zhang Wen watched this scene, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Most bizarrely, even though the old Taoist's entire hand was embedded within Zhao Jingbao's head, not a single drop of blood emerged. Not only that, but Zhao Jingbao himself began to shrink down. Indeed, he was shrinking. In Zhang Wen's eyes, the once robust Zhao Jingbao was deflating like an air-filled doll, rapidly withering away. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from the old Taoist grew increasingly potent, as though he were being nourished. Reflecting on the earlier words, Zhang Wen squinted slightly. The spirit body? It seemed that, Chapter 042, the terrifying power of the old Taoist in a flash. The shadow of Zhao Jingbao in the corner transformed into a dried corpse before Zhang Wen's very eyes. This left Zhang Wen feeling quite complex. In the span of this brief evening, he had witnessed far too much death, Such experiences were unfathomable for someone who had previously thrived in peaceful times. The contrast between speculation and first-hand observation was immense. Observing Zhao Jingbao, with whom he had recently exchanged calculated glances, simply vanish without a trace, Zhang Wen truly grasped the cruelty of this world. This time, it was not mere conjecture, but rather a direct confrontation with the grim reality. With a dull thud, Zhao Jingbao's lifeless body fell to the ground. The old Taoist then turned to Zhang Wen. The aura of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Inner Path Sect. Sword Cultivation Secret Manual. The old Taoist regarded Zhang Wen with an expressionless demeanor, his tone devoid of emotion. Senior. Just right. Let me add something. Before Zhang Wen could finish his words, the old man had already appeared before him in an instant. That eerie speed was akin to teleportation. Damn. Goosebumps erupted all over his body in an instant. An overwhelming sense of dread surged forth from the depths of Zhang Wen's heart. This was the most primal emotion, a reflex of the subconscious mind. In that moment, Zhang Wen was genuinely terrified. The true energy within him erupted explosively as he raised his hand and hurled a punch at the palm aimed at his face. Damn it! You scared the life out of me. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. With the infusion of true energy, Zhang Wen's fist collided directly with the old man's hand blade. Following the resounding crash, a powerful recoil force sent Zhang Wen hurtling backward, causing him to stumble 7 or 8 meters before regaining his footing. Finally managing to halt his momentum, Zhang Wen glanced at his right fist, only to find it grotesquely lacerated from the impact. Frowning, intense pain radiated from his hand, a familiar agony reminiscent of the excruciating pain brought on by the spread of cancer cells. However, just as Zhang Wen was about to divert his gaze, a bizarre scene unfolded. He was astonished to witness his mangled fist, where the flesh began to writhe, as if animated by a life of its own. Blood ceased to flow, and the flesh rapidly regenerated. What in the world is happening? Zhang Wen instinctively glanced at the life timer on his left wrist, only to see it plummeting rapidly. And in an instant he understood. Is this one of the abilities following the mutation of the cancer cells? Such an uncanny body. The sword cultivation secrets of the Heavenly Sword Sect seemed to lack such formidable power. The old man, initially preparing to strike again, paused at the sight, his expression filled with perplexity. Senior, we bear no grudges. You four, why does an ant need to ponder so many questions? The old man replied with a faint smile, his form instantly reappearing before Zhang Wen, the 6 or 7 meters between them seeming negligible. Damn! Just because the tiger does not roar, does it mean I am a mere house cat in heat? Zhang Wen was furious. The anger that filled his heart ignited the emotions of the cancer cells. Crackle. His muscles swelled instantaneously, transforming the previously somewhat frail Zhang Wen into a muscular behemoth within a breath. A terrifying sense of power surged within him as he beheld the old man's hand blade slicing toward him once more. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Wen launched another punch. In that moment, a flicker of regret crossed his mind. His current attacks were overly simplistic and crude. Had he learned some combat techniques on Blue Star, his methods would not be so juvenile. A fleeting thought, muscles rapidly expanding, all transpired in an instant. When the old man's hand blade met Zhang Wen's fist, everything had already culminated. Boom! An even more intense explosion erupted at the point of contact between the hand blade and the fist. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, stirring up a cloud of dust from the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps resounded beneath Zhang Wen's feet, even with his true energy at its peak and the mutation of his cancer cells utilized. He still staggered backward 4 or 5 steps. However, this time the old man also retreated a step or two, yet the old man stood suspended in midair, unlike Zhang Wen, whose grounded stance absorbed much of the impact. Intense pain radiated from his fist. Zhang Wen did not need to look to know that his right hand was undoubtedly injured again. The old man's pitch-black eyes fixated on Zhang Wen, a hint of curiosity lacing his voice as he spoke. I distinctly broke through your true energy. How can this body resist the spiritual essence? Ignoring the erosion of the spiritual essence? Interesting, very interesting. And this internal technique. I am eager to see what other tricks you possess, little one. The old man's form vanished again, and Zhang Wen, instinctively reacting, thrust out a punch. However, this time, Zhang Wen struck only at the air, feeling no tangible resistance. Naive attacks, crude techniques. And at the third level of chi refinement. If I weren't inclined to play with you, do you truly believe you could touch me? Boom! Accompanied by the indifferent tone echoing in his ears. Zhang Wen felt a terrifying force slam against his chest, propelling him through the air. Boom! Zhang Wen shot forth like a cannonball, demolishing a significant portion of a house behind him with a deafening roar. Dust billowed and shards of debris scattered. Meanwhile, the old man, maintaining a calm demeanor, waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept away the dust, revealing Zhang Wen lying amidst the rubble. Cough, cough. Lying among the debris. Zhang Wen could not help but cough up blood, feeling pain coursing through every part of his body, his consciousness becoming somewhat hazy. At that moment, within him, the cancer cells began to divide frantically, replacing the injured cells. 65? Oh, you're still alive. It seems this sword cultivation secret indeed possesses its unique merits. The old man approached Zhang Wen, observing the young man, who, despite being gravely wounded from a strike, remained alive, his interest intensifying. I suddenly find myself curious. How many more hits can you endure? No, master. I implore you to spare my boss. Just as the old man raised his hand to strike again, a figure rushed out from the still-standing half of the house, arms outstretched to shield Zhang Wen. This figure was none other than the little girl, Li Qiuling, at this moment. She was covered in dust, looking disheveled. Yet, Li Qiuling paid no heed to her appearance, her face a mask of anxiety as she stood protectively in front of Zhang Wen, and upon seeing the old man halt his hand, she immediately knelt before him. Thud, 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 crackle, crackle. Li Qiuling's forehead struck against the rubble, the sound of breaking debris resonating through the air. Chapter 043. Unresolved emotions. Zhang Wen, whose consciousness had been somewhat disoriented, regained focus upon hearing the sound of her count, and he lifted his head to see Li Qiuling blocking his path, bowing before the old man, and his heart jolted violently. Li Qiuling. Run! Zhang Wen managed to utter towards Li Qiuling with great difficulty. Death for Zhang Wen was not an especially terrifying prospect. After all, he had long since come to terms with that reality. However, previously, he had faced death due to cancer. Now, he was at risk of being killed by someone. Oh wait, this old man is likely not human. Yet it hardly mattered whether he was human or not. Certainly, compared to dying from a terminal illness, being killed by another was indeed somewhat unresolved in his heart. Quite intriguing. Such a bold little ant is indeed rare. Little girl, are you not afraid of death? The old man regarded Li Qiuling, then turned to cast a deep glance at Li Qiushi, who seemed hesitant to approach, before returning his attention to Li Qiuling. Master, I am afraid, but from your dialogue, I can tell that my boss holds no enmity with you. So, I beg you to spare my boss, Li Qiuling pleaded as she gazed up at the old man, who was slowly drifting closer. At this moment, she was both anxious and terrified, beads of cold sweat on her forehead and tears in her eyes, causing the dirt on her face to run, making her appearance a mess. Qiuling, step aside. Hurry. Zhang Wen felt as if his heart was being wrenched. Looking at Li Qiuling before him, he found it difficult to articulate his emotions. His thoughts of using this little girl outweighed the kindness he tried to convey. Yet, in this moment, Zhang Wen truly could not fathom that Li Qiuling would plead for him, undeterred by the threat of death. At this moment, Zhang Wen felt a growing fury and restlessness within him, compounded by the excruciating pain in his chest that relentlessly stimulated his nerves. This left Zhang Wen feeling like a volcano on the verge of eruption, yet stifled, with nowhere to vent his pent-up frustration and fury. The world before him appeared to be coated in a layer of crimson. Meanwhile, the cancer cells within Zhang Wen's body continued to proliferate wildly. The proportion of these malignant cells was ever increasing. 85, 86, 87. Who gave you the audacity? Hey, your brother is quite impressive, a fine vessel indeed. I shall accept him. As a reward, I will grant you a swift end, the old man spoke, placing his hand upon Li Qiuling's head, penetrating it as if his palm were made of nothingness. At that moment, Li Qiuling, kneeling on the ground, began to tremble uncontrollably. Spare me, old Master, but before her words could fully escape her lips, she had become a withered corpse. Collapsing to the ground, her already frail body, drained of its essence, was left scarcely weighing a few pounds. Suddenly, silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Wen stared in disbelief at the spectacle before him. The excruciating pain that had plagued him was entirely forgotten, and the world around him grew shrouded in a crimson haze. The fury within him had transformed into madness. This madness, exhilaration, and brutal emotions relentlessly assaulted his spirit. 97. 98. The blood of mortals is weak. But better than nothing, the old man nonchalantly withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the shriveled body on the ground. Yet Zhang Wen's gaze remained locked on the lifeless form of Li Qiuling. His eyes now entirely crimson. 99. In a fleeting moment, the memories of his time with Li Qiuling replayed in his mind. Why didn't you wait? Just a moment longer. Zhang Wen murmured absently, unable to articulate his emotions. Sadness? Regret? Anger? None of these. It was as if he had reached a serene calm after the tempest of feelings, that a stillness akin to the tranquility before the storm. Hey, do you desire this body of mine? Then take it. Zhang Wen slowly closed his eyes in that instant. The lifespan etched upon his left wrist diminished by 5 days. Simultaneously, all neural cells in his brain underwent a malignant transformation. 100. Oh, so you've accepted your fate? I thought we could play a bit longer. Well, the blood of the third stage of Qi training will nourish me even more, allowing for a quicker recovery. A soft hum resonated from within Zhang Wen's body, interrupting the old man's words. Without using his hands for support, Zhang Wen executed an uncanny leap, resembling a fish leaping from water, and gradually stood upright. His head slightly bowed, obscured by the night. His expression and visage were concealed. I'm so hungry, a deep voice escaped Zhang Wen's lips. This bizarre scene caused the old man to pause momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure, pointing a finger at Zhang Wen. Whoosh, a ghostly light flashed past, instantly penetrating Zhang Wen's heart, pretending to be divine. But before the old man could finish a sentence, Zhang Wen's entire body erupted in a torrent of gore. It was as if the old man's finger had detonated Zhang Wen from within, causing a cascade of crimson to burst forth as if a bomb had exploded inside him. The bloody spray shot out in all directions. Buzz, thud, thud, thud. A resonant sound erupted from within Zhang Wen, followed by a dull heartbeat, as the wound that the old man had pierced began to heal rapidly. Not only that, but the torrents of blood that had erupted halted midair. A tempestuous, frenzied aura began to emanate from Zhang Wen, swiftly radiating outward like a wildfire, a terrifying presence expanding into the surroundings. Buzz! A third resonant sound erupted from within Zhang Wen. The suspended crimson blood began to return, coalescing behind him, in mere moments. An enormous cape made of blood had formed behind Zhang Wen, resembling a grand, fluttering banner. Simultaneously, his short hair began to grow wildly, dancing in the air. A maniacal, ecstatic laughter escaped Zhang Wen's lips at this moment. He finally lifted his head. His eyes, now of vivid crimson, met the old man's dark gaze. In that brief exchange, the old man felt a surge of madness begin to spread within his heart. What monstrous entity are you? I shall see. Whoosh! Before the old man could finish speaking, the massive blood-red cape behind Zhang Wen lunged at him like a colossal hand. Boom! With a resounding crash, the old man was sent flying before he could react. His form was propelled away with incredible force. Yet curiously, there was no sound of impact against the walls of the nearby buildings. That was as though the old man's body possessed an innate ability to pass through solid matter. Chapter 044. Resisting the Golden Core stage at the third level of Qi training, the old man's bizarre predicament did not faze Zhang Wen in the slightest. Sister. At that moment, Li Qiushi emerged from the shadows, cradling the withered body of Li Qiuling, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Wen paid no heed to this scene, silently stepping past Li Qiushi, gradually making his way toward the direction in which the old man had been flung. At this juncture, Zhang Wen's consciousness had descended into a deep slumber, his movements driven by the chaotic consciousness of the cancer cells that had yet to fully coalesce. Damn it, what manner of monster are you? I intend to find out today. The old man's figure suddenly emerged from the ground several meters in front of Zhang Wen, his words dripping with rage. Yet before he could finish, he was once again met with the overwhelming blood-red cape. Bang! Like a fly swatter, the massive cape struck down upon the old man's head, shaking the ground beneath them. Instantly, the old man's mouth was silenced once more. Zhang Wen merely tilted his head, showing little reaction, instead frowning slightly. Damn it! Indeed, the old man's figure vanished, only to reappear in the air at a distance. Realizing that close combat with Zhang Wen was futile, he created space, hovering away from him, in midair. The old man surveyed the blood-red cape swirling beneath the silver moonlight, unable to suppress a frown. What kind of inner technique is this? Using one's own blood as a weapon? And why is it that my physical form, devoid of true energy, can still be directly touched by this spiritual entity? Curse it! Must I truly be half damaged to contend? Does this boiling blood truly risk wasting the majority? Yet, even so, I have no choice. The true essence reserves within my golden core are dwindling. If I do not resolve this swiftly, I may find myself in peril. With this thought, the old man ceased hesitating, unleashing the remaining true essence within his golden core. No longer holding back, I must admit, your inner techniques possess some merit, though they carry the essence of the Heavenly Sword sect's sword cultivation secrets. However, I suspect you have an even more formidable legacy. I had initially intended to conserve your blood, not waste it unnecessarily. As he spoke, the old man was not idle, casting various spell seals with haste, and in an instant a technique was summoned forth. Technique, flamme explosion. With a cold command, the old man completed the spell seal. That a technique took shape in an instant, radiating a deep red glow as it hurtled toward Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen merely raised his head, gazing at the old man. And as the blazing light approached, he broke into a grin. That moment, illuminated by both the crimson glow and the moonlight, Zhang Wen's crimson eyes cast an eerie reflection across his face. Yet even without the glow, Zhang Wen's visage was profoundly unsettling. His facial skin seemed to writhe as if alive, with veins resembling little worms squirming beneath the surface. Not just his face, but every inch of his skin exhibited this phenomenon. It was as though every part of his body was alive, with movements that exuded a horrific sense of coordination. Moreover, these movements were not in vain. The cells within those parts were generating a mysterious energy, continuously nourishing Zhang Wen's body, granting him a terrifying enhancement. Regardless of Zhang Wen's bizarre transformations, the old man's flame explosion technique surged toward him, only to be thwarted by Zhang Wen's enormous cape. Boom! With a terrifying roar, the entire village trembled, and a blinding light erupted from the point of impact. A terrifying shockwave instantly radiated outward, akin to the simultaneous detonation of multiple grenades. Fortunately, Li Qiushi, positioned not far behind Zhang Wen, emerged relatively unscathed. All the shockwaves generated by the explosions were effectively blocked by Zhang Wen's enormous cloak. Meanwhile, the aged Taoist in midair did not pause, casting a mere fire explosion spell with casual ease. His true intention was simply to disrupt Zhang Wen. This moment, the old Taoist hovered effortlessly in the air, his hands weaving intricate seals, as strands of true essence continuously emanated from him and suspended in the atmosphere. In just a few breaths, as the tremors below began to subside, a formation spanning several meters began to coalesce, utilizing the nodes of true essence in the air as its focal points. When Zhang Wen spread open his tattered cloak and glanced skyward once more, he was met with the sight of the vast formation that had already been established. That a ring on the old Taoist's right index finger shimmered, and 6 spirit crystals promptly descended into the core of the formation. With a resonant hum, an eerie aura began to emanate from the formation, transforming its intricate patterns into a vivid crimson. Instantly, hundreds of blood-red sigils erupted from the formation, surging into the nearby village houses. Ah! Help! What on earth is this? I don't want to die. Ah! From within the houses, cries of despair began to resonate. But they soon fell silent, as the crimson sigils that had infiltrated the homes grew increasingly vibrant. The stench of blood wafted from the sigils, which then began to condense and purify drops of blood. Observing these droplets, the old Taoist's face revealed a hint of satisfaction that he then consumed the droplets as a whale would gulp down water, and with each drop ingested, his aura grew more potent. Not only that, but a powerful gravitational force began to emanate from the old Taoist, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish the true essence within his golden core. Sensing his condition gradually restoring, the old Taoist's mood lifted significantly that he regarded Zhang Wen, whose ragged cloak was rapidly mending after the violent explosions, and smiled faintly, saying, "You've endured this much. Youngster, I must admit, your inner cultivation method possesses some merit. Though I have just transitioned to ghostly cultivation and my golden core cultivation is barely intact, my remaining strength is akin to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, to withstand my numerous assaults at the third level of qi refining, you exhibit remarkable talent. What say you? Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I have just awakened and am in dire need of assistance that if you miss this opportunity, once I recover from this period of weakness, such a chance shall not arise again." As the old Taoist spoke, he greedily absorbed spiritual energy to restore his true essence. His words not merely a call for allegiance, but a pretext to regain strength. Standing on the ground, Zhang Wen did not respond to the old Taoist. Instead, he contemplated the spiritual energy gathering beside the old man. Suddenly, the skin on Zhang Wen's body began to writhe violently. Resembling waves in motion, a terrifying force of absorption manifested around him, and within mere breaths, a formidable vortex of spiritual energy began to form, voraciously consuming the energy in the vicinity. Even the energy attracted by the old Taoist was not spared, being drawn directly into Zhang Wen's vortex. This spectacle left the old Taoist momentarily astounded. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, who would dare believe that a third-level qi refining cultivator could generate such a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy capable of seizing energy from a golden core cultivator? What manner of monster is this? Gazing at the scene created by Zhang Wen, the old Taoist could not help but feel a twinge of shock. However, he was not overly concerned, despite the impressive display. He reminded himself that Zhang Wen was merely a third-level qi refining cultivator. Though his cultivation method was indeed peculiar, allowing him to physically interact with spiritual entities, the fundamental disparity in their cultivation levels remained unassailable. At that moment, Zhang Wen underwent another transformation that as the vortex intensified, countless strands of spiritual energy surged into his body, causing his aura to shift once more. Moreover, fresh crimson began to erupt from his form, seemingly endless, and combined with the massive blood-red cloak behind him, it was almost unimaginable that such a volume of blood could emanate from a single individual. The splattering crimson rapidly transformed into blood threads. Hurtling toward the old Taoist, the sky became a canvas of blood threads, enveloping the old Taoist as if he were ensnared in a colossal net. All show and no substance, as the old Taoist began his retort. He was abruptly cut off, for unlike the previous assault from the massive crimson cloak, this time the blood threads pierced into his spiritual body with the force of needles. Although the penetration was minimal, just a few centimeters deep, it was sufficient to unsettle the old Taoist. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The blood threads swiftly wrapped around him, ensnaring him like a red-hued mummy, pulling him rapidly toward Zhang Wen. Do you truly believe that being close grants you an advantage? The young man could not possibly think that I, a being with capabilities akin to those of the malevolent, would lack such powers. The old Taoist, now incensed, observed the blood threads binding him tightly, and rather than resist, he allowed himself to be drawn closer to Zhang Wen. Their gazes met, enveloped in an embrace, as the old Taoist coldly chuckled inwardly. Every part of Zhang Wen's being trembled with anticipation. "Ha! Kid, I never anticipated that you would deliver yourself to me without effort. Ha!" As the old Taoist entered Zhang Wen's body, he could not help but laugh maniacally, only to be abruptly interrupted by an intense sensation as his spiritual body was forcefully drained. The old Taoist was instantly overwhelmed. What sorcery is this? Enough! Slurp! Awe! The old Taoist was taken aback, his words faltering as he felt his spiritual body quiver. The clarity of his speech faltering, soon followed by an overwhelming wave of weakness. What kind of monster is this? The meager essence he had painstakingly regained was swiftly devoured. Slurp. The old Taoist was still in disbelief when Zhang Wen took another vigorous draught. This time, it felt as though Zhang Wen had siphoned the very essence of the old Taoist soul, causing his spiritual body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet this was not the worst predicament. The old Taoist realized that his power to consume flesh and blood as a spiritual entity was entirely ineffective against Zhang Wen. What on earth are you? Slurp. Oh, damn it. In a matter of mere breaths, after being drained several times, the old Taoist was horrified to discover that nearly 1/10 of his spiritual body had been consumed, attempting to activate his blood-draining power once more. The old Taoist's heart sank. There was no use at all. Damn it. What manner of creature is this? At this juncture, the old Taoist had to concede that his plan to infiltrate and devour Zhang Wen's vitality had completely unraveled. Youngster, I am increasingly intrigued by you. I must concede, your body is indeed extraordinary. Not only does it resist the draining power of a spiritual entity, but it can also reverse the process. You are impressive. I will remember you, as the old Taoist proclaimed with fervor. He attempted to extricate himself from Zhang Wen's body, but his words faltered midway, and he was horrified to realize he could not escape Zhang Wen's body. Damn it! Let me out, or I shall self-destruct my golden core, and we shall perish together. The old Taoist was genuinely alarmed. However, he was not truly at a loss. He could no longer afford to hesitate and swiftly revealed his trump card. At that moment, Zhang Wen, invigorated by the drafts, felt an exhilarating chill spread throughout his body, diminishing the intense pain and heat he had previously endured. That was akin to being doused in ice water during a sweltering summer, reviving his dulled consciousness and suppressing the chaotic cancerous cells within. Observing the transformation within his body, Zhang Wen felt little excitement. Acknowledging the exhilaration coursing through him, he sighed inwardly. Even if he had emerged victorious from this inexplicable battle, it felt more like a loss. This bizarre conflict, culminating in an inexplicable triumph, finally illuminated for Zhang Wen the arbitrary cruelty that the strong wield over the weak in this world. Youngster, you heard. Then you might as well self-destruct. Before the old man could finish his words, Zhang Wen had already spoken in a flat tone. As his voice emerged, countless strands of blood coalesced around him, forming a suit of crimson armor that tightly bound every part of his body, leaving no gap for the old man to escape. The cloak also wrapped around him, shrinking slightly to become a blood-red hooded cape. He slowly approached the withered corpse of Li Qiuling. Gazing at Li Qiushi, who looked at him with eyes full of hatred, Zhang Wen gradually crouched down. Junior, are you truly not afraid of death? ? The old man was genuinely astonished, shouting in disbelief. Death is merely what? Tell me how to preserve the consciousness of this girl before me and transform it into an existence like yours. Then we can still talk. Otherwise, let us perish together. Zhang Wen's voice was remarkably calm. As he caressed Li Qiuling's hair, observing her wrinkled face resembling dried meat, a volcano of emotions simmered within him. Chapter 046. An unexpected encounter upon hearing Zhang Wen's request. The old man was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, "You would actually choose to perish alongside an ordinary mortal? Boy, even if you are merely a third-tier Qi refinement practitioner, you are still not comparable to this mere mortal." Enough with the nonsense. Is it possible or not? Zhang Wen interrupted the old man's words, his agitation beginning to surface. Although the cooling sensation had awakened his consciousness and temporarily suppressed the frenzied emotions of the cancer cells, the transformation of his body was far from over. The emotions of the cancer cells relentlessly eroded Zhang Wen's rationality and composure, attempting to reclaim control over his body. To threaten me, boy, you might be a bit too naive. Then you might as well self-destruct. Zhang Wen cradled Li Qiuling's emaciated body, turning to glare at Li Qiushi as he spoke slowly. If you feel anger, then strive to become stronger and avenge your sister. Wait for me here. Do not wander off. Let go of my sister. Li Qiushi looked at Zhang Wen, sorrow barely concealing his rage, that if his sister had not pleaded for this person, how could she have died? ? Oh, so you're not mute. Remember, do not move. Zhang Wen said little more, and once again, the blood-red cloak unfurled, transforming into massive crimson wings behind him. With a thud, he propelled himself into the sky. The enormous blood-red wings flapped. And after a few awkward movements, he began to adeptly fly towards Teeling Mountain. Meanwhile, Li Qiushi, standing amidst the rubble, gazed at the departing Zhang Wen. His fists clenched in fury, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Wen's receding figure, deeply etching it into the depths of his mind. At that moment, he had not considered that even if his sister Li Qiuling had not interceded for Zhang Wen, both she and he would likely have been drained of their vitality and perished in the old man's formation. Of course, they would have lived a little longer, that was certain. Damn it, Junior, have you truly thought this through? The old man was genuinely flabbergasted. He could hardly fathom that a practitioner would genuinely choose to perish for a mere mortal. How could the lowly life of a mortal, with its fleeting existence, be compared to that of a cultivator? The response to the old man was Zhang Wen's silence. Zhang Wen's reaction posed a significant dilemma for the old man, who had attempted to extricate himself from Zhang Wen's body multiple times, only to fail each time. Zhang Wen's bizarre physique and the armor formed from blood firmly restrained him. Furthermore, the old man felt increasingly frustrated, realizing that each violent struggle merely resulted in Zhang Wen's body drawing more of his spiritual essence, that if this continued, the spiritual essence he had painstakingly gathered would soon dissipate. This situation not only left the old man dumbfounded, but also ignited a growing sense of urgency within him. As for the self-destructing golden elixir, he would never choose such a path unless absolutely necessary. After all, in his critically injured state, how much thought and effort had he expended to arrange this opportunity to transform his spiritual essence into a ghostly path? But now, in an instant, the obstinate Zhang Wen had become a significant headache for the old man. Just as Zhang Wen soared towards Teeling Mountain, the old man's thoughts raced within Zhang Wen's body. In the distance, a graceful figure stood upon a flying sword, soaring through the air. Under the silver moonlight, she resembled a celestial sword fairy. Though veiled, she emanated an aura of sharp sword intent. This figure soon confronted Zhang Wen, who, however, paid little heed, simply flapping his massive crimson wings, intending to pass by the female sword cultivator. Yet the female sword cultivator furrowed her brow, sensing the aura emanating from Zhang Wen, and queried with uncertainty, "Why do you carry the aura of our heavenly sword sex sword cultivator secret technique?" Responding to the female sword cultivator was the sound of Zhang Wen brushing past her, accompanied by the tremendous rush of air. Feeling the wind pressure rushing towards her, the female sword cultivator momentarily froze, her expression instantly darkening. She turned around, casting a hand seal, and a beam of light shot forth from her dantian. Hurtling towards Zhang Wen, "Halt! Explain yourself. Has the Southern Chi already leaked the sword cultivator secret technique, or even?" Zhang Wen abruptly turned around, his crimson eyes peering through the gaps in his blood-red helmet, locking onto the female sword cultivator, causing her to falter mid-sentence. That a torrent of frenzied emotions surged within her, as if threatening to drive her into madness. What kind of sorcery is this? Even someone like her, who primarily cultivated sword intent, found it difficult to resist? Just a glance caused the female sword cultivator to furrow her brow slightly. Get lost. As Zhang Wen beheld the rapidly approaching flying sword, he simply swung a wing to deflect it. The razor-sharp sword was no match for Zhang Wen's blood-congealed wings. In an instant, the crimson wings were pierced through, and the sword continued its relentless trajectory toward Zhang Wen. However, he paid little mind, merely sidestepping to avoid a fatal blow, allowing the sword to pierce through his shoulder without a second thought. Ignoring the sword that had passed through him, Zhang Wen's massive blood-red wings flapped violently, and in a flash, he was already standing before the female sword cultivator. The crimson wings surged forward to strike at her. The female sword cultivator was momentarily stunned. This was her first encounter with someone who could directly confront a flying sword with their flesh, attacking without regard for their wounds. Are all Interpath sword cultivators this reckless? Moreover, those blood-red wings, formed from blood? What kind of Interpath technique is this? But the aura he exuded suggested he was merely at the Chi refinement stage. So it shouldn't be a problem. Wait, Chi refinement stage flying in the air? Just as the female sword cultivator grasped this, she was already enveloped in crimson boom. A force far exceeding her body's true essence resistance crashed into her. The female sword cultivator felt as if she had been struck by a giant beast, Her body sent hurtling towards the ground like a fly. The immense force temporarily scattered her protective true essence. Not only that, but all her internal organs were severely shaken by this overwhelming power. With just one strike, the female sword cultivator suffered significant internal injuries. Boom! With a resounding crash, the female sword cultivator slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Spitting a mouthful of blood, she looked up at the figure clad in blood-red armor, with massive blood wings extending from its back, and an involuntary hint of panic crossed her face. Chapter 047. The sword cultivator who gave up her flying sword. Zhang Wen hovered in the air, flapping his wings, and glanced at the wound on his shoulder. Though the wound was healing rapidly, Zhang Wen's mood was far from pleasant. That it was not the injury that troubled him, but rather his growing rage towards this chaotic world. Indeed, this disorderly world incited Zhang Wen's fury and frustration. The entire village had been mercilessly refined in essence blood by the old man within, and then devoured? What difference was there from cannibalism? None. From another perspective, if refining essence blood could be viewed as a method of cooking. The most important thing was Li Qiuling. What sin had this child committed? Yes, she was at fault. Her fault lay in being too weak. And this female sword cultivator, soaring through the skies like the sword immortals of myth, had the audacity to attack him even after he had sidestepped to avoid her? Had he committed a wrongdoing? Yes. Like Li Qiuling, he was at fault for being too weak. In the past, phrases like the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest were concepts Zhang Wen could comprehend. Competition in the marketplace was equally brutal, resembling a battlefield. However, that was merely a struggle for wealth. Yet in this world, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was intrinsically tied to life itself. When Zhang Wen truly confronted this cruelty, he suddenly realized that understanding and empathizing were vastly different realms. In this brief span of time, only Zhang Wen himself truly understands the profound impact it has had on him. Heavenly Sword Sect. Northern Qi? Heretical Sect. Zhang Wen gazed at the female sword cultivator within the vast pit, suppressing the madness and exhilaration that stirred within him, and calmly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Ugh, the female sword cultivator. Her complexion pallid, rose to her feet, staring at Zhang Wen in the air mid-sentence. She was overwhelmed by a surge of reverse blood, yet with sheer determination, she swallowed it back down. "Why did you attack me?" Zhang Wen unfurled his blood wings, diving fiercely toward the female swordswoman, strands of blood-like armor extending from his body, enveloping Li Qiuling's emaciated frame and hoisting her onto his back. With both hands freed, Zhang Wen clenched his fists and hurled a punch directly at the female sword cultivator. Damn it! At that moment, how could the female sword cultivator dare to take such a hit? With an inward curse, she swiftly evaded. After all, she was a foundation establishment cultivator. Although she practiced the heretical arts and was slightly weaker in physical strength, her mastery over true qi and true essence was far more delicate than that of inner path practitioners. After a couple of breaths to recover, the true essence within her, previously stilled by Zhang Wen's strike, resumed its flow and controlled as she leapt away to dodge Zhang Wen's fist. Her true essence surged once more, summoning her flying sword. The sword, having traveled a considerable distance, swiftly turned around and shot back toward Zhang Wen. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen's fist had already crashed solidly into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as a tremendous force erupted, sending a vast cloud of sand and debris flying outward, significantly enlarging the pit. This scene caused the evading female sword cultivator's pupils to constrict involuntarily. What monstrous strength is this? Can a mere Qi refinement inner path sword cultivator possess such power? However, as long as she could maintain her distance, inner path. Zing! A flash of sword light sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound, shooting directly toward Zhang Wen's back. Sensing the chilling rush behind him, Zhang Wen's heart stirred, and he abruptly turned, part of the armor around his abdomen dispersing to confront the incoming flying sword. But at that moment, the old Taoist, feeling the loosening of the armor that had bound him, joyfully managed to poke his head out, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. What the hell is this? Holy crap! A flying sword? Kid, are you trying to get yourself killed? The old Taoist was so furious that he nearly exploded with his golden core. Well, Let's die together. Zhang Wen's tone remained eerily calm. Ixx, the old Taoist's face twisted with rage. Yet he couldn't help but channel the true essence from his golden core to form a protective shield around Zhang Wen. As for defensive spells, he didn't have the time to cast those. Ding. A piercing clang resonated, echoing outward. The protective shield formed by the golden core's true essence proved formidable. The female sword cultivator's flying sword merely embedded itself in the protective shield before losing the strength to penetrate Zhang Wen's blood-red armor. Under Zhang Wen's deliberate control, his figure was propelled towards the female cultivator by the sword's force. As he shot forward, Zhang Wen's crimson eyes glinted momentarily that he casually pressed down on the old Taoist's head, pushing him back into his abdomen. And amidst the old Taoist's furious shouts, his blood-colored armor enveloped him once more. Utilizing the power of the flying sword, Zhang Wen pivoted, and with the combined force of the flying sword and his own explosive strength, he began to spin at high speed. His blood-red wings stretched taut, transforming into blades as he surged directly toward the female sword cultivator. From the moment the flying sword had approached Zhang Wen to now leveraging its power against the female cultivator, it was merely a matter of a breath that in an instant, Zhang Wen had completed his assessment of the old Taoist and launched a counterattack against the female sword cultivator. What are the odds that an old trickster, who can defend himself for the sake of self-preservation, would self-destruct his golden core? Zhang Wen didn't need to think hard. It was a no-brainer that in that fleeting moment, Zhang Wen's thoughts were unknown to the female sword cultivator. At this moment, she gazed at the figure resembling a massive blood-red top, acutely sensing the terrifying sound of slicing through the air and the oppressive force surrounding her, and the protective shield radiating the aura of a golden core. All these signals sent chills down her spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. What manner of monster is this? Why did I ever think to attack him? Why can't we just go our separate ways? Unfortunately, it was now too late for regrets. Due to Zhang Wen's position, she was unable to see the old Taoist. However, through the true essence shield enveloping Zhang Wen, she could naturally sense the general realm of the aura emanating from it. At this moment, the female sword cultivator had entirely lost her fighting spirit and dared not confront Zhang Wen head-on. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and urged her true essence to attempt to evade to the side. But just as this thought crossed her mind, the blood-red top, now mere meters away, suddenly erupted. Indeed, it exploded. Countless strands of blood burst forth. No, wait. These blood strands are surrounding me? The female sword cultivator's heart seized, although she did not sense any overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from these blood strands. The sheer magnitude of the situation, coupled with the golden core aura radiating from Zhang Wen's protective shield, forced her to make a decision. Senior, I, Xiao Yun of the Heavenly Sword Sect, have wronged you greatly. Should the opportunity arise, I shall apologize. Xian Guang's sword escape, Xiao Yun shouted urgently, first invoking the name of the Heavenly Sword Sect to instill some caution in Zhang Wen, then forming hand seals to summon a life-saving escape technique. Whoosh, with the true essence enveloping her, she shot forth with a sound like the breaking of air, her flying sword carrying her away in a flash of light, disappearing into the horizon. She didn't even bother retrieving the flying sword embedded in Zhang Wen. There was no choice. Xiao Yun did not desire to flee like this. However, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the loss of flying swords. Moreover, leaving behind the flying sword was not entirely a bad outcome. Chapter 048. The Encounter at Teeling Mountain in the Sky. Zhang Wen retracted the multitude of blood strands, sensing the tumultuous emotions of the cancer cells within him, that he glanced at the vanishing sword light. Opting not to pursue it, he pulled the flying sword embedded in his body, his crimson gaze flickering slightly, before discarding it into the vast pit. Satisfied that Li Qiuling remained unharmed, Zhang Wen unfurled his blood wings and soared towards Teeling Mountain. Though Zhang Wen naturally coveted the flying sword, the opponent's swift retreat left no room for him to act. Above Teeling Village, a streak of light flashed by. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yun immediately spat out another mouthful of reverse blood, her throat burning with the salty taste, prompting a fit of coughs. After a moment, she finally caught her breath and turned to see Zhang Wen had not pursued, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the reputation of the Heavenly Sword Sect had indeed instilled some caution in him. However, he appeared to be in a hurry. Glancing at the village below, Xiao Yun pondered. The disturbances she sensed could not be unrelated to that enigmatic inner path cultivator. Could it be that Southern Qi is making some moves? And what of the sword cultivator's secret manual? It seems this journey of trials will require extra caution. But if it was indeed that individual responsible, where could that scoundrel from the Ningxia sect have hidden? Suddenly, Xiao Yun paused, sensing the connection to the flying sword within her, a bitter smile creeping onto her face. Indeed, these formidable experts were all seasoned veterans of experiences. It appears her intention of tracking the flying sword was overly ambitious. Perhaps it was for the best. Xiao Yun descended from the sky, landing upon the roof of a civilian house. She took out a bottle of healing elixirs and swallowed AFEW. She formed hand seals. Her true essence circulated, both healing her injuries and summoning the flying sword back. After all, her cultivation was limited to the third level of foundation establishment, while the Xian Guang sword escape was indeed a terrifying escape technique for the Heavenly Sword sect. Its effectiveness was considerably limited at her current level, consuming vast amounts of energy. Thus, she had not traveled far, merely escaping for the moment. After some time had passed, and still not sensing Zhang Wen's pursuing aura, Xiao Yun felt her heart settle considerably. How terrifying! Who on earth is this? The inner path technique does not seem to belong to righteous cultivators, and with the path they tread, it is unlikely they hail from Yinfashan or the Ningxia sect. It bears some resemblance to the corpse-controlling sect, yet lacks their morbid atmosphere. Could it be that they are not cultivators from our southern continent? Xiao Yun furrowed her brow. Tap. At that moment, a faint sound of broken tiles crunching nearby caught her attention. Oh! Xiao Yun exclaimed sharply, her true essence still recovering from the exertion of the Xian Guang sword escape, leaving her momentarily unaware of her surroundings, which startled her into a state of alertness. It seemed her previous trials had been too smooth sailing. The only formidable opponent she had encountered being a foundation establishment cultivator from the Ningxia sect, whom she had easily overwhelmed. As she reflected inwardly, Xiao Yun cautiously turned to the source of the sound, her true essence beginning to circulate once more. Then, a slight figure came into her view. A child? Xiao Yun let out a faint sigh of relief. On the mountains of Teeling, beyond a sheer cliff face, Zhang Wen sensed the malignant cells within his body responding as he gazed upon the wall of rock, which appeared slightly distorted upon closer inspection. The blood-red cloak transformed into a spear, directly piercing towards the cliff. Boom! The wall shuddered violently, revealing that what had initially seemed like mere rock was, in fact, a technique employed by a cultivator whose method Zhang Wen did not fully comprehend. However, the fact that it reacted to his blood-red cloak's attack indicated a high probability of breaching this barrier. Furthermore, it was highly likely that his target was concealed within. Under the frenzied influence of the cancer cells, Zhang Wen, despite his efforts to maintain control, found himself behaving far more aggressively than usual. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosive sound, the blood-red cloak transformed into a battering ram, relentlessly striking the cliff face. In that moment, Zhang Wen discerned a shimmering barrier on the wall, simulating the environment. How advanced is this? A wave of unease washed over Zhang Wen as he re-evaluated the world around him. Yet regardless of its sophistication, it was evident that its defensive capabilities were lacking. Soon, the illusionary barrier on the cliff was shattered by the blood-red cloak's assault, revealing a modest cave entrance before Zhang Wen. One must admit, in such unclear circumstances, possessing this blood-red cloak greatly enhanced Zhang Wen's safety, at the very least. In this situation, he could not be sure whether striking with his bare fists might lead to unforeseen consequences. Just as Zhang Wen breached the wall's disguise, an exasperated voice echoed from within the cave. Is it so wrong to kill a single pup of the Tianjin sect that you persistently pursue me? Truly thinking I, Wei Chengcheng, lack temper? Damn Tianjin sect harlot. Come on, come on. Wei Chengcheng stormed out in a fit of rage, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. What in the world is that crimson figure? Inside the cave, Wei Chengcheng halted abruptly, her hand gestures faltering as she stared in bewilderment at the silhouette illuminated by the moonlight outside. A floral and bamboo oil paper umbrella swirled ceaselessly beside her. Not that Tianjin sect harlot. Who are you? Why are you assaulting my temporary abode without cause? Sensing the aura emanating from the figure outside the cave, Wei Chengcheng furrowed her brow slightly. Qi refinement stage? No, it couldn't be. A Qi refinement cultivator could never breach her defensive formation. This aura, a sword cultivator's secret technique? Could it be that someone from the southern Qi royal family has come? Did I go too far some days ago, slaughtering so many villages that I've been discovered? Am I already surrounded? In that instant, countless possibilities flashed through Wei Qingqing's mind. She hastily invoked her hand seals, summoning a mystical compass. The floral and bamboo umbrella beside her began to unfurl under the impetus of her true essence, revealing a graceful figure that coalesced beside her. It was a female specter, exuding a potent and eerie aura, her strength comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Just as a Qi refinement cultivator steps into the foundation establishment phase, their true energy undergoes a qualitative transformation, truly crossing the threshold of cultivation. Not only does their power surge, but their lifespan also significantly extends. This was akin to a malevolent entity of the Qi refinement stage breaking into the realm of foundation establishment. Its power would undergo a substantial metamorphosis, becoming entirely incomparable to a mere specter. In an instant, the atmosphere inside and outside the cave grew tense. Chapter 049. You self-detonate your golden core. A malevolent being. Outside the cave, Zhang Wen's gaze fixated on the floral and bamboo umbrella alongside Wei Chengcheng and the enchanting figure that accompanied her. His crimson eyes suddenly brightening. Poof! Countless strands of blood erupted, flooding the cave and shooting directly towards Wei Chengcheng. Without hesitation, Zhang Wen fully grasped the situation. With these cultivators, one must first demonstrate strength before reasoning. Damn it! Who are you? We have no grievances or enmities. Wei Chengcheng exclaimed as she beheld the oncoming strands of blood, her hair standing on end. She quickly invoked her spell, erecting a wall of rock before her. Not only that, but the graceful figure beneath the floral and bamboo umbrella was also rapidly sinking into the ground. However, just as Wei Chengcheng felt a fleeting sense of safety, the blood strands, as if alive, slithered through the cracks in the rock wall. What kind of spell is this? Wei Chengcheng's expression darkened as she hastily invoked her spells, her palms creating successive afterimages. The female specter, previously poised to ambush Zhang Wen from below, was once again summoned to the surface by Wei Chengcheng, taking a protective stance around her. Alas, even with Wei Chengcheng's rapid movements, she could not outpace the blood strands. Before she could complete her spell, thousands of blood strands had already enveloped her and the specter, binding them tightly. This time, Zhang Wen learned from the lessons of the female sword cultivator Xia Yiyun, wasting no time. Moreover, through his battle with Xia Yiyun, Zhang Wen understood that in his current state, confronting a foundation establishment cultivator posed little issue. The foundation establishment cultivator, along with an equivalent malevolent entity, had him ensnared in an instant. Yet with each engagement, Zhang Wen noticed the emotions of the cancer cells within him subtly transforming, becoming increasingly complex, and their consciousness growing ever more intense that he even began to feel waves of drowsiness wash over him, as if he had not slept for 3 days and nights. Of course, this was not the most alarming aspect. What compelled Zhang Wen to muster his mental faculties was the realization that the accumulating emotions of the cancer cells were slowly giving rise to a collective consciousness. And this collective consciousness was vying for control over his body. This was likely one of the key reasons behind the persistent waves of drowsiness. Thus, while he appeared overwhelmingly powerful on the surface, Zhang Wen knew this was akin to a fleeting brilliance, akin to the final flare of a firework before its extinguishment, that he was not afraid of death. After all, facing death was not a new experience for him. Yet, unlike before when he had nothing to lose, Zhang Wen now had a pressing objective to fulfill. He hoped to accomplish it before he could no longer endure. As this thought flickered through his mind, Zhang Wen continued to tighten the blood strands binding Wei Chengcheng and the specter, slowly advancing into the cave. The rock wall conjured by Wei Chengcheng, having lost the support of her true essence, was rendered defenseless, easily yielding to Zhang Wen's blood-red cloak, which carved a path through to. As Zhang Wen stepped deeper into the cave, he cast a glance at the female specter, noting her dazed expression. and slightly furrowed his brow. The cave was not particularly vast. Soon, Zhang Wen reached the innermost recess, discovering a small entrance leading into a more spacious cavern, a rather suitable refuge. Observing the incomprehensible array patterns on the ground, Zhang Wen narrowed his eyes, opting not to step in but halting at the array's edge. Sensing the agitation of the cancer cells within him, Zhang Wen released the blood strands binding Wei Qingqing's head. Predecessor, it seems we have no grievances or enmities. Wei Qingqing, utterly distraught, wailed at Zhang Wen. This journey to the southern Qi was initially intended for her to exploit the uncertain situation for personal gain, cultivating a few malevolent entities while reaping some rewards from the Tianjin sect. Who could have imagined that, after only a few villages, she would inadvertently entangle a disciple of the Tianjin sect? Well, she had killed a few. Such was the way of the cultivation world. Deaths were commonplace. Yet, Wei Qingqing never expected to be relentlessly pursued by a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Tianjin sect. To her astonishment, this Tianjin sect harlot possessed such formidable strength. Left with no choice but to flee, Wei Qingqing lamented the heavy losses incurred during her escape. She felt like killing herself. And now, hiding in this rocky crevice, she found herself cornered. If it were that Tianjin sect harlot blocking her way, Wei Qingqing might have resigned herself to her fate. But who was this figure before her? Grandmaster, I bear you no grudge, no enmity. Perhaps the first female specter was excusable, but the malevolent entity that had attacked her that very night sought to drain her vitality. Was that also considered free of enmity? Zhang Wen spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, calmly assessing Wei Qingqing's aura. The dense energy within her was evidently several dozen times more potent than his own. Yet it remained suppressed by his mutated cancer cells. Thus, it could be deduced that the strength of the cancer cells within him had far surpassed his true energy. Is it you? Naturally, Wei Qingqing was unaware of Zhang Wen's inner musings. Upon hearing his words, she immediately recognized the identity of the person before her. At that moment, Wei Qingqing felt a surge of despair wash over her. Regret consumed her as she reflected on this ill-fated excursion. Zhang Wen merely nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and gazed intently at her, stating, "Tell me, how can one retain the memories of an ordinary person who has just died and transform them into a malevolent entity? As long as you can assist me in resolving this issue, I shall let bygones be bygones," Zhang Wen uttered, deftly manipulating the crimson threads behind him, gently lowering Li Qiuling's emaciated form to the ground. Wei Qingqing was momentarily bewildered. How could malevolent spirits and aberrations possibly possess memories from their past lives? Even a sinister spirit of the Golden Core stage would be incapable of retaining such memories. This matter is not one of strength. These malevolent entities are merely remnants of souls condensed into wicked forms. Young man, what an elaborate endeavor you have undertaken, only to strive for this ordinary mortal girl. Allow me to enlighten you. Abandon this futile hope. How could this fledgling disciple of the condensation sect in the Foundation establishment stage ever assist you? At this juncture, the voice of the old Taoist resonated within Zhang Wen's body, his mood immensely gratified by Zhang Wen's predicament. In that case, you might as well self-detonate your golden core. Zhang Wen's tone was exceedingly calm, devoid of any hint of jest. Chapter 050. Who can tell me I will spare, damn it? Within the cave, the old Taoist had initially intended to mock and belittle Zhang Wen, but the latter's casual mention of self-detonation silenced him. Now, the old Taoist found himself at a loss against Zhang Wen, especially as the ethereal form within Zhang Wen's body continued to weaken over time. In that moment, he was left speechless, ensnared within Zhang Wen's form, unsure of how to proceed. However, just as the old Taoist fell into silence, he felt his spirit being gently extracted and enveloped by Zhang Wen's crimson threads, bringing him to Wei Qingqing's side. You too. Who can inform me how to enable this girl to retain her memories? Anything will suffice, as long as she awakens with her memories intact. Whoever can provide me with this information shall be spared. Otherwise, we shall perish together. If you dare to defy me now, immediately self-detonate your golden core. As he spoke the latter part, Zhang Wen's gaze fixed coldly upon the old Taoist, his entire being writhing in a grotesque manner. rendering him a nightmarish sight up close. This was a manifestation of Zhang Wen's inability to contain the malignant cells within him. At this moment, the malignant cells had reached a state of near rebellion, increasingly resisting Zhang Wen's directives. This was precisely why Zhang Wen had been compelled to expel the old Taoist from his body. That it was evident that with the old Taoist as a potent tonic, Zhang Wen could sense that every cell in his body had undergone a complete malignant transformation. Moreover, these transformed cells have begun to show signs of detachment from Zhang Wen's control. Yet in the grand scheme of things, these issues paled in comparison to Zhang Wen's primary concern, Li Qiuling. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he coldly regarded the old Taoist and Wei Cheng. At this moment, Wei Chengcheng was utterly befuddled. Glancing at the old Taoist beside him, observing the old Taoist's ethereal form, weakened from being drained, sent shockwaves through his heart. A golden core stage ghost cultivator? No, a golden core cultivator has been captured. Wei Chengcheng was jolted, heart racing as he beheld Zhang Wen's monstrous form. Unable to suppress a shiver down his spine, in that instant, he found himself at a loss for words, as the cultivation of malevolent entities aligned with what the golden core stage ghost cultivator had described. All malevolent entities were born from the remnants of souls, and while they might develop a certain degree of intelligence with ascending ranks, they possessed little of their past memories. In a moment of urgency, Wei Qingqing's mind raced. Faced with a formidable being capable of subduing even a golden core stage ghost cultivator, the probability of his successful resistance was virtually non-existent. He could only hope that there was something he possessed that this terrifying entity desired. While Wei Chengqing was in a state of fear, the old Taoist was infuriated, yet felt trapped in a precarious situation that he had not anticipated. That what began as a threat to Zhang Wen had turned into Zhang Wen threatening him instead, continuously demanding his self-detonation. However, after years of cultivation, the old Taoist was not foolish. After several futile attempts to struggle, he found that his ethereal form could not escape the crimson threads. He gazed at Zhang Wen and calmly articulated, to maximize the likelihood of retaining her memories from her past life, the only viable option is to traverse the path of ghostly spiritual cultivation. However, she is merely immortal, lacking any cultivation at all, and furthermore, she perished after I devoured her vital energy and refined her essence. Haha! With my assistance, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Everything this fledgling disciple of the condensation sect can do, I can as well. Anything he cannot do, I can. Ultimately, the old Taoist refrained from mentioning the self-detonation of the golden core again. Yet he did not immediately concede defeat. Instead, he calmly articulated his advantages to Zhang Wen. The old Taoist's words instantly alarmed Wei Chengcheng, for according to the old Taoist reasoning, he saw no escape. Senior, I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I am willing to make amends. If you could spare my life, I possess many treasures in my storage bag. Not only do I have methods for cultivating malevolent beings, but I also have numerous pills and spirit crystals. Moreover, I am an inner disciple of the condensation sect, and I have the sect's secret technique, the Yinqi malevolent technique, which extends up to the foundation establishment stage. And, do you see this aberration? It is the strongest malevolent entity I painstakingly refined, possessing strength equivalent to the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. I can transfer the controlling seal to you, hoping you will spare my life. As for the girl, while I cannot transition her to the path of ghostly spiritual cultivation, I know that such a path is not easily traversed. Even golden core stage cultivators face stringent requirements, particularly when they have lost their physical bodies and possess only their golden core, unlike those at the nascent soul stage who can directly seize control. Although the golden core is vital for transitioning to ghostly spiritual cultivation, it is also a rare and precious item. Therefore, if a golden core stage cultivator is gravely injured and on the brink of death, the decision to entrust someone, even a close acquaintance, with their transition to ghostly spiritual cultivation must be approached with utmost caution. Furthermore, there is one crucial factor for you to consider, Senior. This venerable old man is indeed a practitioner of ghostly spiritual cultivation, possessing far more experience than I. However, his entire experience is predicated on the fact that he is a golden core stage cultivator, with a golden core to support him. Given the current circumstances, this girl not only requires her corpse to be sealed and her soul anchored to stabilize her dissipating 3 souls, and 7 spirits. But she also necessitates the utmost preservation of her memories. Even in transitioning to ghostly spiritual cultivation, she will require exceedingly rare treasures, the golden core of a cultivator, while there are other heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could serve as substitutes. And some may even yield better effects than a cultivator-esque golden core. It is evident that acquiring them poses immense challenges. I implore you, esteemed elder, to overlook my past transgressions and spare my life. If possible, I am willing to follow you, serving you faithfully. Faced with life and death, Wei Chengcheng was no longer concerned about his pride. What value did pride hold in the face of life? As for the matter of offending a golden core stage ghost cultivator, it was no longer a consideration. We are both prisoners now. What right do I have to act superior? With a swift shift in his thoughts, Wei Chengcheng promptly divulged all the information he possessed without hesitation. Chapter 051. The 7 Seals to Preserve the Soul and Nurture the Spirit. Wei Chengcheng understood all too well that he could not compare to a golden core stage ghost cultivator in matters of ghostly cultivation. Thus, if he were to compete, he must adopt a different angle and direction. After all, having cultivated to the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, Wei Chengcheng was no fool that I in the world of cultivation. The majority of fools had long since turned to dust. Wei Chengcheng spoke rapidly. The old Taoist-esque expression shifted rapidly. Junior, you seek, gulp, gulp, ugh. Before the old Taoist could finish his sentence, countless crimson threads surged into his mouth, burrowing into his stomach. What you require is an answer to my question. Zhang Wen's blood-red eyes were fixed intently on the old Taoist, whose drowsiness was intensifying. Emotions coalescing throughout his being, that a new consciousness was emerging within Zhang when at an unimaginable speed. Filled with an exhilarating curiosity about the world, relentlessly assaulting his nerves. Meanwhile, the old Taoist felt the crimson threads entering his body, writhing within his ethereal form as if intent on filling him entirely, causing a stir of panic within him, particularly as those crimson threads not only wriggled about, but also began to devour his ethereal form, ultimately wrapping around his golden core that I in the blink of an eye. The threads entering through his mouth synchronized with those from without, completely enveloping the old Taoist spirit that I this moment. The old Taoist's mouth finally found itself empty once more. Yet he felt no joy within his spiritual essence. He was already besieged by an overwhelming mass of blood threads. Even the golden core was ensconced in layers upon layers, tightly bound. Furthermore, these blood threads seemed to be attempting to exert control over his spiritual being. Stop, stop, stop. I possess a storage ring, the storage space of which far surpasses that of a mere junior's storage pouch. Moreover, within it lies a significant portion of my wealth. This is certainly enough to purchase a mortal's life. If you deem that insufficient, then let us perish together. Feel free to self-destruct. Zhang Wen's expression remained placid. The lifespan indicated on his left wrist had dwindled to just over 8 days. The concepts of life and death held little significance for him now. When one is confronted by the specter of death, there may initially be intense emotional turmoil. However, when such a threat lingers for an extended period, sometimes death becomes akin to a blessing. Indeed, a blessing, a release from this torment. The old Taoist thought to himself, how maddening. He had never encountered a cultivator who was willing to disregard their own life for the sake of a mortal. What do you want from me? Even if we were to die together, you would not achieve your aim of turning this girl into a ghostly cultivator. At the very least, I would have repaid her with a life for a life. Accompanying her in death would also serve as repayment. Is this lunacy? Why have I entangled myself with such a bizarre individual? The old Taoist felt on the verge of madness. Ultimately, he capitulated, gazing at the calm-faced Zhang Wen. Suddenly, he realized that when a person fears neither life nor death and is indifferent to all else, they are at their most formidable. Is this what it means to be unencumbered by desire? I can impart to you the cultivation methods of the ghostly path. I can offer spirit crystals, techniques, and rare materials as compensation, but you must allow me to leave. The old Taoist regarded Zhang Wen, his tone far from amiable. It was truly frustrating for him to encounter this peculiar individual just as he had begun to condense his spiritual essence and embark on the path of ghostly cultivation. Yet, what could he do? he realized that he had little choice but to acquiesce. Zhang Wen, listening to the old Taoist's words, remained non-committal. He merely turned away Chengsheng and asked calmly, "You can seal the soul and lock the spirit, right?" Of course, senior. This is the foundational skill of our Ningxia sect. How could I possibly not know it? Hearing Zhang Wen's inquiry, Wei Chengsheng was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Zhang Wen, observing Wei Chengsheng, said nothing further and simply commanded the blood threads to release him. As the blood threads receded, Wei Chengsheng, taking a deep breath to steady himself, approached the withered body of Li Qiuling and began to perform hand seals. In a brief moment, 7 incantations were inscribed upon Li Qiuling's forehead, chest, abdomen, hands, and feet. These marks not only sealed the leakage of her aura, but also formed miniature formations that interconnected, creating a small array around Li Qiuling. Additionally, within her abdomen, a focal point of the array was established. Without hesitation, Wei Chengsheng placed a spirit crystal at the focal point, causing a subtle tremor to reverberate through Li Qiuling's body. Soon, wisps of spiritual energy began to converge towards her, slowly nourishing her under the influence of the array. "Senior, I have completed it. This is the most advanced sealing array I know. The 7 seals locking soul and nurturing spirit array. This array not only prevents the loss of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, but also absorbs spiritual energy to gradually nourish the soul. Generally, it is employed on the corpses of cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above for the purpose of refining the aberrant." As Wei Chengsheng explained to Zhang Wen, he respectfully handed over a storage pouch, his face brimming with obsequiousness. Zhang Wen, observing Li Qiuling's noticeably altered form on the ground, felt a significant alleviation of his earlier tension. Though Wei Chengsheng had previously orchestrated attempts on his life, he had inadvertently aided him. In truth, if one were to assess the situation fairly, Zhang Wen had not suffered, but rather gained considerably. With Li Qiuling's revival, Zhang Wen's anger towards Wei Chengsheng had waned significantly. He cast a deep glance at Wei Chengsheng, whose heart raced under Zhang Wen's piercing red gaze, compelling him to avert his eyes. Zhang Wen accepted the storage pouch from Wei Chengsheng without further ensnaring him in blood threads. Instead, he turned his attention to the old Taoist, whose expression was less than favorable. Tossing the storage pouch into the air, his crimson eyes flashing with cold light, the old Taoist countenance darkened immediately. Meanwhile, Wei Chengsheng, relieved that Zhang Wen had ceased to bind him with those terrifying blood threads, felt a surge of joy, his lips curling into a faint smile. Yet the atmosphere between Zhang Wen and the old Taoist grew tense once more. Chapter 052. Then let it be a self-detonation. Within the cave, the old Taoist glared at Zhang Wen, his expression exceedingly grim. "Do you truly believe that this Foundation establishment junior can assist?" Before the old Taoist could continue, countless blood threads enveloped him once again. Subsequently, like a tidal wave, the blood threads surged forth, carrying Zhang Wen and the old Taoist swiftly out of the cave. "You may attempt to flee." As the blood threads cascaded outward, Zhang Wen's calm yet detached voice echoed within the cave. This statement instantly tightened Wei Chengsheng's heart, prompting him to respond, "Rest assured, senior, I, Wei Chengsheng, am absolutely not that kind of person." The complexities on Wei Chengsheng's face were lost on Zhang Wen. But upon hearing his reply, Zhang Wen spoke once more. "I actually hope you do try to escape. That way, killing you wouldn't breach my promise, and I would be free of any burden." "Senior is jesting. How could I dare? Please rest assured, I would never engage in any underhanded actions." Wei Chengsheng was drenched in sweat, his heart racing wildly. The sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death was truly unbearable. However, this realization led Wei Chengsheng to entirely abandon the fleeting thought that had surfaced earlier. After all, what mattered more than life itself? Though freedom is precious, one only has one life to live. The cave was not particularly deep. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wen emerged, standing silently at the entrance. The old Taoist, however, was ensnared in a massive tangle of blood threads, suspended several meters above the ground. "You truly intend to perish together?" The old Taoist was furious, his desire for self-detonation intensifying. Yet, the mere thought of the painstaking effort he had invested in condensing his spiritual essence made his frustration indescribable. as he glared at Zhang Wen as if he wished to devour him whole. Feel free to self-destruct. Zhang Wen's gaze remained indifferent. He was not jesting. The old Taoist was utterly bewildered. Hearing Zhang Wen's casual mention of self-detonation, he found himself lost in a mix of rage and confusion. Ultimately, the reason for his passivity was rather simple. He realized he had no other means to threaten Zhang Wen aside from self-detonation. The old Taoist found himself at a loss for words, infuriated by Zhang Wen's demeanor. At this moment, Zhang Wen sensed that the chaotic consciousness of the cancer cells was beginning to coalesce into a more complete form. A wave of awareness began to contest for control of his body, making him acutely aware that the situation had reached a perilous juncture. The root of this predicament lay in the overwhelming unknown energy contained within the old Taoist spiritual essence, which had triggered the cancer cell's frantic mutation. Of course, his own rage and madness had also served as significant catalysts. Therefore, as he contemplated how to resolve the current crisis, Zhang Wen, given his current capabilities, could only conceive of one solution. Halting his thoughts, he unleashed a torrent of blood threads once more, directing them toward the old Taoist. "Junior, damn it, you forced my hand." Witnessing the deluge of blood threads, the old Taoist could no longer contain his fury. Time and again, his patience had been tested, and he now glared at Zhang Wen with unrestrained malice. Zhang Wen, however, met the old Taoist gaze with unwavering calm. Then, not only the blood threads, but also a blood-colored cloak coalesced from the blood began to wrap around the old Taoist. Anger, despair, frustration, then let it be his self-detonation, accompanied by Zhang Wen's dispassionate voice. The blood thread seemed to sense something, beginning to ravenously consume the old Taoist spiritual essence. Even the blood threads enveloping the golden core began to extract the true essence within it. The actions of those blood threads, accompanied by Zhang Wen's unremarkable words, ultimately became the catalyst for the old man's self-detonation. "Damn it. If that is the case, then let it be as you wish. Young one, repent. You cannot possibly fathom the devastating power of a golden core practitioner self-destructing." The old man, sensing the deteriorating condition within his spiritual body, ceased to hesitate, since he was destined to be devoured. It was pointless to dwell on it. He would self-destruct along with his golden core. With this determination, the old man began to manipulate the residual true essence within the golden core, initiating a transformation unlike any ordinary manipulation. The leftover true essence commenced a frenzied rotation within the golden core, and as this rapid spinning progressed, it began to compress dramatically. Within mere breaths, the true essence within the old man's golden core was condensed into a minuscule point. A terrifying aura of destruction began to emanate from this point, radiating outward. At this moment, the old man had transformed into a colossal crimson sphere, enveloped by countless blood threads and an enormous cloak of blood, layer upon layer. Not only that, but this blood was voraciously consuming the old man's spiritual body, continuously augmenting itself. Observing this scene, a flicker of gravity passed through Zhang Wen's crimson eyes, and he could sense that as he commanded the blood to leave his body in abundance. A significant number of cancer cells were also departing in the process. The will forming within the cancer cells inside Zhang Wen began to stagnate as they withdrew. However, the chaotic consciousness within him ceased to grow and even showed signs of regression. Yet the massive blood sphere in the air commenced a new round of transformation. As it devoured the old man's spiritual body, the cancer cells within the blood threads received a substantial influx of energy, nourishing them. That a chaotic consciousness began to slowly take shape atop the blood sphere formed by the threads. As Zhang Wen observed this, he narrowed his eyes and hastened the blood threads binding and enveloping of the old man. At that moment, the point of true essence, compressed to its utmost limit within the old man's golden core, finally began to rebound with terrifying force. Following extreme compression, its subsequent release and expansion unleashed a tremendous energy, bursting forth with a dreadful aura of destruction towards the spiritual body. A resounding boom echoed throughout the massive blood sphere, sending shockwaves rippling outward, momentarily stalling the surrounding spiritual energy. Then, within the colossal blood sphere, the horrific force of collapse erupted, and in an instant, the gigantic sphere shrank by more than half. Young one, repent. The old man, filled with rage, descended into an eerie calm after reaching the height of madness. Feeling the impending catastrophic shift within his golden core, his mind suddenly became a haze. Chapter 053. What could I possibly be concerned about? Scenes from the past flashed through the old man's consciousness, as a child burdened with blood feuds. He toiled in pursuit of vengeance. After enduring countless hardships, he finally exacted his revenge. The exhilaration of staining his enemy's family with blood, after experiencing the thrill that accompanied immense power, his obsession with strength grew. One often walks by the river. How can one not get their shoes wet? Until, in that ambush, despite fighting desperately to break free and retreating to the southern continent, his body succumbed to worsening injuries. Helpless, he took an immortal yearning for the path of immortality as a disciple, navigating countless dangers to finally manifest a spiritual body. Although a practitioner of the ghostly path could not attain true immortality, he at least survived, but, damn it. Why? Just as he had coalesced his spiritual body and awakened, did he encounter such a bizarre anomaly? What sort of inner cultivation method is this? If, at that time, he had not killed that mortal woman named Chioling, would the outcome have been different? As the last thread of thought flickered, a terrifying aura of destruction erupted from the old man's golden core. Boom! With a cataclysmic roar, brilliant golden light burst forth from the enormous blood sphere. Night instantly transformed into day. Despite the explosion occurring mid-air, it still generated tremendous shockwaves. Trees were vaporized, and the thick layer of rock and soil on the mountainside, now exposed, was reduced to powder by the terrifying shockwaves. The mountains within a dozen miles radius were instantaneously rendered into a smooth, slippery slope at the epicenter of the explosion. Even dust was absent. Yet, at the outermost fringe of the shockwave, a scene of swirling dust evoked an apocalyptic atmosphere. However, while the power of a golden core self-detonation was fearsome, it was fleeting. Within a mere 10 breaths, this terrifying explosion subsided. Aside from the distant and expanding echoes of the shockwave, the very center of the explosion was already tranquil, resembling a serene tableau, not far from the cave entrance. Wei Chengqing sat collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He felt a slight urge to urinate. So, this is what it feels like when a golden core practitioner self-destructs. If it weren't for the figure standing before him, Wei Chengqing had no doubt he would have been reduced to a wisp of smoke. Shaken and unsettled, Wei Chengqing gazed at the figure standing at the cave's entrance. Unable to suppress his gulp, I asked this senior, still alive? At that moment, before Wei Chengqing stood a figure, its form incomplete. Indeed, incomplete. Just as Wei Chengqing was about to rise and check whether Zhang Wen was dead, Zhang Wen's battered body slowly turned around. Damn it. Although he often dealt with corpses and consorted with sinister entities, Wei Chengqing was still horrified by the sight before him, his heart screaming. Nevertheless, he was not a naive child. He managed to maintain some composure. Suppressing his panic, Wei Chengqing cautiously inquired, Senior, are you all right? Are you okay? Zhang Wen said nothing, merely raising his right hand, from which a blood thread coiled around a ring, gently placing it onto Zhang Wen's finger. Turning to face Wei Chengqing, Zhang Wen slowly asked, what could I possibly be concerned about? Gulp! Wei Chengqing could not help but swallow hard, his complexion growing pale, cold sweat continuously beating on his forehead. And he dared not wipe it away, allowing it to trickle down the corners of his eyes. This is absurd. Can this even be considered fine? Hey, Senior, half of your body has no flesh left. Just look at your eyes. They're about to fall out. Good grief, Senior, your heart is indeed formidable. Even in this state, you're still bouncing around. And what about your intestines, your stomach? And Senior, could you tell me, how can you stand so steadily with your calves devoid of flesh? Hiss, as Wei Chengqing gazed at Zhang Wen, merely looking at him made his skin crawl. Just by looking, he felt as if every inch of his body ached. However, putting aside everything else, the power of a golden core practitioner's self-detonation is undeniably remarkable. Just look at this explosive force, this shockwave. Look, Senior, your teeth have been scraped clean. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen felt relatively well. He was still alive, though his current condition was far from ideal. The outcome differed somewhat from his expectations. and he had underestimated the power of the golden core self-detonation. Yet, the most crucial goal had been achieved. Zhang Wen sensed that the cancer cells within him had once again entered a low ebb. The previous sensation of being replaced by them had temporarily vanished. However, the cost Zhang Wen paid was monumental. Looking at his body, still heavily injured despite being shielded by layers of blood threads and the protective cloak, he couldn't help but reflect, am I still considered alive? Raising his hand to glance at his forearm, now devoid of flesh, yet still displaying the passage of time, Zhang Wen fell into contemplation. His lifespan was swiftly diminishing, the time dropping in tens of minutes, prompting a sigh from him. While this lifespan was indeed useful, it was far too easily consumed. Nonetheless, this rapid consumption wasn't without its benefits. In Wei Qingqing's eyes, the areas of Zhang Wen's body that had merely skeletal remains were rapidly regenerating new muscle and skin. Not only that, but Zhang Wen also sensed that following this transformation, he felt different from before. The overwhelming pain that had once consumed him seemed to have entirely vanished. Otherwise, given the hunger emanating from the remaining cancer cells and the mere 3 days left of his life, under previous circumstances, he should have been racked with excruciating pain. Yet now, aside from the incessant hunger signals from the cancer cells, he felt nothing else. Of course, as the new muscle and skin grew back, the accompanying itchiness was unavoidable. However, where was the pain that should have been there? Could it be that every cell in his body has now transformed into cancer cells? Therefore, the previous pain was merely a result of the battle between normal cells and cancer cells. Now, every cell in my body has been replaced with cancer cells, and there is no longer any struggle between cells, which paradoxically alleviates my pain. Zhang Wen pondered. Overall, this encounter with the old sage left Zhang Wen with an extremely complicated mood. Although he gained much, he also lost even more, especially Li Qiuling. With a silent sigh in his heart, Zhang Wen bypassed Wei Qingqing and, with a calm expression, walked into the cave. Behind him, Wei Qingqing, terrified by Zhang Wen, gritted his teeth and hurried to catch up with his steps. Chapter 054. Wei Qingqing struggles inside the cave. Zhang Wen gazed at Li Qiuling's emaciated form, feeling a tumult of emotions. Forcing the old sage to self-destruct was a desperate measure. Although the situation just now appeared as if Zhang Wen was overwhelmingly powerful, suppressing a golden core ghost cultivator and a foundation establishment practitioner named Wei Qingqing single-handedly, all of this was merely an illusion. The display of strength was solely a result of the cancer cells, and it was only due to the nourishment from the old sage's spiritual body that such a performance was possible. Ultimately, the old sage was defeated by his own shortcomings, and Wei Qingqing was effectively exploited by Zhang Wen, using the old sage's power to achieve violent suppression. However, what surprised Zhang Wen the most was that these cancer cells, once sufficiently nourished, would develop a new consciousness. This was also the reason Zhang Wen ultimately decided to force the old sage to self-destruct his golden core. Clearly, under the circumstances just now, it was impossible for Zhang Wen to suppress the cancer cells within him. Even the old sage, had it not been for his trump card of self-destruction, would have been thoroughly consumed by the cancer cells. As for Wei Qingqing, he could not be relied upon. Thus, forcing the old sage to self-destruct was the most prudent choice that Zhang Wen could discern at that moment. This battle was Zhang Wen's true first confrontation with the world's cruelty, which significantly altered his mindset. Senior, although this girl's body is being nourished by my seven seals soul-locking and nourishing array, it is, after all, not her original form. While the array can temporarily prevent the dissipation of the 3 souls and 7 spirits and nourish them, it cannot maintain optimal conditions for long that if used to refine a wicked object. It is of little concern. However, since the senior requests that this girl retains her memory and embarks on the path of ghostly spiritual cultivation, it must be done swiftly. Otherwise, as time passes, the 3 souls and 7 spirits, being the root of the soul, will ultimately suffer damage due to the lack of a physical vessel. Damaged 3 souls and 7 spirits merely affect the success rate and tier of the wicked object being refined. But for ghostly spiritual cultivation, such damage poses significant issues. To my knowledge, it not only affects her qualifications after entering ghostly spiritual cultivation, but also has repercussions on her memories. Wei Qingqing, standing behind Zhang Wen and observing his silent contemplation of Li Qiuli. Whispered softly, his forehead slightly sweating, that it was better to clarify some matters in advance. Otherwise, if problems arose later, he would be the one to bear the consequences. Well done. Leave behind that sinister control method. And you may take your leave that, of course, if you wish to follow me, that is also permissible. Zhang Wen turned to face Wei Chengsheng, whose expression was exceedingly calm. Senior, are you truly willing to let me go? Wei Chengsheng swallowed hard. His heart filled with struggle, gazing at Zhang Wen in disbelief. Do I need to wait for you to turn your back to kill you? Zhang Wen, feeling the hunger emanating from his body, furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at Wei Chengsheng, asking in a rather indifferent tone. No, of course not. I, Wei Chengsheng, am eternally grateful for your great kindness, and originally, I intended to offer everything. However, I have friends and family in the sect that I cannot easily part with. So, do not weave more lies to cover one falsehood. Leave me what I desire and depart. You have assisted me, and leaving what I wish as a form of reparation will settle our accounts. I have said I will let you go, and I will indeed do so. Zhang Wen waved his hand to halt Wei Chengsheng's justifications. Wei Chengsheng awkwardly fell silent, taking down the flower and bamboo oil paper umbrella hanging from his back and presenting it to Zhang Wen with a flattering tone. Senior, my cultivation is insufficient. The method to control wicked objects involves using an item to carry the spirit, combined with the wicked imprint to ensure complete mastery over the wicked object that I in my storage bag. There is a method for casting the wicked imprint. After I give you this flower and bamboo oil paper umbrella, all you need to do is dissolve the wicked imprint I left within the wicked being. Then, you can plant the wicked imprint anew within it. However, the wicked imprint is not particularly urgent. As long as you have this umbrella, if the wicked being proves disobedient, you need only infuse your true essence into this oil paper umbrella, and it will activate the soul-locking and spirit-burning array. I have set up point one of the wicked being's 3 souls is already completely bound to this umbrella, and it will feel the intense pain of spirit burning as if it were its own body, compelling it to comply. Senior, please wait a moment while I release this wicked being to make contact with the wicked imprint. As Wei Chengsheng explained, he completed a series of hand seals, gathering true essence into a spell directed at the oil paper umbrella. Subsequently, before Zhang Wen's keen gaze, the umbrella soared into the air, and a graceful figure coalesced beneath it. It was the only wicked object Wei Chengsheng had left, and it was also his strongest one. Watching the wicked being he had painstakingly refined, recalling the moments it had aided him in repelling enemies, Wei Chengsheng felt a pang in his heart, overwhelmed by a sense of bitterness that he found it exceedingly difficult. He had originally come to Nanji intending to undertake some bounty tasks from Beiki to earn a few spirit crystals to offset his cultivation expenses, and to seize opportunities amidst the turmoil of Nanji to refine 1 or 2 new wicked objects to enhance his strength. Yet, unexpectedly, he never anticipated that things would turn out this way. He arrived in good fortune, but on his return, he would be left with nothing. He was nearly reduced to his undergarments. Fortunately, at least his life was still intact. Where there are people, there are things. Wealth is created by people. As long as I, Wei Chengsheng, remain alive, I need not fear for my livelihood. As he comforted himself, Wei Chengsheng did not idle his hands. With the completion of the spell, he directed it towards the wicked being beneath the oil paper umbrella, dissolving the wicked imprint within its body. Senior, it is done that I have dissolved my wicked imprint. Next, you only need to follow the method for cultivating the wicked imprint in my storage bag. Complete the cultivation, and then plant the wicked imprint within this wicked being to ensure foolproof, remote control of it. Of course, for close-range control, the soul-locking and spirit-burning array on the umbrella will suffice. Wei Chengsheng continued, respectfully presenting the oil paper umbrella to Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen observed the wicked being, which now appeared much more animated and less listless, contemplating. It seemed that while the wicked imprint would enhance control over these wicked objects, it would also diminish their intelligence and agility. As he mused, Zhang Wen did not pause in his actions. He accepted the oil paper umbrella with his left hand while his right hand reached out towards the female wicked being. Chapter 055. Departure. As Wei Chengsheng watched Zhang Wen's actions, he exclaimed in alarm, Senior, please be cautious. The reason these beings are termed wicked is that their spiritual forms can devour the life essence of living beings to refine their own blood. While we can control them, it is best not to touch them lightly. A single misstep could lead to substantial loss of vitality. Before Wei Changcheng could finish his warning, he saw Zhang Wen grasp the female wicked being by her hair and forcefully pull her towards his chest. Wei Changcheng stared in shock, his mind buzzing. The female wicked being, now freed from the wicked imprint's control, displayed a newfound awareness and attempted to resist. Unfortunately, the cancer cells within Zhang Wen, ravenous for nourishment, had no intention of allowing her to escape. As Zhang Wen pressed the head of the female wicked being into his body, his skin began to grow uncontrollably, in the blink of an eye. He enveloped the wicked being within, disregarding her struggles and trapping her within his corporeal form. Wei Changcheng. Gulping, Wei Changcheng could not help but take a few steps back, that he had an unnerving feeling. If Zhang Wen were to take a fancy to him, would he also be pressed into his body? Moreover, considering the wicked being's ability to consume life essence, even a Foundation establishment practitioner could hardly withstand it entirely. In combat outside, it was manageable, but if a wicked being were to possess one internally, even a practitioner with a higher cultivation base might find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Thus, what realm is this senior truly at? And why does he wish to press the wicked being into his body? No, wait. Why does this senior not only appear unaffected by the pain of having his life essence consumed, but seems to be reveling in it instead? Senior, regarding this wicked being, might I also? Wei Changcheng lowered his head slightly, unable to look directly. He has now come to understand how the two malevolent entities he had just refined disappeared. Could it be that this elder has devoured them? Hiss! The more Wei Changcheng thought about it, the more he felt a chill creeping up his spine, and cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. Go! Zhang Wen kept his eyes closed, seemingly savoring something. Not even opening them, merely gesturing lightly towards Wei Changcheng. At that moment, any semblance of restraint vanished for Wei Changcheng. Observing Zhang Wen's gesture and hearing his acquiescence, he respectfully bowed before immediately turning to leave. Initially, he took a few cautious steps, gauging Zhang Wen's reaction, but upon sensing that Zhang Wen continued to ignore him, bang whoosh, with a thunderous stomp, Wei Changcheng's true essence erupted beneath his feet, propelling him like a bolt towards the cave's exit. If he didn't flee now, when would he? Wei Changcheng silently vowed that he never wished to see Zhang Wen again in his lifetime. From now on, should he even catch a glimpse of Zhang Wen from afar, he would turn tail and run. As he hurried away, Wei Changcheng felt a sense of relief in his heart. Thankfully, this elder was so devoted and diligent for the sake of a girl. He must be a righteous cultivator who cherishes loyalty and affection. If the person he encountered had been a malevolent practitioner, at this thought, Wei Changcheng couldn't help but shiver. However, placing one's life in the hands of another's mercy is exceedingly foolish, so run. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Zhang Wen only slowly opened his eyes after Wei Changcheng had departed for a while. Gazing at the cave entrance, he secretly sighed in relief. The current situation was vastly different from before. Previously, the old Taoist had provided him with energy, combined with the terrifying abilities of the cancer cells, which had created a temporary illusion of strength. Now that the battle was over, and the old Taoist had self-destructed his golden core, Zhang Wen's actual cultivation level was merely at the third stage of qi refining. This was also the reason Zhang Wen dared not keep Wei Changcheng by his side. For a fleeting moment, he might have been able to deceive him with his earlier display of power, but prolonged interaction would inevitably reveal the truth. Thus, after much contemplation, Zhang Wen concluded that the only viable option was to take advantage of the residual momentum from earlier to mislead Wei Changcheng into departing. Overall, this encounter had yielded significant gains. Not only had he acquired Wei Changcheng's storage bag, but also the old Taoist storage ring. Furthermore, he had even tricked Wei Changcheng into leaving with an aberration. Yet, Zhang Wen sighed deeply, turning his gaze to Li Qiuling, feeling far from elated. Gently lifting Li Qiuling's emaciated body, Zhang Wen made his way towards the cave's exit. The issue with the cancer cells had temporarily reverted. And at that moment, they were voraciously siphoning the spirit of the female aberration to replenish themselves. Simultaneously, the lifespan on Zhang Wen's left wrist was rapidly increasing. He had also acquired a considerable amount of cultivation resources. The pressing matter now was to determine the path ahead. However, before that, he needed to return to Tiling village. That Li Qiuling's brother, Li Qiushi, was still in the village, indebted to Li Qiuling in so many ways. Zhang Wen naturally intended to look after her brother within his capabilities. He hoped the boy wouldn't be so ungrateful. After all, the hatred in his eyes when he previously looked at Zhang Wen seemed quite pronounced. Lost in thought, Zhang Wen exited the cave and swiftly made his way toward Tiling village. He had arrived by plane, but his return would be by bus number 11. Life is truly unpredictable. When Zhang Wen once again set foot on the wooden walls of Tiling village, what greeted his eyes was a desolate village. Beneath the silver moon, the entire village lay silent, devoid of even the chirping of insects. Observing this scene, he glanced down at Li Qiuling's body in his arms and leaped towards the location where Li Qiushi had been. As Zhang Wen soared over the rooftops, had this been a time gone by, he would have likely found himself elated at witnessing a spectacle fit for a Blue Star drama. Alas, the current Zhang Wen could scarcely summon any enthusiasm. In the span of a single night, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. With a fleeting thought, after several leaps, he arrived at the half-destroyed dwelling. However, after circling several times, he still did not find Li Qiushi. This immediately caused Zhang Wen to frown. Where could that wretched child have gone? Undeterred, Zhang Wen meticulously scoured the village. Yet aside from finding some daily necessities and food, he still did not encounter that mischievous boy, which left Zhang Wen feeling frustrated and compelled to give up. That he found a coarse blanket, securely wrapping Li Qiuling's body before hoisting it onto his back. During this time, Zhang Wen also took the opportunity to experiment with the storage bag's usage method, which proved to be straightforward. By infusing it with true essence, it could be opened. Inside lay an exceedingly peculiar space, about 5 or 6 cubic meters in size, which greatly facilitated Zhang Wen's endeavors. While searching for the troublesome Li Qiushi, he also managed to gather numerous essential items and clothing. Throughout this process, Zhang Wen also glimpsed the old Taoist methods. The cellars were filled with disheveled, desiccated corpses, suppressing the tremor of unease within him regarding the brutality of this world. Zhang Wen donned a change of clothing to conceal his exposed body before choosing not to linger any longer in the village. Aiming in a direction different from Tiling Mountain, he swiftly departed from this place of upheaval. Chapter 056. The first formation as a newly established dynasty, the Southern Qi, bore many imperfections. This directly resulted in chaos throughout the Southern Qi territory. Moreover, with the Northern Qi covertly sowing discord, not only were bounty tasks attracting various rogue cultivators and malevolent practitioners to wreak havoc in Southern Qi, but the national sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, also frequently dispatched disciples to flaunt their power within Southern Qi. However, all of this, from the perspective of the freshly stabilized Southern Qi, was simply infuriating, yet they lacked the manpower to address it. After all, the majority of Southern Qi's cultivators and military forces were stationed along the border with Northern Qi, perpetually on guard against incursions from the north. Consequently, the already crumbling order of Northern Qi, due to the ongoing strife, further exacerbated the chaos within Southern Qi. Tiling Mountain lay to the north of Tiling village, while Zhang Wen set forth toward the east. Only after traversing a considerable distance did he alter his course back north. Days later, Zhang Wen halted at a mass grave. This was the remnant of a battlefield, where the corpses of the fallen filled a small hillock at the hillside's waist. A few small wooden huts lingered, likely temporary shelters for those who had buried the bodies. Though exceedingly rudimentary, they still stood relatively intact, providing shelter from the wind and rain. It was here that Zhang Wen decided to pause and organize his belongings. After walking for over 10 days, although he was unsure of the exact distance he had traveled from Tiling Mountain, he presumed it was far enough to distance himself from that perilous place. Indeed, Zhang Wen's hurried departure was fueled by the fear that the old Taoist golden core explosion might attract unknown dangers. Now, Zhang Wen dared not let his guard down in this world. Even having encountered 3 or 4 small towns and 7 or 8 villages along the way, Zhang Wen quietly circumvented them, choosing not to enter. This was both to minimize his tracks and because he was burdened with Li Qiuling's body. The journey was not solely for travel. During rest periods, Zhang Wen also began to peruse several books from Wei Qingqing's storage bag. According to the records within, these were transcriptions he had made from the jade slips in his sect. As for what jade slips were, Zhang Wen could not say. However, he found the 3 books to be quite engrossing, albeit, upon cursory examination, he comprehended little. The first book was Wei Qingqing's cultivation method, ghostly qi, and malevolent energy technique. Though it only detailed the cultivation method up to the 9th stage of foundation establishment, it was nonetheless extremely valuable that he wondered if it could be practiced concurrently with his own sword cultivation secrets. Perhaps he could experiment with this at a later time. The second book contained notes on several spells, presumably also transcribed by Wei Qingqing himself. The IT detailed the casting methods for several spells. Rockwall technique, spirit binding evil seal, earth escape technique, ground spike technique, earth collapse technique, spirit gathering technique, and spirit control technique. Zhang Wen would need to gradually verify the potency of these spells, yet he found himself increasingly intrigued by this world. At present, he had no desire to return to Blue Star. Though this world was harsh, the pursuit of power within it stirred something deep within Zhang Wen. After all, every man, at his core, harbors a certain admiration for strength. As for the third book, it outlines several formations: spirit summoning formation, spirit condensing formation, spirit suppression formation. Zhang Wen glanced over it briefly, finding it as incomprehensible as celestial script filled with the intricate arrangements of formations. Clearly, attaining strength was not an endeavor to be accomplished in a day. There was still much for him to learn. Inside the small wooden hut, Zhang Wen slowly set down the books, raising his right hand to glance at the storage ring upon his finger. His gaze returned to the ground. The rudimentary wooden hut had no flooring, merely a flattened and compacted earthen surface, that moment. On the floor of the hut, a formation occupying a space of 5 or 6 square meters dominated most of the area, with Li Qiuling's body at its center. Surrounding her body were 6 formation eyes meant to hold spirit crystals, yet they remained empty for the time being, as Zhang Wen had yet to place any spirit crystals inside. As for the materials used to draw the formation, they were also sourced from the storage bag, a fine sand whose exact function Zhang Wen could not quite articulate. The only certainty was that the jar containing this sand bore the inscription, crystal sand. Additionally, the storage bag housed various tools for assisting in the drawing of formation patterns. What Zhang Wen did was merely follow the patterns illustrated in the book to arrange the entire formation, which was not overly difficult. This was the simplest formation recorded in the book, the Spirit Summoning Array. This array could accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy, not only nourishing Li Qiuling's body, but also aiding Zhang Wen in his cultivation. Hence, this was the first array Zhang Wen attempted to set up. After all, the materials were readily available. Wei Qingqing's storage bag contained a plethora of miscellaneous items that it seemed that this fellow had prepared extensively before entering the Southern Qi, making it quite sufficient. Unfortunately, this fellow's luck had not been particularly good. Zhang Wen gazed at the formation before him, retrieving 6 spirit crystals from the storage bag. He had meticulously compared the formation on the ground 6 times and felt fairly confident that there should be no issues. However, being his first attempt, Zhang Wen felt a tinge of self-doubt. Reining in his distractions, he stood up and placed the 6 spirit crystals into the 6 focal points of the array. The so-called focal points were simply small circles drawn with crystal sand, each containing a smaller pattern connecting to them. The spirit crystals were placed in the very center of these small circles. Zhang Wen carefully avoided the formation lines with his feet, placing the final spirit crystal into the last vacant focal point, and then stepped back from the spirit summoning array. What followed was a wondrous spectacle unfolding before Zhang Wen's eyes. As the last spirit crystal was inserted, the crystal sand at the 6 focal points began to emit a phosphorescent glow. Like gunpowder ignited, the formation lines drawn with the sand swiftly radiated a luminescent light. Within mere breaths, the entire spirit summoning array was aglow, casting a hazy luminescence throughout the small wooden cabin. At that moment, even the frail female specter could not resist peeking out from Zhang Wen's chest, gazing at the spirit summoning array as if anticipating something. Days passed, and the female specter had come to accept her fate. She realized that the more fiercely she struggled against it, the more her spiritual form was drawn in. Conversely, remaining quietly compliant was far more bearable. Observing the specter's reaction within her body, Zhang Wen felt a slight sense of reassurance. It seemed she had also been nourished by Wei Qingqing's spirit summoning array, which explained her current response that it appeared that his first attempt at setting up an array was indeed successful. Although it was the most basic formation requiring no manipulation of magical techniques, it still stirred a wave of accomplishment within Zhang, with Chapter 057, Seclusion for Cultivation, Part 1 soon, with all the formation lines illuminated. The spirit crystals and the focal points began to channel spiritual energy to the array, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy towards the small cabin swiftly. Within the cabin, Zhang Wen could distinctly sense the increasing concentration of spiritual energy around him. It was evident that his spirit summoning array had undoubtedly succeeded. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement at this successful first attempt at array setup, despite having faced numerous trials in the marketplace. The sensation of gradually mastering a power akin to the mythic legends of Blue Star was truly exquisite. The gathered spiritual energy, under the influence of the spirit summoning array, began to flow into Li Qiuling's body, slowly nourishing her. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wen let out a quiet sigh of relief that in truth, the spirit summoning array would ideally require the complement of a spirit condensation array. However, the latter was not as simple as the former. It necessitated the integration of magical techniques, and although Zhang Wen had limited knowledge of formations, the more complex patterns and setup processes suggested that this task would not be as straightforward as the spirit summoning array. Of course, Zhang Wen was unaware that the interplay of two formations fell into the realm of composite arrays. Without a solid foundation in array knowledge, it was exceedingly challenging to complete a composite array. Yet at this moment, Zhang Wen had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, unraveling the mysteries of the storage ring on his finger. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wen, a frail, ethereal figure had been gazing at him intently from within Li Qiuling's body. It was clear that this figure had been observing him for quite some time. The storage ring of the old Taoist was vastly more complex than Wei Qingqing's storage bag. Zhang Wen struggled for a while, and in a moment of desperation, recalled the blood oath recognition from the Xinxia tales of Blue Star. However, to his dismay, it bore no results. Just as Zhang Wen was about to resign himself to disillusionment, he unexpectedly discovered that the storage ring was absorbing his blood. Yet he felt a peculiar sensation. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he could not tell, but it seemed as though his blood had devoured some residual essence within the ring. Or perhaps they had mutually annihilated each other? Regardless of the process, the outcome was favorable. When Zhang Wen activated the storage ring, he could not help but be taken aback. The ring remained the same on his finger. Yet within his consciousness, he sensed a space of several hundred cubic units contained within. Gazing at the array of items inside the storage ring, Zhang Wen's heart raced with excitement. Many of the items were beyond his comprehension. Yet he recognized the spirit crystals. To his astonishment, there were 3 different types of spirit crystals. In addition to the kind previously used in the spirit summoning array, Zhang Wen discovered 2 others within the old Taoist storage ring that were larger and more translucent. It seemed that spirit crystals were indeed categorized by quality. Having thoroughly searched the storage ring, he found no books, only numerous bottles and jars of elixirs and raw materials. The most likely candidates for cultivation methods were a few small jade tablets. Zhang Wen regarded these 4 tablets thoughtfully before extracting them, attempting to infuse his true energy into them. Subsequently, a new world unfolded before Zhang Wen's eyes. Half an hour later, Zhang Wen exhaled softly. Placing the last jade tablet on the ground, as he looked at the 4 jade tablets, his understanding of this mysterious world deepened. Each of these tablets contained extensive records, cultivation methods, magical techniques, ghostly path spiritual cultivation methods, and arrays. Each tablet was rich in content, documenting not just one but several cultivation methods, though most were limited to foundational practices up to the foundation establishment stage. Only one could advance to the golden core stage. The tablet detailing magical techniques was similarly restrictive, with the lowest level techniques requiring at least the foundation establishment stage for execution. Not a single technique for the Qi refinement stage could be found. Thus, the tablet containing magical techniques was currently of little use to Zhang Wen. As for the ghostly path spiritual cultivation methods, they were precisely what Zhang Wen needed at this moment. Regrettably, a cursory glance revealed their complexity. Mastering them would require considerable time. Regarding the tablet documenting arrays, it was even more daunting, containing formations far more intricate than the spirit condensation array. Zhang Wen felt overwhelmed by it all. looking at these 4 jade tablets and the items in the storage bag. Although he knew it would take time to fully comprehend them, Zhang Wen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Regardless of their value, these items were treasures for him at this stage, sufficient for him to digest for quite some time. In the days to come, Zhang Wen did not intend to roam aimlessly. He planned to delve into seclusion for a period in this desolate graveyard. With his mind made up, he felt a sense of security that had been absent since his arrival. No longer was he under immediate threat. Having finally found a stable environment, coupled with the female specter's aid in replenishing his life force, Zhang Wen resolved not to waste any more time. He began his first seclusion for cultivation within the small wooden cabin. During the first month, Zhang Wen painstakingly grasped the spirit condensation array left behind by Wei Chengsheng, but regrettably, his insufficient foundational knowledge prevented him from configuring a composite array. Since he could not form a composite array, he decided to use them separately. Fueled by determination, Zhang Wen set up a spirit condensation array in another small cabin. Consequently, Li Qiuling's body was frequently transported between the two small cabins in his embrace. Throughout this period, Zhang Wen did not squander his time. In the process of learning, he devoted a considerable amount of time to cultivation. Particularly with the nourishment from the female specter, he felt the cancerous cells within him stirring once more. This caused Zhang Wen's heart to tighten slightly. The last time the cancer cells had been nourished, they had surged uncontrollably. Had it not been for the old Taoist's golden core self-detonation, he would still be questioning whether he was truly himself. Therefore, this time, Zhang Wen exercised extreme caution, keeping his life force suppressed at around 30 days. Whenever his life force exceeded 30 days, he would activate the cancer cells to enter an accelerated cultivation mode. Under this illicit cultivation method, within just a month, Zhang Wen advanced to the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. It is worth noting that the path of cultivation is long and arduous, and each advancement is fraught with challenges. Once the spirit condensation array was successfully set up, Zhang Wen has finally commenced his research into the contents concerning the path of ghostly cultivation found within the storage ring of the old man.